One stage left. No cushion, no do-overs.
That is that, folks. Alcancia closed the book.
Every map matters. Every second counts.
Rocket is looking clean with these plays. You can't win this fight.
World Finals on the line. Stockholm in sight.
Just lasered. I mean, there's just nothing stopping Chronic right now.
Hold W. Win. Ticket punched.
The bowler just detonates everybody.
Lose. GG's. Season over.
In a dominant position. Oh, what? That flick was insane.
The strongest will rise. The rest will watch you.
What? There's no way. GK have done it.
Rise as champions. OWCS Stage 3 starts now.
2 more days to go before we conclude the Stage 3 playoffs in both the EMEA and NA region. We have 2 more tickets for the World Finals up for grabs, 1 per region. And here to tell the stories of our remaining teams are once again Jake and Johnny, who are joining me for all things on the desk to set the stage for these teams. We had quite a weekend last week, and I just hope we can continue in the same fashion. Hello everyone, my name is Zoe, and guys, let's talk about what happened last week. First, let's kick things off with our EMEA bracket to see where we stand. Then we can transition into upset after upset after upset after all of our predictions are just somehow wrong. What was going on? Something was in the water, guys.
Look, so you just said you hope we can live up to you know, the last day of Overwatch you've seen in the playoffs. I don't know if I can handle it. Like Sunday, man. 3 major upsets. Peps over Vision, Genji over VP. I mean, that is like more. Did you bet your channel points on that? Are you
No,
wealthy channel points?
No, I wanted to, but it closed before I could get my point.
But you are still wealthy. You're still like half a milli kind of channel.
All right, I don't think the viewers care about my
channel. Are you a channel point
wealth.
millionaire? I think.
We clearly care.
I got 6 figures. You know, put it in a 401k.
Okay.
You know, let it sit there for a bit. Wait up 2 years or so.
Let the money, yeah, like those channel points work for you, Johnny. Like that's the goal, right?
Exactly. That's wealth right there.
Nice,
Wow.
nice. Well, sure, that's wealth right there. Hey, listen, we got some good matches, which could be value bets for you again this very weekend. So I hope the money will be working for you. Let's talk about those upsets, though. Let's talk about what went down last week. I mean, obviously, all the teams which came into the playoffs are contenders, right? Like, we do expect them to show up and deliver, but this was kind of crazy. Vision Esports, we thought really highly of them pretty much all regular season long, and Peps kind of the opposite of that. But man, this was not the Vision Esports that we came to like over the regular season.
No, and I think actually that Backbone put it very well in the interview after their game. He was just like, Vision, sometimes they're really good at shooting the guns, but instead you got stuff like this, and Violet Ajaxing I think 3 times over the course of 2 days. It was just not a Vision Esports that was firing on the cylinders that we all expected them to, because when Vision Esports are at their absolute best, I really do think they can compete with the top 3 in the EMEA. They don't have the Symmetra strat up their sleeve, but their firepower is that great. But they just showed up flat against this Peps team. The Junkertown strategy was awful. It didn't work out on first point at all. And I think Team Peps, they were very much happy to just like secure this win over a Vision Esports team that couldn't put things together. And now Peps, after winning the series, they're 1 match away from qualifying to Stockholm.
It's kind of crazy. This is also the highest placement we've ever seen from Peps like this year. So they're already betting or playing with house money.
I think Willis has been a big part of that success, and I think as much as we can, you know, criticize Vision's performance, I agree it wasn't their best day. I do think Peps came to play, and they've been, you know, kind of running this end of the stage pretty aggressively here in playoffs and looking respectable. You know, they still have a ways to go, and they're still going to need to take on, you know, 1 more opponent to potentially punch that ticket, and it may be one of their toughest tests yet due to how the matchup plays out. But if they're going to succeed, I think a lot of pressure is on Willis, right? If you want to beat these sim comps, it's very, like, the tank is under maybe the most pressure with the ability to rotating around the map. And I mean, Exodial, insane day, right? Last week, like a monster performance. If he shows up like this again, I feel like you almost can't win. Like, is that too crazy to say, Johnny?
No, I feel like you're pretty right in that regard. I feel like Gen G is a team that have figured everything out. I think their shot calling is amazing. They figured out the comfort heroes for all of their players. And then you have Exodial bringing the firepower on something like Cassidy. I think this is a team that is really potent and is showing their absolute best here in the playoffs with a spot at Stockholm on the line. So they are peaking at the exactly right time. You could even go back this year and we talked about how disappointing Gen G were at times. This is the best they have looked all of 2025. And now going up against a matchup against Peps, I do think that they have the strategies required to take down a team like Peps, but they just gotta execute because this is a team that has worried us all year long.
Yeah, let's not get ahead of ourselves. We of course will be breaking down that match when the time comes. But Virtus.pro being out after the regular season that they have had is a massive shock. It's an upset. Knowing that like someone like Kevster won't be joining us on LAN for the World Finals, it's kind of insane. It is so sad.
I feel like Kevster's going to come back stronger. I don't know if that's even possible, but I just have that feeling. You know, he's being bottled up. He's being saved for a later date, and maybe it's not going to be this year, which is pretty. I mean, this is probably one of the tougher years he's had in his career. I think you have to say, right, with the Ultimates being a disappointment, with Virtus.pro now missing Stockholm in a really surprising upset loss to Gen G. This is a tough pill for Virtus.pro to swallow. Like, this is going to require some soul searching, some reevaluation, and I wonder where they come out on the other side of this. But for now, they're out of contention. It's Gen G who are going to be carrying that flag forward in the EMEA, or it could be Peps. That's what we're going to remember is who qualifies to Stockholm, right? So the real prize is after this match.
That's right.
I sent a tweet to Moon, by the way, and I was like, "Hey, you have room for Kevster, so we'll see for next year." Pick him up.
I mean, why not change team twice in one stage?
It's gonna be a long offseason. Not a lot can happen. There's a lot of Duolingo to be played, Zoe.
That's all right. I dropped my 290-day streak, by the way. Someone who doesn't drop a streak, horrible transition, but Exodial, he was on fire. He was like owning the server against VP. Like a few of those maps, I literally just single-handedly won because he popped off, like prompting a Cassidy ban. Not for big strategic reasons, but literally just because they had to get Exodial out of the mix.
And what Jake said earlier, like just took over the game. But what I said last week as well, so happy to see Exodial back and performing like this, because there were a few moments on Gen G this year where we're thinking like, where did that electric player go that was so fantastic in 2024? And because of Gen G's struggles, different roster and such earlier on in the year, Exodial didn't really flourish as much in the hit scan role. But I feel like playing these Symmetra comps, Exodial has really found his groove back now on the Cassidy.
Indeed, but can he do that again in today's match? They will be facing off against Peps. So if we're taking a quick look at our schedule for today, we have 2 matches in both of our regions. We're going to start with the lower bracket match, and then of course we also will be seeing who is going to come out on top in the upper bracket. So once more a reminder, there is one more ticket for the World Finals on the line for all of these teams. So the lower semi-final is extremely important because whoever makes it out of that match will be grabbing that ticket.
Yeah, and I think as important as that is, especially those teams who are still on the bubble, who just want to like get the trip to Stockholm, I think for your top teams, right, for Katsia and Twisted Minds, for Team Liquid and GK, honestly, maybe the stakes are even higher, because if you come in as the lower seed to Stockholm, I mean, you could be walking into like a Team Falcons Crazy Raccoon like round 1 match, and like that's terrifying, right? You want to delay those as deep as possible into the bracket. So taking these number 1 seeds for North America and Europe is really valuable. And honestly, I think the upper finals in both regions are like too close to call. I feel like TM has been resurgent, although Katsia has been on top for quite a while now. That's a tough one to call. And Team Liquid GK, I mean, there's a lot of emphasis on those series, and I think both teams are going to come into those matches really believing that they can win.
Yeah, those are going to be really good matches, very exciting, lots at stake here for everyone playing. So naturally, of course, we want to make sure that you're going to watch those games from every single angle possible. Hence, we do have featured co-streamers. Once again, drops are enabled on both of our co-streamers' streams as well. So make sure to have those enabled. To do that, all you have to do is connect your Battle.net account to your Twitch account and start collecting. 30 minutes watched, kind of cute, kind of witchy. I'm digging it. I'm digging it.
It brings
It
back
is.
your
It's very. It's like I'm.
tarot card face when you did that.
Yeah, haven't we all had that phase? I might be dropping back into that. Maybe that's my first midlife crisis,
I
like
need my
card
future
reading
red.
arc.
So,
Nice, nice.
I'll be asking for your services if you can help predict my future.
Sure, I can just say very generic things that may or may not apply to everyone. Is that how it works?
Sometimes that's what you want to hear, Zoe. And sometimes
Honestly,
all you want is a 30-minute nameplate.
Johnny, I'm a friend of yours. I will tell you what you want to hear anytime you want to hear it. Such as
a real friend,
World Finals tickets are on sale. That's what you want to do here. That's right. And these are the teams that already qualified. We have a few more tickets for our teams. You, however, dear viewer, don't have to put in quite as much work. All you have to do is drop some coins and grab your tickets and join us for all the action live in the flesh, in person. This is where we're going to close out the year once more.
Always a great event, honestly. The crowd, the excitement, and the energy at DreamHack is just amazing. And I mean, this is peak Overwatch, right? When you get together in person, all the best players from around the world competing. And honestly, from a regional competitiveness perspective, I don't know that it's ever been this difficult to call, right? After Esports World Cup, I feel like you genuinely have to believe that EMEA, even NA, has a competitive shot here against the best teams out of Korea. And it's been a while, honestly, since I think you could say that full confidence and really believe like EMEA and NA have cooked things that could be effective here at the highest level in the world and could be competitors for the championships. But Team Falcon, the Crazy Raccoon, man, it feels like they're always vying for that trophy.
Yeah, but we talked about those big chances, right? Like with those Symmetra compositions, like that will push those Korean teams. Now, one of the teams which is about to play in our lower bracket match is one such team that has been relying on Symmetra, and it's been working for them. Hence, they find themselves right here. Now, if we're looking at their opponents, Team Peps, can Peps deal with that?
Well, they did beat them already 3-0 early on here in the state.
Yep, that was fraudulent, Genji. That was fraudulent, Genji.
Okay,
It was like week 3. That was the lowest point of Genji's entire stage. Because we pretty much saw the compositions I think we'll see today. You can see here Peps. They're playing this Freya composition, and Dip might flex over to the Venture if need be too. But they want to take down these Symmetra compositions with all the poke necessary and a Venture diving in on top of the Symmetra, right? But this was so poor from Gen.G back in that game. And so I really do think that if Gen.G, if they minimize those kind of mistakes in this matchup, it is going to be a big uphill battle for Peps. Generally, I do favor the Symmetra comps over these kind of like Freya, Venture, anti-Symmetra comps. I think the Symmetra teams have found more success. So even though Peps did take them down 3-0 earlier on this stage, it's a different Gen.G team, and I think Peps G have a big uphill battle in this one.
I think Zoro has to really step up to the plate, especially if he's going to be playing these longer range hit scan like the Sojourn and the Freya that we see him so often go to. You theoretically have an advantage over Cassidy. I mean, Freya maybe not so much, but Sojourn at range, right? Generally you wouldn't want to be Cassidy in that duel. But the Sim TP, man, it creates all these variables, and it means Team Peps, you just can't place a foot wrong, right? If Gen.G get the right position on you, they drop that Sim wall, the game just gets so hard to play. And I agree with you, Johnny. I think advantage to Gen.G. I think they're going to be able to set the tempo in this game, and it's going to take Team Peps just like playing at their very best, maybe the best we've ever seen them, I think, to shut down Gen.G. Unless Gen.G are like overconfident or they really slip up this game. I mean, in fairness, we're judging them as if Exodial can do that every game, and maybe he can, but I mean, that is a ridiculously tall considering the performance he just dropped.
You just spoke of overconfidence. Let's hear what Backbone had to say last week, in fact, because he seemed rather confident to me.
I was very happy seeing Peps win today because the comps they play, I don't think are rough for us at all. Like, our scrims against them are usually insanely positive. At least against Vision, sometimes they can just shoot their guns really well, which is I'm surprised didn't happen today, because that's been the word on the scrim mill all stage long between those two teams, right? There's the Vision always just shoots guns better than Peps and wins. But yeah, I mean, I know in my heart of hearts, and surely this could never age badly, that if we won today, we'd make it to Stockholm. So in my mind, already there.
Right.
Yeah, hence we clipped it because no way this is gonna age badly, right?
It's never done so in the past. Surely.
No.
Yeah.
Hopefully they don't play Ryan Simbe on Ilios. I'm voting against that. I'm going to lodge my official complaint to not play that comp.
They did not want to face off against Virtus Pro on Ilios.
Fairness,
so
are you taking the dive mirror against VP?
Yeah, you're not. I think this is going to be pretty interesting because, as I've talked about, Backbone, I think he's been instrumental for this team in setting up some of these fights, right? And when you play the Symmetra, you have so much impact in where you decide to take your team. Which high ground are we going to teleport to? How do we want to navigate what the enemy team is doing, right? And you need to have insane levels of confidence in your Symmetra's ability to get you to the right place at the right time. And so that is something to look out for in this series. Backbone, if Backbone is going to sit on that Symmetra, it's up to him. Where are we going? How are we approaching this fight, right? And so it'll be interesting to see if Backbone can replicate what he's done earlier on this stage and guide Gen G to the right place. Because if he starts teleporting to the wrong places, it'll show real quick and Peps will be prone to take advantage.
Yeah, I mean, Backbone is so comfortable on that Symmetra though. And it is, as you said, playing at times last week already, and probably just now as well, and I just didn't listen. But it's a very difficult composition to pull off if you're lacking coordination, and it's been looking good for them. Hence, they find themselves in the position they're in right now. Now, of course, a big question, if we're looking at both of those teams and what they bring to the table, is who would fare better at Worlds? Who do you feel is going to make it more competitive over in Sweden?
I think Gen G is easily the answer to that question. The reality is Peps is kind of a classic dive team, and they did pretty well to come this far in EMEA. But let's be honest, the dive competitiveness in EMEA versus Korea and NA, good luck playing just standard dive mirrors. Maybe teams like VP you could kind of think can hang. I think Team Peps would find themselves in a very scary mirror matchup against teams that absolutely love to play that dive mirror. Whereas Gen G, I think you're better off as an EMEA team being like a sim cheeser. And I think, honestly, if Gen G qual, we're going to see all three EMEA teams be really strong sim comp users. And I think that's going to give them a unique flair that I think the other regions are sleeping on it, frankly. I think it's legitimately really good. We saw a little bit of it in Korea, maybe in NA too. I hope to see other regions take it up more because I think you just can't ignore this hero. It's relevant. There's certain maps, certain strats that this is a very powerful choice against.
I just also feel given the season that both of these teams had, the regular season that is, at this point, either of them grabbing that last ticket to Stockholm, it would just be vibes. Even if they wouldn't make it that far, not to say that they don't have competitive aspirations, but it would be a tremendous achievement for both Gen G and Peps if they manage to do that after, probably a very emotional ride in stage 3. Now let's talk predictions for this one. I think no matter how good Peps looked like last week, Gen G has got to be considered the favorite. So value bet for all the Peps fans out there. And I know the French are going to go hard on their support, but I have to go with Gen G for this one.
Yeah, you guys mentioned, a lot of pressure on Backbone in this match to be that leader, to be that communicator, especially if he's going to be playing a lot of Symmetra, which we expect him to. But honestly, I think Backbone's a veteran. And I think every time we've gone to the listen-ins, we hear Backbone, he's cool, calm, and collected, even in challenging, stressful moments. He's the one keeping the team focused. And I think he's bringing that veteran experience to this team. He talked about in an interview, I think, being surprised to be hey, I'm the oldest guy on the team now. But I think he's bearing that fruit. He really does pay that dividend.
He said in his early 20s.
He's not going to have that incredible flexibility, and they're not going to be a super sick tracer dive team. But hey, the Symmetra, the communication on these rush comps, I think is very, very strong, and I have full confidence in Backbone to close this one out.
I agree with Jake with this one. I think Gen G are peaking at the right time, and they're looking really solid. For Team Peps here, they realistically need to win the map they do ban Symmetra. That is going to be a map they have to win, otherwise they will have no chance of winning this series. Peps, or Gen G rather, they'll be really comfortable winning out to just playing Symmetra maps, right? And for this one, the channel point update of the match, I put 150k on Gen G in this one. I think the viewers generally in the chat, they got it very much right. I think these odds are on point. But 68%, I sprinkled a little bit on Gen G there because I do think that they're favored enough to warrant a bet.
This is the right time for me to make sure that everyone knows that we do not give qualified financial advice, so please do not take it.
Channel only financial channel point financial advice.
Well, speaking of advice, if you were giving Team Peps advice here, this is their map pick. Ilios has been picked. Yes, yay, nay, maybe.
I mean, this makes sense. This is like, you don't have to ban Sim on this map because it's kind of terrible here. I think I would love to see Gen G. If you play Sim on Lighthouse, please God, do not play Mei and Ryan and sit on the point. Please get active with Exodial and make plays.
Well, they didn't ban Pharah this time. Gen G instead, they opt to ban Kiriko. So that tells me they've learned their lesson, Jake.
Yeah, you know, I think Carry, I guess, makes sense. Although I like the D.Va ban in particular from Team Peps here, because I think the Symmetra with D.Va and Cassidy legitimately is pretty good on Ilios. You can kind of like TP the D.Va in and she just instant kills the back line, and then it's almost like you are playing a dive comp even with Symmetra. So I think it's a pretty intelligent D.Va ban. And it saves, to your point, Johnny, that Sim ban for later in the series. So there's a road to victory. If Team Peps can win here on Ilios, which I think is a good map for them, and they can win, and again, further on banning Sim, you just need to squeak one more out to win the series, and that feels like within the range of variance. That said, I think Gen G is going to come to play, and I hope we're going to see a little bit more adaptation in terms of how they approach this first map in Ilios.
Right on. First match of the day for all the marbles. Team Peps facing off against Gen G, a remaining ticket for the World Finals on the line. Of course, also a lot of pride. So such high stakes, so much drama. So naturally, we had to bring in the most dramatic caster pair we could find. It kind of sounds like we just picked them up from the subway station. Also, PSA, tip your local artists. I don't know, but let's send it over to Matt and Mitch.
In the station, you don't want to know what Matt was doing.
Hey, I went all in on Peps this morning. Hey, look, they changed up our lower thirds.
Points left.
Yeah, well, no, I had 606 left, so not a massive splurge here.
It's all relative, though, isn't it? It's all relative.
But it's all relative.
Don't be classist about our channel point spending. Okay.
I think this series is going to be close. Like, look, I think Gen G would have an advantage, does probably have an advantage, but like, it's probably closer to a 50-50 than like a 70-30, 60-40 type of deal. So I think Peps has a shot. I mean, last week, Exodial had like the game of all games, right? Like, if you don't have that type of performance, like, we'll see kind of what happens. Where I think maybe if Peps plays a little bit better than we've seen recently, and then Gen G kind of comes back to, really, if Exodial just doesn't have that type of performance, I think it's pretty close.
It's actually a little rare, I think, the frequency with which one individual can take over the game in Overwatch, right? In 5v5, it's a little bit more possible, maybe more likely when we're dealing with some of these pretty insane individuals, but that performance was definitely a standout. It is, however, the kind of thing that Quartz does pretty often in his role, on his squad. So I wouldn't rule out its possibility coming into this series. The last time these two teams played, I mean, it was not a particularly compelling matchup. Gen G were very much still in their training arc, I'm going to put it nicely. So
they were really terrible at that point. Yeah.
It didn't really give us the best of games, that's for sure. Now, though, Gen G do the thing, right? They do the thing where they ban a support, but they actually ban one of the supports they're normally trying to protect, right? So Kiriko is a bit more of a surprising support ban for me, but it might mean that they've got something else in mind, maybe expecting a particular combat of Peps here.
Well, I mean, Zerion is like sick on the Kiri. Like, we have seen Zerion put up some pretty sick performances. So getting that gone early, I agree with the desk. I don't want to see any type of like Reinhardt on the ports shenanigans. And that is actually going to be Exodial dropping out here early on. So we'll wait for him to get back in the lobby. But yeah, I mean, look, I think here on Ilios, it's interesting. We didn't really see a ton of Ilios like throughout all of the EMEA. It was like all Lijiang Tower. NA, we saw some Samoa. In Ilios, but like now in the EMEA playoffs, a bunch of teams kind of going towards it.
And I think last week, like we saw, support-wise, a lot more about Baptiste rolled into our compositions in Europe, right? Maybe also even just to make it easy for those less mobile backlines, like the ones that feature Cassidy, for example, or in any, when you don't have the Kiri, right? It's kind of nice to have that immortality field. Zarya getting mixed in to a far greater degree now as well. I think, like, what excited us seeing Gen G play was that they feel a little bit more locked in on a definitive style, but they took us to Ilios on that fifth map, as you remember, of course. And, Tread was able to show that D.Va, which, I think wasn't necessarily, a hero that put him on the map. I think we were almost expecting, Tread. I think of, him playing on Alcadia back then, having to sort of play Winston or try to play Winston in that kind of meta game during Hangzhou. A lot has happened this year in terms of how many metas we've actually cycled through, because it's always been dictated by tanks. But the fact that we might get Baptiste Hazard comps coming out here to start Ilios would be interesting.
But if that's where we're going, wouldn't you say Peps has maybe even would they have an advantage in terms of the tank, like with Willie's on the Hazard? I think you can make an argument it's like even, if that. And look, I think if you can get Backbone off of the sim, like he's so good on that hero, and obviously it's Win 1, he's been able to slot into way better as opposed to some of the other ones since he's come back. I think then you have another kind of like winning point there for Pep. So that's kind of where I kind of sit with it, where I'm like, I do think probably, like, look, if I had to make like a Gen G probably wins this, but I think it's going to be pretty close.
And now we saw, I think, Exodal initially hovering the Venture before jumping in. I don't think that's probably what they're going to play. I do think that's a little scary to play Cassidy.
Exodal go
against
Cass probably.
Yeah. I think like that. The Hazard is good at punishing the Symmetra comps pretty effectively. The Jagged Wall interacts with the TP in a really disruptive manner, and you can also get big punishes if you can line up your leaping slashes. They come out of the TP and sort of die. Then you're in a great spot. So that's. I think it's going to be a little bit harder to play that. I wouldn't be mad if Backbone just TP'd them out of spawn and switched up. It's honestly like kind of a good time for him as a player, right? Whose hero pool, tends towards that Symmetra and Reaper direction a lot more.
I mean, since week 4 they have been much better Gen G, right? Like the first 3 weeks were almost like a write-off. Like they were just kind of non-existent, just doing a lot of weird stuff with the bans. We had talked about it like a billion times to this point, but after that week something kind of like changed. Obviously their ban strategy did, but they started to get a little bit more comfortable with the things they were running, and they looked like a completely different team. It's kind of funny to say that because they're like, oh, they look so much better. They were still losing games. It's not like they were kind of like going on this epic run. But look, I think there's still a chance that Peps comes through and wins this. I saw Fefe. They got the whole French gang there going watching the game. Yeah, that got me kind of hyped. I was like, oh, they got a little crowd going. I was like, maybe we're sleeping on Peps a little bit. That kind of motivated me to dump the rest of my channel points in.
I'm not surprised that the French fans getting around it. We're going to go to a break. When we come back, we're going to have this resolved to be able to jump into our first map. So don't go too far. This is Peps versus Gen G for a spot at Stockholm here in the EMEA playoffs.
Nothing changed outside. Someday, at my day, I will change my life. People, it doesn't matter where you go. Don't stop for me. People, this is the place where I follow. Here on if you let me, I will prove you should be mine. Come with me, move through the night. Let me learn what you like from my mind. And if we keep up the vibe, moving in motion, eye to eye, perfect time. Talk to me, I want you on my body. Feel the heat all over my body. Come on, talk to me, I want you on my body all the time. Talk to me, I want you on my body. Feel the heat all over my body. Come on, talk to me, I
So even though this is a world championship qualification game, there are rules.
We do have
rules in OWCS. And basically, Peps have, Gen G, have run out of time to devise a solution for Exodial's absence. He's having some ISP issues by the sounds of things, you know, things that happen pretty normally when you're playing online. The verdict is that Gen G must play 4v5 until such time that they can bring Exodial back into this match. Now, you don't have to like
ideal.
it. You don't have to agree with it. That, unfortunately, is the letter of the law here as far as our OWCS rulebook is concerned. So, off we go, I guess.
When I said there was a chance that Exodial wasn't going to have another life game, I didn't expect this, but unfortunate scenario. Hopefully, just for a brief period of time, then we get everybody back at full strength. I'm sure Peps, not the ideal scenario for them either.
Yeah, so for those wondering like what this is supposed to look like, I'll just kind of put this out there. You don't win 4v5s at this level. You don't even really make them particularly close. What you lack from that extra player is just far too great for it to be overcome. So this is
especially your hit scan player, right? Somebody who probably would have played Freya or Cassidy or something along those lines. Backbone obviously trying to play the Freya here at the moment. It takes not only does it take your best hit scan off the table, right? It takes some of your options for Backbone to like flank and put pressure onto the back line, right? Tough one.
Yeah, and I would say like this is basically a tantamount to a forfeit, except we have a few more steps in between.
You wouldn't want to forfeit if you're Gen G, because then you need to buy time. You need to 4v5 exactly.
and buy time.
You need to try and draw it out as long as possible, obviously, to give Exodial as much time as possible. So
I do wonder where Sky Reaper is though. Could definitely throw him.
It could also be something to do. Look, I don't have the OWCS rulebook in front of me.
Oh, well, he wasn't part of the submitted roster for this.
Right, wasn't part of the submitted roster for the map, so I assume that would potentially be something there, right?
Yep.
But obviously something they could do, hey, if 10 minutes go by here, 12 minutes go by and Exodial's not back, then like, hey, we can kind of switch that up. Bola shot, that's going to be actually immortality, keeping people alive for a second, but that's a bio grenade that finishes it all off.
And I think some of the conversation is going to center around why is there not an exception made, but obviously all teams in OWCS are subject to these stipulations at all times. So I understand this is a game that has some consequence. That might be putting it lightly. Fortunately, that doesn't really constitute an example of where you can relax those same restrictions that everybody has been sort of subject to over the course of the season. It's just not how this sort of stuff works. So we are going to watch Gen G languish and struggle as a 4-piece, and Team Peps will have this round done and dusted right about now.
Yeah, I mean, look, obviously taking care of business here for Peps. Gen G just trying to burn some time here, make it as close as possible in map number 1. Honestly, between the two teams right now, you can't even really take much, in terms of like the obviously one team having a player advantage. It'll be like, oh man, they're playing awesome. Like, yeah, I mean, of course they're gonna play look much better with the players. I don't even think we can kind of do something along those lines. So Peps, they take care of business there in round number 1. Stat board looks pretty obviously convincing, as you could imagine. So we'll see what goes on here in round 2.
And to respond to some of the conversation, we have a chance to interact with you guys in chat. Team Peps are under no expectation whatsoever to have a player sit in spawn and play 4 versus 4. Like, if you're in their position and you're trying to qualify for the literal World Finals, I'm sorry.
All right, so hold on. Here we go. Exodial loading back up in here. So Gen G just spotting Peps a point here on Ilios and now back at full strength. So this is a great thing to see.
Yes, to answer the question, we had to play this game out. We could not push it forward by an hour, guys. That's not how it works. There are other teams who are aware of the times they have to play and we can't move the schedule. But That's fine, not an issue. Zodial's made his way back in. And so, Gen G still a bit of a handicap here on Ilios, but now at least there is a game to play. We're off to well. We can start discussing comp because we actually have an Orisa here for Gen G. Something that also surfaced a little bit more in NA last week. Tread will be difficult to shift, but also will struggle to challenge some of those more high ground positions. It'll be up to Willies to take the fight to him. Canale, though, is the issue in the backline, kind of getting pressured down. But Willies pulls on out of that direction. It's Tread to go down first. Canale's been able to keep the Orisa in the game for quite some time. We still don't have a cap quite yet, though.
Yeah. The Orisa is a very easy target, though, for like Zoro, to pop in shots at range. Then obviously for Dip and Willies to kind of collapse on. The Orisa is really good, obviously, using the spear and interrupting the Hazard and, all the mobility and, stuff that Hazard brings to the table as Dip finishes off 2 here. But it's a much slower play style, right? You're obviously playing with the Baptiste as well. So it could take a little bit of things to develop. And then also with the Kiri gone, right? You have that Ana available here with no cleanse on the other side. And Tread is a very easy target.
31% and counting here for Team Peps. Backbone, of course, has already made his way towards the backline, and that is a sleep dart not connecting. He still recalls regardless, but now Zarian is, going to be under a little bit too much pressure. That's a nice little stick. And finally, Gen G, some signs of life in this game. Opened up by Backbone. FD got also pretty far forward in terms of positioning. Takes a bit of damage, able to stay alive, and now it's Willies that's suffering that level of scrutiny, and without the Arnold to keep him topped up. This is Gen G with a flip back.
Oh, well, I mean, you might see it go right back the other way as Dip takes out Exodial and then Zoro takes out Canale. So you just have what Crispy, Tread, and Backbone here still alive as you will have some players from Peps coming off of spawn. You're also going to have Zarion with the nano boost.
Backbone already found his Zarion last time he's able to step forward in this fight. This time probably waiting for the rest of Gen G to be in a position to take eyes off him where he actually to go in. You see where the Wu Young's positioned inside that small room, and here goes Willies, the beneficiary, of course, of the nano boost. Dangerous times here for Canale. He's already burnt through his immortality. Good title blast on Hazard as well. Oh, and Exodial can't quite get enough air. Chased upstairs. FD God going to get that kill credit. Willie's obviously a fantastic carrier for that knockdown. And that extra durability from Tidal Blast, and this puts Peps now back in the lead.
Well, Canale drops that Ant Matrix, and Willies with the benefits of the Nano Boost just goes right through it, puts down a nice jagged wall where Canale didn't really have anywhere to go, gets rid of the Immortality Field, takes care of Canale, also gets the benefit of the Tidal Blast. It's going to be the downpour here in the spawn, and it's going to be the sound barrier at least keeping everybody up for now.
Dip's already fallen though. Zodial's able to pick him off. This is where Gen G can find their way back into the map. Peps, they extend pretty deeply here. End up getting repelled, but 80% is still nothing to sneer at. Flip back here on the point now as FD God will be picked off. And Gen G had to be happy with this result at risk of being sort of forced out of the map, maybe even some spawn camp potential. Now Willies is in an awkward spot where he needs to dive back towards the rest of his team. The Backbone's picked off. There's an opening here.
Yeah, and I mean, Zoro's going to build up towards a Bola, and you're also going to have a Pulse Bomb here, and now getting rid of Backbone. I mean, a slight window of opportunity here for Peps. So at this point has been quite chaotic. It'll actually be Peps getting on and contesting.
Willies here just trying to play from this high ground, but Bola shot catches onto the Hazard. That's nicely done for Exodial, but Zarian a double Bionade pickoff. Zodial and Canale both dropped out of that. How on earth has he managed to hit a Freya with that ability? That is a massive swing here for Team Peps. Gen G now working with very little, no use going for the Terror Surge if you are Tread. And Jerry now with a self-nade, keeps that pressure off as Backbone eventually is brought down. Flip back here for Team Peps, and scant seconds remain for Gen G to contest.
So it was Zoro's Bola shot into like that back right corner where you kind of see at the on your screen right there, and then it was Dip's actual pulse bomb getting rid of the immortality field, did a bunch of damage, and then it was Zarion's bio grenade that kind of like connected and killed those two.
Backbone only sees Willies right now. Probably needs to find his way towards Zarian, who has a nano boost again for the Hazard. So much to invest in this Hazard to make them virtually unkillable. Terror Surge though tugs Willies down. Tread tries to keep the Hazard close to him. It's hard to do at the best of times. But that has now expired. There's a Tidal Blast though to follow up with a nano boost left off, and Backbone's already fallen. Not ideal. Bionade caught on the Tread. Immortality Field has to be used, but that causes everyone to group around the Tidal Blast itself. Upstairs goes Willies. Good backline pressure, but not enough burst to take any of those individuals down until Tread eats that slash. Crispy falls. No chance here for Gen G. Not quite able to touch, and so Team Peps, after a first round, of course, that is a 5v4.
Yeah.
They close things out on well to take the map.
Yeah, so look, round one, let's not even discuss it. Round 2, Exodial back for the entire time, so full strength. Dude, Willies was dominating there on the Hazard. I mean, just the movement and the ability for him and Dip to work together as Dip finishes 26-1. And look, anytime you can force Gen G to not play like Sim or Reaper or anything like that, I feel like that is a huge win for Peps. And Zerion still continues a really strong support play. May not kind of represent that in the stats, but some really sick bio grenades, and then that was not even with the Curie in play, which he's been fantastic in the stage for. So look, I thought this series would be much closer. Obviously round 1, yeah, nothing you can kind of glean from that, but with what we saw in round 2, that is a style of play that you can replicate there for Peps that could result in a win.
Yeah, and I don't know necessarily how much we're going to see the Wuyang Ana sort of for Peps across the series. I think Zerion always has probably looked at his best on the Ana, if I'm honest with you, but there are a lot of comps that don't involve like full investment in your tank to find success, right? If this isn't a Hazard and it's something that's maybe less mobile, you still have the Tracer that can carry the Tidal Blast. There's still a lot of application for this Wuyang, and FD God has really taken to this hero, I think, after, you know, since his release. Genji, I don't mind the Orisa kind of style map, but Tread really has to do a lot of work to try and keep Willies interested in playing a frontline 1 versus 1. Like Hazard doesn't have a lot of incentive to just trade blows with the Orisa. He knows he kind of loses out on the war of attrition as he runs through cooldowns. So things like the Terra Surge, pulling him back or disrupting him with the Javelin, it's a tough job, I think, as the Orisa.
Totally. And look, here are the stats for game 1, but like we talked about, not a ton here, obviously, with how that round 1 went. We kind of talked about it a little bit. Shout out to production for clarifying it. It was kind of what we thought, that you actually couldn't bring somebody in because you've already locked the roster for that map. So there is an opportunity here, like if Gen G, like, look, maybe Exodial was able to make it back in, but ping is still out of whack, right? Do you make a sub here, which might not be ideal, but at least, you know, you'd have a player at like kind of full peak power, so to speak, right? So I think we'll get an idea what's going on here as we get into the next game.
Yeah, absolutely. Hopefully, you know, for Exodial, he's not still suffering some degree of lag. Because you have the ability to make substitutions now in between those maps. And, you know,
and like he is their best player, at least in my opinion. Like he is their best player, right? So they've been kind of battling through that. Can be tough. It'll be a Gen G map pick. They get it in right away. Icon Vault. So look, I mean, I used to coach ages ago. If there was still probably an issue with Exodial, we would have taken as much time as possible to select the map. But it seems like off of that, no subs, it seems like we're good to go now.
Yeah, absolutely. So at least we've had that issue ironed out. It's just obviously in the one map that it ends up being a factor. Icon Vault's going to be the selection here. Now, we're seeing Xayah really crop up a lot on this map, which is, you know, maybe the kind of hero that you, especially looking at how like the second phase of the map is laid out, you'd be less expecting to see, but she tends to just push into the castle on attack side, right? Just try and bully and force and take that high ground control. I think Tracer's pretty important here. We saw some insane gameplay from Kevster last week, obviously still in a losing series for Virtus Pro, where like that Tracer just had to go absolutely hog wild. And obviously the Rialto map was the one that everyone's going to remember, but his gameplay on Icon Vault
Kev had a silly series all throughout. I mean, yeah, just the one moment can't kind of just and even then in that one moment there weren't really many options for him at that time. What do you think Gen G does here in terms of like their ban process, right? Because like you were to get rid of Hazard, I feel like Willies can play the D.Va at a pretty high level. He can also play something like a Zarya. I'm not really, and Hazard, you know, I think first part of the map pretty decent, last part of the map good. When it gets to the castle, like, you know, some of the verticality that he has kind of lacks. So Gen G actually, okay, so this is interesting. It is a venture ban. So you highlighted a little bit earlier in the series in all your infinite wisdom that Dip sometimes goes to play venture when playing against these sim comps. So that's a good read for Gen G. Also protects the sim. And then it is a Zarya ban here from Peps.
Okay, so not super surprised we've seen Tread pick up Zarya here on this kind of map. I also think that like Hazard and Venture make like a really difficult you know, it doesn't have to be
combo,
be like D.Va, but yeah, like he's very, very good against the sim setups. And this is obviously the kind of map where you have to do a lot less legwork if you want to get that high ground position right. You still, I believe, with the shorter range TP, you can still TP from low to high and like fight for the top castle without having to walk through it, which is pretty sick because it just means you have to burn less cooldowns in order to get into that position to fight your opponent on defense.
So this should be, in theory, advantage for Gen G, right? Sim is in. There's no Adventure, so Dip probably ends up having to play Tracer. Do you see a Reaper potentially? No Zarya, right? So you can't really even use the bubbles for the Reaper.
Yeah,
right?
I think Gen G wants to play Zarya Reaper, or some permutation of the Zarya comp. So like I think the Zarya ban is very heads up from Peps. I don't even know if I feel better for Gen G in light of that. Wooyoung here still attracting most of the bans. Now, Wooyoung did get a slight nerf. It's like his first perk where he can obviously add to the passive healing when he hit shots. That was reduced, but also just the splash damage and more of his power was diverted to the direct hit of his primary, projector, because he really was all about the splash. That was kind of like the whole reason. It was just incredible. You could like splash like for 70 damage on like 3 people. Just the amount of burst you could do was pretty egregious. So that's been tuned a little bit. Wooyoung's still very powerful. Definitely. Now, though, some of those other options have become a little bit more viable in light of that, because Wooyoung has some fairly pronounced weaknesses, but on these longer maps with these wider sight lines, I still think he's a great option, and yeah, someone that we will see Peps opt for alongside the Kiriko.
Yeah, so it looks like Peps, they're going to continue to play the Hazard, and they'll continue to play the Tracer with the Freya. I was almost thinking, Mitch, like obviously Venture not in, but could you play like a Pharah potentially, but not as easy. Like if they were playing Zarya with a Sim, for instance, right? Maybe the Pharah is a little bit more impactful. The Diva can obviously negate some of that. So I think this is a huge moment for Gen G. Obviously down 0-1 in the series, probably a little rattled and quite frankly frustrated with map number 1. They understand the rules. They're pro players. They've been pretty consistent with the rules forever. We just really kind of get to that scenario. But just like Exodial, right? How do you kind of get him back into the swing of things?
All right, TP forward here now for Gen G. We're aware, of course, this OBS POV doesn't have game sound. We'll have that ironed out for you in just a moment. But again, Willie's taking a bunch of damage and wasn't able to pursue Gen G in through this side room. They've also drawn a beat on Dip, who's playing towards the back of the hunting lodge. So Willie's needs to find a way to make himself relevant here before they run out of time. Needs to get onto the point. Definitely waits to the last moment. We won't hold it against him. It's Crispy under some pressure here. Gen G, they've been able to set up with some degree of high ground control as well. Backbone on the Symmetra. As this fight goes longer, he's going to be hitting harder. And now Willie's has fallen. Gen G certainly favored now after that pick. And honestly, they've executed really nicely on this map. They waste 0 time getting onto the point, and they start by forcing the Hazard out of the fight early.
Yeah, it's like Peps goes to rotate a little bit, and they don't actually kind of get back over.
Can we stay up here with Kirio? No, let's end up dropping point.
We can fight point. It's better.
Yeah, I don't want to stay up here.
I will
lean away from Haz. Perma-dance theory, okay? Perma-dance theory. I'm dropping now. Now.
I'm safe for a bit. Yeah.
That's ego point then. Ego point.
Yeah, really peek. Frames on right tread. I TP.
Yeah, I'm picking. Go next.
I know, I'm feeding up, looking for you.
I'm jumping up.
They have no Hazard.
Okay, this one hold, do not zombie walk, please. Hazard's pretty nice job.
Let's just carry on to get out of spawn if they can.
Just walk out left, okay? Walk out left.
Yeah.
Ready, 3, 2, 1, walking.
Spinning.
No DM.
Swing Haz. Hazard, we can shoot him. I need to do anything.
Hazard, no.
He's clear. Not bad.
I'm in spawn. They use
We have Kiri, Freya, Haz.
Kiri, Freya, Haz. Okay, I will wall first one, okay?
Yeah.
This time we're gonna flip.
All right, so you can hear Gen G very clear with each other not to just walk out and die in this kind of spawn camp. Peps though do win themselves an early fight, but you see the backbone TP comes forward. It does leave Exodial stranded. And the fray gets picked off here by Willies. Now we have a symbol in play. Gen G, Matt, still want to commit to this fight. Even though they have like a 4-minute time bank, they think the symbol's enough to make up for the lack of play, but a Kitsune Rush is going to be aimed directly at them. There's a downpour here for Willies, but more than that, he's just trying to find a place to be right now, trying to find a backline to threaten, and that seems to have passed him by.
It was a nice job there for Gen G, actually, when the Kitsune Rush comes down from Peps, just back up a little bit. Zoro getting dangerously low as Willies comes to save him. It's going to be a self-destruct here. So Willie's just trying to dodge that from Tread. You still have this sound barrier available for Gen G. Tread is going to get back in mech, but so low. Has to get back towards the rest of the team. Is even with all these ults traded, Mitch, it is still Gen G gaining some progress.
Yeah, they've definitely managed to, extend their reach across the map. Sin turret as well also allows them to pass to the other side of the bridge. Here's a bowler shot. It's a wild and wayward one. Zoro not able to catch on to anyone. It still garners the sound barrier response, though, out of Gen G. And Crispy, I think, tried to make use of the Sim TP to avoid the downpour, maybe within it, but ends up TPing deep into Peps' formation. Not sure what the idea was supposed to be there. Maybe just feeling a bit uncomfortable in that spot. So it looks like Gen G might be slowed to a crawl yet again. And yes, they're already disengaging.
Yeah, and you lose Tread with his mech here. So Tread gonna have to kind of reset towards the end. So very long fight that goes in favor of Peps. But you still did burn some clock though, Mitch, right? It was a pretty fast point they take by Gen G. And now at this point, you'll see Tread get a mech back. So Kitsune Rush available for Gen G, but like, how do you get Peps like off of this high ground to be able to use it successfully? Maybe it's a TP directly across, try and get onto the payload over by the bridge and force them down.
Well, he's trying to come forward, got booped back briefly, the tidal blast on him, and if he ends up going down for his trouble, this is it. Team Peps looked to try and take a fight, but it wasn't nearly as safe and stable as they suspected. Deep has a chance to contest, but the rest of Peps have to play from the periphery, as noted by Zerion here being right at the back of the map. Exodial, of course, will perch up on this high ground now and be very difficult to dig out by the defenders who'll have to filter out from underneath him. Here's the Kitsune Rush, though, and Exodial realizes he might need to disengage back to his team, but floating through the air like that exposes him to Willies, who catches him with a burst damage of the slash.
Bro, I mean, that is a sick hold there from Peps towards the end, right? As Gen G decidedly wins that fight, they get the payload moving there closer towards the door. But Zerion was still alive. Same with Dip. And Dip gets on to contest, and Zerion actually kind of like rotating all the way around. Drops basically the Kitsune Rush from behind, like from the attacker side of the bridge. TP's back out to Willies. They get control over the payload and pick up a few kills and hold it now as, now they know everybody coming from the high ground. It's going to be the sim wall.
Okay, bowl shot of basically point-blank range, but if he gets Tread for his trouble, Zoro's going to be happy with that exchange. Dip, however, went down. Backbone charged up, trying to TP across the point and put some more pressure on the Freya by the looks. He'll set up there with these turrets, which will be a bit of a nuisance here, as Willies will try and use Spike Guard to step forward and actually contest the card. Exodial's in a very dangerous position, but it got a Suzu given to him there in that moment, so there won't be one to cleanse this off. The root catches onto two. Genuinely a very good downpour, and Peps convert into a fight win.
It feels like Willies is unkillable. I mean, so many times getting dangerously low. Some nice help with the Suzus and obviously healing from Zerion, but the movement from Willies, it's been tremendous. The downpour there actually connects with Crispy, so not going to be able to use that sound barrier at that moment. Same with Backbone. It's going to be a TP directly across here. They're going to take a long angle here towards that. Oh, they lose Exodial, who's going to have the bullet shot. That is absolutely brutal there for Gen G.
Zoro, they're going to get traded out. Tread at least is able to find the other fray, but once more, Gen G spread themselves a little thin as they approach the card. That was the call coming out of Spawn. No zombie walking, but Tread is able to double down and find two. There's something here for Gen G. FD God's got to get away from this. Dip now steps up to try and contest, but Tread in one swoop eliminates two opponents, finds the third kill in this fight. A fourth as Zoro descends into his arms at Gen G. I can't believe they just turned a 2 versus 4, Matt. That is disgusting.
I mean, barely, right? Tread ends up with 2. And I thought what was going to end up happening, right, with the way things were going and like pretty good momentum going in favor of Peps. I thought Dip and FD God may have been able to juggle it there for a second, and then, as a player comes back from respawn, right, Zoro goes with the sim, you would have had like the sound barrier drop from FD God and be able to win it pretty handily. But a tremendous clutch there from Gen G, keeping the map alive.
Sound barrier here for Team Peps. You can see how important the beat is in this kind of fight, as Gen G have nothing really to fall back on of their own. Dip's going to take a long way around here. Doesn't actually get to grips with Exodial in the end. Gen G is so low, but this disengage actually, it works.
There's a pulse bomb there from Dip. Got a few players low, but I mean, you just see the nuisance he is in the back line, right? But putting pressure onto Backbone and Exodial. They have to keep Tread in back. It's going to be a sim wall.
Zoro down yet again. Not the start that Peps were looking for here. As Exodal starting to pop off. He's found himself two. Pressured heavily by Willies, but he goes low for it. This will be Gen G now getting within striking distance of the end of the map. 20 seconds of play remain. Willies could come out of spawn at least with a downpour now, but Peps had to be very careful not to zombie walk themselves.
Gen G needs to keep the supports alive here, Mitch. A massive advantage in terms of getting close to these support ultimates. You need to get these down here. If you do, it's most certainly going to be a map completion.
Yeah, Crispy has beat. This is huge. Gen G on an upswing in terms of ultimate economy. Now they're going to leverage it and try and get the map done. Downpour catches on the backbone. He's healthy though. Sound barrier protected him for any potential follow-up. And now a dip in Willie's being stuffed back into spawn. Gen G, would they look like they would be done outside the second phase of the map? They get a full completion.
I mean, that is a massive clutch up, and you can actually see Gen G just back up around the corner there and know, like, hey, there's no reason to put like the supports in harm's way. Let's wait a beat, right? Everybody's going to get their support ults and come around the corner. And there was nothing they were going to be able to do to combat like sound barrier plus Kitsune Rush at the same time, with nothing coming out of the spawn for Pep. So a huge clutch up there from Gen G to be able to complete the map.
Looking over the stats here, I think this tells quite the tale. Backbone really ramping up in some of these more dragged out engagements. Just a really good fit for the sim role on this Gen G side, but a couple of times, Matt, where they are TPing out of spawn or TPing to gain some ground on this very long map. Individuals getting caught out in the backline. Willies was able to exploit maybe just, you know, a straggler here or there to make it a 5v4 before the fight began. Trent, I mean, did a great job to keep Gen G in that game. It was looking pretty dire. But it turns out having your diva alive in that 2v4 it's enough.
What do you think about the Sojourn swap here for Peps? It kind of happened towards the end. I think Sojourn obviously has some benefits towards that like later part of the map, right? Really easy to build up railgun shots and just a one-hit potential. I'm not sure I'd love it here if it's potentially what we're going for on offense, and it looks like maybe a Widow shot and then a swap to Freya is what's in order.
I guess there's some frustration about playing the Freya into the diva, right? Because if those explosive bolts do get eaten up, she feels pretty weak. Yeah. Whereas like, so you can game the defense matrix a little bit easier with Sojourn, of course, as you arc through hit scan off that right click, and can also farm the diva mech if she is not using that. So we'll see how it plays out. I think that disruptor shot gets a lot more value on that last phase of the map than it does here. And look at this, Gen G already
so low, very
decisive. I love that they're asserting themselves here, but Kanale just overextended a little bit. Zerian's able to find him now with that kunai, and Backbone is not going to be able to TP out of this. So Gen G throw themselves at Team Peps, and I don't think this is what they'd envisioned.
No, not at all. You saw quickly there when we were on with Zoro, when Backbone goes to TP, and he actually just kind of like throws a disruptor shot on the TP, puts some shots into Backbone and the teleporter as well. And Backbone has no way to get out. Same with the rest of the members of Gen G who went on in. So a really fast point A take there for Peps. Let's take a listen into their offense to see if they can make a good progress here in the second part of the map.
They're dropping close. I need to take my guy. You need to shoot me.
What can you do?
I can fight with this.
Me too. No. Trade now. See what you pick. You can see him?
Yeah, I need to I'm playing like
I'm dead.
play like One bit spawn. Yeah.
Wait,
go down one.
Use even back.
Take myself. Shoot. Wait.
I'm back. See, trade dans beaucoup de focus. If they tip on us, we take the fight with focus.
I can hit top. One fuck before them. I think.
Yeah.
I'm going for Kiri. We're in position, Kiri. No TP, Kiri. We have to push cover. We don't have to do anything until the TP.
Yeah.
I'm
Can you push cover?
No.
They don't. Bait me.
Why you want to go so? I can swing from mid.
Okay, set up for
Can you take us? Can we take us?
Can we take us?
Take us.
Can you fight the three with focus? Yeah.
I'm singing top.
Go backline 3, 2.
Sing bottom race.
First point now.
Shoot Diva.
I can low one.
Diva now. Coming. Three point.
3 point.
I think that 5.
Yes, Matt. Nothing quite like stick in a Freya with a pulse bomb and have her carry it through the TP.
Yeah.
The sim, I think it was. Either way, that's a special delivery that Genji would have liked to have declined.
You also heard that when Peps was talking, they were talking about using the Kitsune Rush, and obviously don't need to do that. Once, that big pulse bomb comes on through, that is unfortunate that, it looks like Dip actually just gets TP'd right on top of. It's going to be a sound barrier for both sides, just trying to keep everybody alive.
Yeah, Pep's really investing despite the loss of Dip at the start of the fight, and they may end up regretting it, but to his credit, Zerion has held onto Kitsune Rush, so at least Peps won't be disadvantaged heavily in terms of those ultimates in their next fight. The problem is if Exodial does that, Zoro able to pick him up with that railgun. We discussed the Sojourn's viability here, and against the Freya, sometimes she just presents herself as a juicy morsel to be blown apart by a railgun, and all of a sudden momentum switches back now in favor of Peps. They are right outside those doors. There'll be a Kitsune Rush here for Zerion should it be required. And this is a Peps at full strength, ready to try and get into the last phase of the map. Sim TP forces an immediate disengage though, and Dip is not fast enough.
Yeah, it's 2 fights in a row. They lose Dip right away. Obviously, everybody hightailing it. They have 4 Peps when that sim wall comes out, where they probably would have tried to downpour after that. Maybe ends up using their own Kitsune Rush, but when you lose Dip, I think you have to just back out now, kind of soft reset, as that's a nice fight win there for Gen.G just off of the back of that sim wall.
That's a little tough for Peps, if I'm honest with you. Still though, they have that Kitsune Rush to match with Kanale. FD got ahead on beat charge as well. And a self-destruct, a remake opportunity there for Tread. Here's the rush to open up the fight for Peps. They're going to go for it. Kanale tries to reciprocate, but the pressure is immense on Gen.G. And that is a Lucio caught inside the downpour. Beautifully set up there by Willies, allowing Dip to take the easiest frag of his life. And now Gen.G will fall flat in yet another fight. Peps are able to get over the line. Willies, a great setup with that Hazard ultimate.
Well, they're so split on the Gen.G side, right? There's no opportunity for Kanale to save, numerous people, right? But the Suzu when the downpour comes on through, and unfortunately, Crispy, he was already in trouble with Dip right in his face, and when he's not able to move, he's the freest of kills. I feel like Gen.G, they have to know here, Mitch, you have to take a fast fight, right? Because you know that the sound barrier is on the other side. You really want to get that out here.
I wonder if they've tracked it being ready now. I think if they're pessimistic, they would have, and they'd be correct. Here's the bowler shot coming in first. That's going to be avoided by the most part. It looks like Zoro got back behind the car and was unaffected by it ultimately. FD God holding on to the beat. Peps holding on, waiting for a moment to come forward. Willies maybe not healthy enough to go aggressive. That could be the issue, as Zerion probably is trying to keep him topped up as much as possible. They're allowing, though,
Zerion's going to get
Gen.G to get back into the game. Yeah, look at these ultimates being generated on Gen.G side as well. Dip those found is opening, gets in and deals with backbone, and surely you go for it now. Self-destruct for a remake opportunity. Tread is able to hide behind the model of the mech, but not able to avoid Dip, who follows up on him. 2 minutes 20 in the map, and Peps are going for it. Sound barrier not quite ready there for Crispy, and there might not be a chance to make use of it. This card is getting home. If the Tracer has nothing to say about it and Backbone gets a touch, they're going to be forced back. Crispy has beat. Lets it go. Only affects 3 players now because Kitsune Rush is in play for Team Peps, and FD God still has his sound barrier to work with. Playing at the edge of the map. Here they go. Peps into the faces of Gen.G. Kanale's going to be bowled over, and Exodial's taken down by the burst damage of the Hazard as Crispy falling to a railgun. Gen.G get the beat, but it's a little too little and too late in the day. Tread will valiantly try and contest the car, but that's all she wrote for this defense. Peps will finish the map with a minute 42 to get 1 checkpoint.
And the Sojourn actually looked really good. We were talking about it, and I wasn't, because Zoro was playing really well in the Freya, right? And then obviously Gen.G goes on a crazy run towards the end, but the Sojourn is definitely paid off with obviously just being able to kind of put some consistent damage down on Tread, eat up the defense matrix, right? Force him to kind of use it constantly between Zoro's Sojourn and then the Hazard in the mix, and then obviously you got one-shot potential and just the AoE effect of the Disruptor shot. So this one coming right down to the wire. 15k damage plus for Zoro leading the lobby.
Again, this is pretty frustrating for Gen.G, but frankly, things were okay. I don't hate it here. I don't feel against the Sojourn you feel as confident as going up against the Freya.
I do think though, Willie's has just been in and out, and just all of the movement, they have not been able to track him down. There have been a few fights where he should end up dying quite early, and they just don't kind of keep him in the group long enough there. He's able to just kind of get out with his life, and obviously, you know, a ton of it is just tremendous movement on Willie's part, but at least the mag grenade may end up resulting in some more kills.
Just makes it a little harder for, like you said, Dip to do his thing. Zoro doesn't even attempt to pop himself up here. Over towards the Sojourn once more. Loosely considered to be favored against that Cassidy matchup. A little doesn't suspend himself in mid-air nearly as long as contemporary. And see what Dip can do as he wants to wrap around to disrupt the shot to buy a little bit of space. That's given Dip a way in up to the Hunter's Lodge, something that Gen G you expect will be keenly aware of, but it's a timing issue now for Dip. Needs to find the right moment to drop in. Exodio can whip around, throw a grenade. Oh, great wall. Jackal almost knocks Backbone out of formation. Very dangerous for the Sim. It's Canale that ends up getting served up. Dip has found a second, unperturbed by the Cassidy's presence, is able to drag Exodial down. And this is Team Peps, who only need one tick of progress to take the map away, and they will have that easily enough. It's a 2-0 series as Peps outlast Gen G on their map pick.
But Willie's and Dip combining with this like Hazard and Tracer, it is so good. I mean, the jagged walls from Willie's been really strong there. Like you said, I think it was like right near the TP and just kind of like knocked players off course. Just kind of knocks Canale basically right into harm's way. They end up dealing with him. Then everybody's just kind of starting to spread a little bit, you know, uncoordinated on the Gen G side of things. And then Dip just one by one finishing these players off. I mean, dude, look at so Dip obviously 33-7, pretty sick game. But Willie's 38-6 there. I mean, just not able to take him down whenever he's being that aggressive. They just have not been able to do that so far.
Genuinely, I'm loving the tank play in this series. Willie's and Tread, you would not have heard me saying this at the start of this stage. This is genuinely a really compelling matchup and two drastically different styles. Gen G go for the fallback as well onto the Cassidy, but it really is just for that last point. It really is the hope that they can neutralize Dip on his way in, get a 5v4, and maybe snowball into, you know, forcing a draw situation. But outside of that, right, the sim play from Backbone opened up some really interesting rotations, stuff that Peps had to really quickly, you know, I guess reassemble themselves for. So I like to see that, but when Peps are able to take the initiative, when Willie's is able to go in first, set something up, or Dip finds a random pulse bomb or 2 kills off the back of it, then it's a different story. But these downpours looked really, really good. And honestly, I like the pace that we saw from Peps against this sim comp, who will run away with the game if you are not proactive playing into it.
I mean, you have to ban Hazard, it feels like, right? If you're Gen G, it feels like it's just so good, especially in the hands of Willie's. Like, at least if you can force him over to the Diva, I think you feel a little bit better at it. But then also, like, Zarya in theory would be in the mix as well, right? So a tough scenario here for Gen G. As look, I thought, like I said, you know, Johnny kind of laughed at me when I said I thought it was 50-50, but I thought this is a little bit of a closer series potentially. And obviously map 1, I think you kind of throw that one a little bit away. But map number 2 here for Peps, I mean, this goes down to the wire and they're able to clutch up.
I mean, I just want to point out that it could have been very one-sided at one point if Tread doesn't sort of save the day, right? Tread, I think it was the Lucio.
The second point.
Alongside, and that second point. So I think like Gen G had to do a heck of a lot of heroics to sort of stay in the map so far. Despite this, I still have a modicum of confidence that this series can go the distance, or at least you know, be more than just a 3-0. You put aside what happened in map 1, your focus here, of course, on, you know, what would be an incredible result is making it to Stockholm. And yeah, this is the highest stakes match that either of these teams as teams have ever played, and they all will be from this point onward if they are successful. So we're watching two teams that are evolving. For me, Matt, it feels like a proof of concept of what the OWCS is all about, right? These two teams in the past, perennial 5th, 6th rosters, now fighting for that top 3 spot, fighting for a spot at Stockholm to further their development even more. And they've been giving us some great games along the way. Hopefully this one is no exception.
Yeah. Here's the issue, Mitch, is if you get rid of, like, let's say for argument's sake, if you're Gen G here with this first pick and you get rid of Hazard, Peps has not burned a sim ban, right? So you get rid of the sim and then you're what? I guess you're trying to play at that point, if you're Gen G, you're trying to play Zarya Reaper into like a Willie's
play the Tracer.
A kind of composition. Yeah, I think they would rather probably just kind of play the Sim Reaper. They can obviously still play Tracer for Gen G, right? But I think they would probably skew towards some of those other comps. But yeah, do you almost have to ban a DPS here Like, could you ban if you are Genji? Could you ban Sojourn? Protects the sim, plus gets the Sojourn away from Zoro.
I'm super happy with Sojourn ban here. Yeah, I think that would be fun. Oh, okay. So Genji opened by banning away the Wuyong, which is fine. I mean, FD God really likes to play the hero. I think Wuyong on this map is really troll.
Yeah.
When you so Wuyong makes this map even harder to come back on as the team that loses the first fight. Like having to play into the high ground against him, and just in general, it also supercharges the hazard pick, right? If you don't feel like you can target both of those really annoying factors, you go for the Wuyong here, who just in a vacuum is very, very good still. The Reaper ban is pretty heads up, but I don't. Yeah, I mean, I think you're happy to play the sim sort of anyway. So this is the kind of map where she can obviously get you a ton of value. I think sim's very reasonable pick here. So
well, you also, I guess, save the sim ban. Like, let's say if you lose this, if you're Peps, right, you can go Atlas or Suravasa and get rid of the sim. You could go Rialto and get rid of sim, right?
Oh god, that would be backbreaking. Yeah.
So there's some really good options for Peps, like to keep that ban going forward, because like you probably wouldn't even ban if you're Genji, like on Rialto. Like we've seen all last week, it was like Zarya versus Diva and Rialto. Like you probably would see some of that, but then with the sim gone, which probably favors Peps slightly.
Yep, I would say so. I think this is such an interesting series because these two teams genuinely have very different styles, right? Willies does not prefer, the Zarya, for example, likes to be, turning up on the Diva or on the Hazard, as we've seen. One of these teams is a sim team. The other is certainly not. Zoro and Dip obviously more often show us some hit scan and Tracer mix, which is also why I thought that like getting one of them sort of legendary maps where both Tracer and Lucio are banned. Like, I'd be very curious to see how that affects these guys, because I think disproportionately it might impact Genji, as Pep's quite happy to play Wuyong in many of those cases. That's an idea to save for later. We might still get that sort of setup. It is pretty rare, and teams have shown that they're not always sure how to proceed under those conditions. But Reaper banned away from Genji. Not going to be an option, but it definitely enables the Sim Tracer comp, Sim Tracer Diva. You play Lucio Kiriko, play some good honest Overwatch. You clock in for this map number 3 as Peps are fighting for their spot in Stockholm.
Man, this is obviously must win here for a Genji. Not probably how they thought this series would go off the start. Looks like potentially gotta pause here to open things up. So we'll get an idea what's going on here.
Okay. Yeah, we will be graced by
here is killing me.
Yeah, the TikTok sound honestly is heightening that a little bit, isn't it? It's really, it really makes me feel like I'm on, like a
it makes me feel like you're about to sit on a couch and we're about to just question you, with the little like hypnotize you, whatever it is.
No, we're just gonna get the light shining in your face. Where were you in map number 1 of Ilios?
Yeah. So sounds like potentially another DC issue. So we'll see how long that kind of takes to get resolved. But look, unfortunate scenario here for Genji, right? Down 2-0. We obviously all know what happened. Map number 1, map number 2. I think look, Peps won that map, right? Like they did. Like everybody was in, everybody was playing. They won the map. So we'll see here what happens now on Esperanza.
Yeah, of course. I mean, this is the kind of map where you can really snowball it. We talked about how important that first fight is, right? And we've seen plenty of teams as well just like abuse that high ground for as long as humanly possible. And obviously, not only do you have a snowball in positioning, but usually ult economy when you sort of win that first fight. So we tend to see one team get out to like that 30 to 60%, and then the games start to, even out a little bit from there. Honestly, like in matches where we have like, the team that loses that first fight actually come back and win the second, for me, it's like pretty decisive. That's always, giving us some really great back and forth, but there's always the potential this kind of map blows out.
I mean, we will see. I mean, I don't think we really kind of, we're in that waiting game now where it's like, yeah, everything you said makes sense. If both squads are at full strength, if one squad is, obviously handicapped, everything like that goes out the window, right? So obviously, like we talked about, pause right at the start. Exodio, still some type of issues with his internet, getting an update here. from League shortly about what's going on with that.
I do want to see. I do hope either he just locks the Cassidy on this kind of map, even against the Sojourn. I think you can still find good success there. I think also having a good answer, even to like, I kind of wish we'd seen. Archinvol's not the map for it really, but like a little bit more of what Cass can do to try and hinder that hazard. We know obviously that his grenades are super nice against the Tracer, right? But anything you can do, I think, to make it a little bit harder for Willies just to pull up on you constantly, I think you're going to be in a great spot. So we'll see. We've seen it play out before. We've seen them bring the Cassidy onto this map, but Exodio is going to be required to have like another insane game because Zoro was no.
Well, he's just going to be required. Period. Like at this point, he's just required to be there. I think like insane game. Being in the type of scenario he's probably in, slightly tilted. I think you just need him there in having the firepower to just kind of match back. Obviously, we know how things go in a handicap scenario, so I think that's like once we see him in game, playing, we can start talking a little bit more serious about like kind of like how that would play out in terms of comms. But I think the big thing, at least for me, is like, okay, he's got to be present first. Like once he's present, we can figure everything else out after that.
Absolutely. Now, at a moment like this, I want to point out we have a new referral program that's spinning up over at FACEIT. So let's just say like you wanted to invite your team, you had a group of players, you want to start competing in the FACEIT League. You can create your own referral link and earn some awesome rewards, including a trip to the first unannounced LAN of the 2026 year for OWCS. So don't hesitate to start now. This is how it works, right? It's based on ranking, but our referral program also offers you some great cash prizes amidst there, as well as a large amount of FACEIT points. So you can just make your own link, right? This is obviously a great way if you've got some friends who, are like teetering on the edge of wanting to play competitively. Maybe, you're getting some, stuff done in ranked and you want to start grouping up as 5 and actually, start competing in, a league that basically has everything on rails for you. You just turn up to the game, you get invited to the lobby. Well, fce.gg/referral program is how you can get your referral link.
And like there's awesome stuff to hear with the referral program, right? Like you mentioned a trip to the first OWCS LAN next year. I'm sure that'll be awesome. You got the Overwatch coins, skin packs, FACEIT hoodies. I mean, you got some cash in there. I mean, hey, why not? Especially some of our co-streamers may as well kind of get that link going. I'm sure Johnny's trying to get his up right away, or Pledge at one instantly.
Absolutely. Now, we are, of course, invested in this being a competitive match, so we want to give our teams as much time as possible to resolve their issues, and I say as much time as possible as is allowed via our rules. So quick break, then we'll come back for map 3 once that time has elapsed, and we hope this is the case, whatever player is being affected by the issues.
Hopefully we come back shorter than the full break.
Sooner rather than later would be great. We're going to do our very best to make sure, though, that both teams have everything they need to compete on level footing. So we'll see you after this.
side. Someday, at my day, I will change my life. People, it doesn't matter where you go. Don't stop for me. People, this is the place where I follow. Here
Hello, everybody. Thank you for staying with us so far. We had an extended pause, again, just to try and iron out some connection issues, obviously affecting Exodial. There are a couple of options that were floated, but here's the one we've landed. I'm going to read the copy for you guys, okay? Exodial is obviously going to be back in the roster. Gen G are committing to playing the map with Exodial, even if his ping ends up spiking again. If his ping spikes and he DCs, they'll be given a limited amount of pause time to resolve the issue. That's no more than 5 minutes. This does not involve bringing a player in from outside of the game, though. Gen G, and I quote, understand the risks and are electing to take this approach. So same lineups. We're restarting the map. We're going to be heading into Esperanza momentarily.
Sounded like maybe we had an option where, there were going to be some, movement around the rosters that Pep's, obviously the first map it happens, second map it's like, okay, the issue escalates, like you would give them an option, and they were okay with like some changes on the roster there of Gen G, but Gen G then at the last minute, Exodial's internet just started to come alive, so he is back in, but obviously if something were to happen, like we're gonna go with what Mitch just read.
Yeah, and I'm sure like people can appreciate the difference between a player DCing during a map and having issues before it, and in terms of how we have time to potentially respond to and resolve that. So with that behind us, let's get out onto Esperanza. Now, the bans, Reaper ban by Peps. It's a Wuyong ban away by Gen G, so forces the Lucio Kiriko lineup for Peps, which for them is probably fine. I mean, FD God is right at home, and Exodial's going to start here on the Freya, probably concerned about trying to at least mitigate the freedom of movement for Willies.
Yeah, good to remind, the Wuyong ban for Gen G. Peps, obviously, they get rid of a Reaper. It is a Gen G map selection, so that Wuyong ban came in first. So just to kind of level set where we're at in the series, it's been a weird one, I think, to say the least. But right here, both teams just kind of playing around this central pillar here, just trying to gain control.
Yeah, Willie's also just trying to get some LOS around the corner in that third-person view, trying to assess like where the lineup of the backline is, because he's the one ultimately with Dip that is going to have to make that dive. So probably hoping for some word from his Tracer on when it will be go time. And in the meantime, Zoro can build up some rails here, but is playing very safely, very passively. Peps with a really safe approach to this so far, but will that yield results for them now? And Gen G are the ones that sort of take the risk. They look for the fight, and Willies is caught out by Canale. The trade is there at least, though, and Dip does find his, but that's half of that two-man pincer designed to dive into the backline that's been neutralized.
Yeah, one of the rare instances they've been able to find Willies early in a fight. So they will actually get control over the bot. They will kind of use his TP here to try and take some of the high ground as trying to make a dive to there for Zoro. He slides out of the way, so a nice dodge there.
So it does mean that in a moment, Gen G would have that high ground access. You can see Peps don't want to lose a full fight. They actually rather disengage after losing a couple of players, and at least giving themselves the ability to play from their bridge properly. So they will. Sim, of course, is in play here for Backbone. You notice the TP is just designed there for quick rotations to either side of the playing field. And here's Backbone now getting some scrutiny. Oh, that's reacted to beautifully by Dip, and it's a double down on the pulse. And again, it's both DPS that suffer the blast. Beautifully done here for Peps. And Gen G have nothing to say about that.
And you got to say, though, I mean, look, Peps, when we've been at full strength, everything's gone. They've looked up for the game here today, and there's got to be some tilt on the Gen G side of things, right? Even when you're back at full strength, it's still a rough scenario. Zerion there with the Kitsune rush. Now Gen G, though, with the opportunity to double support ult here coming on in. A slight advantage. We'll see. I know they're going to TP and try and take this fight from the opposite side high ground.
Okay, this is one way, I guess, of circumventing the issue of high ground being taken away. Gen G's set up in a pretty favorable position and have the bot to hand. If that's not contested, that is going to head in Gen G's direction. They'll be even more favored positionally. So Peps need to react to this pretty quickly, and so they do with Dip once again gets on the kill feed. It's Exodial getting brought down. This symbol is all well and good, but a sound barrier who's going to protect Willies from what would have been certain demise. Now sound barrier comes down. Willies might want to go for this downpour here, but gets caught out.
Oh, he gets taken out through. Yeah, it doesn't actually connect, so that's huge. So the downpour doesn't connect.
That's rough, man.
Yeah, first one, I guess. But still, the bot getting very close here to this first checkpoint. It's going to be Tread having to use a self-destruct here. Going to use it to just get a new mech backbone with 2 in the feed. So they will stop the onslaught there from Peps right before they were going to get that checkpoint.
Really nicely done. They lose a player early. I think it's Exodial that gets picked off, but that Symmetra wall gives them so much breathing room. That plus Crispy's ultimate. So that now lets Team Peps start to push into enemy territory and assume this high ground position. What is the answer for Gen G? They have a bowler shot here, obviously, or rather on defense to throw down. Peps are close to the Kitsune rush. That's something to keep an eye on. And just Dip just get in there and find an easy pick this time. Last couple of fights have been very good for the Tracer.
Yeah, Pulse Bomb doesn't get anything this time, though, as Willies gets very low. They're going to have to try and keep him alive as Exodial gets behind them, use that Sim TP, and it's going to be a Kitsune rush here, layered over the point here for Peps, and most importantly, it's going to be Peps getting rid of Tread. And the battle of the tanks, it's just been Willies able to stay alive a little bit longer here, just kind of maneuver himself around the map in a little bit of a better place than Tread throughout it. Although I say that, reminder, Tread has kind of been playing in a much different game here than Willies, right? I know with Exodial, obviously, at a little bit of a higher ping, and then Backbone, playing Sim, played Freya in map number 1, so just a little bit out of sorts here for Gen G, but it looks like Peps here, Mitch. Sound barrier at the ready. They'll be able to form this up and get this first checkpoint.
Yeah, this is really hard to contest. I think Gen G realized that. They opt to give it up. They realized that were they to contest based on where the ultimate economy is for FD God, it might have been a lost fight. They might instead elect, Matt, just to develop their own beat, or at least try and get that in this next fight. But double sport ultimate would be big. But if the loss of the checkpoint definitely hurt.
Yeah, they don't actually go out to contest the checkpoint. I think potentially you, okay, if you go out and contest it, the sound barrier comes down, you lose even more. But look at this. I mean, FD God is going to be able to kind of wrap around here. It's going to be the Sim wall, kind of split things off. Team Peps, though, should be able to kind of keep this contested. Now they're kind of playing from the Gen G side of things.
Here's the beat. They're going to come forward with it now. Matt, that Sim wall might not be that effective with Gen G being pushed away from it. It expires. Gen G on the wrong side of the map. They can at least wait for that sound barrier to dissipate before looking for an engagement. Crispy has one of his own. So really, it's a matter of just engaging off this beat, but the map allows for Peps to split quite a lot between high and low. Look, they're going to be hard to pin down.
Yeah, it's going to be a Kitsune rush they open things up with. So now the bot will actually be going towards the Pep side of the map. Gen G just kind of escorting it, running it away. But you will be able to kind of rotate through that back alley where you kind of get that front spawn. And it looks like Peps will probably take that advantage and try and take that high ground here. Yeah, where you see everybody coming out, trying to deny this space here from Gen G. Oh, Crispy at the beat, dude. That's a huge shot from Zoro.
Yeah, I really think Gen G have to make that move here. They're going to give up a lot of extra progress. This is a very odd game where both teams have elected to play on the other side of the map. Creates a really odd dynamic when the bot starts to push in towards that team as opposed to away from them, leading the charge, so to speak. There's of course, an overclock here for Zoro to make use of. A downpour for Willies, and it's Exodial that just gets flattened first. And that was an unoverclocked railgun connection. Huge pick to get the Freya in that fashion. And with a Tread D-mech and a beautiful disruptor shot thrown at the mech, including a jagged wall, it's going to be tough for Tread to do much more than to move away from the situation, but he can still get back in mech. He doesn't answer the question of how they take the bot away from Peps.
Yeah, I mean, you see a nice jagged wall here from Willies, kind of protecting himself. They're in a scary scenario about getting like pinched from both sides here, but I mean, dude, look at where these fights are happening in such odd parts of the map. Like, Peps getting deep into Gen G territory, but then Gen G kind of like wrapping around the other way as, as the clock just kind of gets burned down through all of this, Mitch, right? So overclock available from Zoro here, trying to, maybe wrap around here, see if he can put some big shots into Tread as Tread loses all his armor.
So many rotations, Matt. The Sim, of course, allows Gen G to do that a bit more effortlessly, but Zoro there just, complete wrap around, trying to find the right place to be, but this Sim will directly shut that overclock from the high ground off. Now Team Peps have to reposition yet again, this time with the bot moving at a rate of knots. This bridge they can set up on.
Yep, they just go back and contest this high ground. That's exactly what we saw before. Exodial actually now switches off of the Freya. to a Sojourn of his own. Probably going to be able to kind of keep himself alive a bit better, right? Kind of slide away, put some more consistent damage, a little bit more burst potential. As that's a huge pick, as FD God was dropping the beat at the same time. Zerion falls before it comes down.
It comes in though for FD God. Can Peps make use of it though? Pulse bomb, but catches out of Exodial. Dip has been so good with those. They've been virtually magnetic over the course of this map. He finds yet another tread out of Mech. Had no chance to clamber back inside. And this one is going to break momentum for Gen G brutally. Now Peps can race back across the map, be once again threatening to get to triple digits.
And we're already below 2 minutes. Is now Dip will actually kind of hold here for a second, let everybody get back, but below 2 minutes past the checkpoint, so Peps can also even decide like, hey, let's just play from this high ground instead. A lot of options here for Peps. Like Gen G has to be careful though, right? Like if they use a TP to try and go up to that high ground, I assume what's going to happen is Peps going to drop low. They're actually going to use this TP from the Kiri, drop the Kitsune Rush, and then they're going to give up even more percentage of the bot, getting close to the spawn.
At this point, Peps are happy to burn this clock. Kitsune Rush, of course, can be laid down. A great defensive Kitsune earlier for Zerion when Peps were on the back foot. Obviously, plenty of opportunities now. You drop to the low ground, you can throw this on the bot and then allow someone like Willies to dive, within its confines towards that back line still. So it's up to Gen G to build that beat. That is what the game plan is right now. Exodial might look to try and take matters into his own hands. Gets an instant Suzu for his troubles, and he just denies the high ground instantly. All the Pep split. Now in a dangerous spot, Exodial sees FD God float to the ground. His second pick off now, and Gen G finally have a chance now to get forward and back into the map.
I mean, finally, right? It felt like a while that they've been trying to kind of like manufacture something like that, taking some high ground control. So that time they get Exodial set up there. He actually lands a shot on the Zoro. It's a nice Suzu, just keeping some of the members of Peps alive, but then finishes off Zoro in the end. But Mitch, we're already in OT, and guess what? Peps is going to come back. You had to use your sound barrier there for Gen G. FD God's going to be able to build his up, downpour available, and overclock here for Peps.
This is it for Gen G, their last chance to make a bid for Stockholm. TP set up now, just allows a rotation across this thoroughfare as Zoro's getting ready to receive some attention, but that symbol means that these shots are again blunted. It's been the answer for Backbone every time Zoro has gone for this play on the Sojourn, and so there's a checkpoint here hanging in the balance. Gen G are going to be allowed to take it. Butt scratch achieved, but now Peps want to step forward. They've got a sound barrier of their own. Kitsune Rush is going to be laid down by Canal. High ground position taken up by Peps, and the Jagged Wall will protect them to some degree, but at some point they've got to go forward. They need to put Gen G to a stop, and FD God is waiting, making sure he can maximize this sound barrier potential and doesn't get picked off. That'll be crucial. Beat comes down, big damage sustained by Peps, but they're going to go for it, and Canal gets run over instantly. Tread, nowhere to go, no teammates to hang his hat on, and no shot at competing internationally. He'll be cut down before he gets in mech, and Team Peps are going to Stockholm, folks.
As they close it out in the end. Willies was tremendous all throughout there on the hazard. A huge downpour at the end. I believe he gets like 3 in that final fight as Peps looked. That was a really close game. Our map 1, obviously we know what happened there. Map 2 was obviously extremely competitive. Then here goes kind of down to the wire. Dip and Willies for me just had tremendous series from Peps from start to finish. The tracer of Dip wasn't really forced off of that all series long, and then Willies was able to play the hazard, which we talked about a little bit earlier. He looked tremendous on throughout the entire series. So big props to Peps for being able to qualify.
Absolutely, and they've got to be feeling incredible about this, obviously.
Yeah.
This will be a series that will have an asterisk next to it, but Eichenwalder and of course this Esperanza map, we just saw a fantastic gameplay from this team. I'm glad you highlighted Dip and Willies, Matt. I also thought that, this is a map where there's a Wuyong band aimed at FD God, right? Something that doesn't really feel like it affects him. Peps are happy to mirror the Lucio Kiri style and look very good doing so.
I mean, look, we've casted a lot of ones that have had a lot of impact and things like that. One of the odder ones, I would say, right? Unfortunate scenario, right? Exodial has been tremendous. He was fantastic in their series to get here, right? We talked about how amazing he was. And then obviously things like this so happen, right? And still was able to compete for the second part of map number 1, all map number 2, and then all map number 3 here, right? But still the mental pretty tough for Gen G to battle back through. I think that is totally fair to say on their part. But Peps looked, I thought this would be a little bit of a closer series, more of like a 50-50, and I think they showed why in a lot of scenarios. I think the support play was good. I know Zoro stepped up, and I know Moment here and at least matched what Exodial was doing on the other side, and then the just Tracer with the Hazard, really impactful comp-wise. So congrats to Peps. It'll be exciting to see what they can do in Stockholm.
Absolutely. I mean, and even before that, they'll have a lower bracket final matchup against the loser of Alcadzia and Twisted Minds. So perhaps, we'll be dragged into that, death dance between Alcad and TM that's been going on for quite some time now. And they'll have a shot to really test their mettle against these teams, because if they want to succeed, truly succeed internationally, then those are the teams that need to be taking sets and series off of.
It is kind of funny to think about in the sense that, out of our playoff field in EMEA, Peps probably would have been, if you would have said, okay, the top 3 is TM, Alcadzia, and Peps. Peps would have been the one out of I think you probably could have told people obviously VP, maybe Vision, right, with an upset. People would have probably even believed Gen G with how they were playing lately. Peps is the one that is very kind of off the wall, especially with how they played in the stage, but obviously playing much better here in the postseason to get there.
I mean, it's crazy because this is the team Peps that lost to Anomaly in a 5-mapper, right? Right before playoffs. Yep. So that's going to shake your confidence a lot. A team that is about to get relegated, you just hand over a series win to, but they have vindicated themselves well and truly, and will be representing at the OWCS World Finals. That's very exciting, of course, for us. I'm looking forward to see what they can provide in Stockholm on the 26th of November. That is creeping up very quickly. We're just over 1 month away from the marquee event of the OWCS calendar year. I'm very excited, of course. I'll be there to see how it all goes down, and I'm sure, EMEA are going to be looking to properly make their mark here on Global Overwatch. Jake teased it on the desk mat. There's potential, you know what I mean? We saw what happened at the mid-season championship. We've seen what these EMEA teams can provide. It's just another 5-10%, and then they'll truly be able to stand towards the top of the podium.
Yeah, look, I think Alcadzia and Twisted Minds, we'll see that matchup coming up next, but we really think that those two teams out of EMEA can really kind of hold a candle to anybody from any region. Now we'll see kind of how Peps fits into that mix as well at Worlds.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm super stoked for them. Obviously, commiserations to Gen G.
Yeah.
But for both of these teams, this is a performance they are perennial 5 and 6, right? Now they're 3 and 4, and that is a big step forward. And we've watched these two squads develop so much over the course of this year and even the prior one. So with that, we're going to head over to our experts to break the game down and set our sights on the renewal of a rivalry that never seems to end. It'll be Alcad and Twisted Minds after this.
Oh man, that would have been a value bet, Johnny. Any regrets?
Okay, I can't believe the Twitch manager paid it out. Come on, you gotta cancel the bet. Look, what a massive shame. Look. I feel really bad. I feel really bad for Gen G. I mean, what an awful way to miss out on the World Finals in that one of your players having internet issues. And look,
and not just one of the players. It's the player.
Yeah.
The player of your team, the most needed, really. I also feel really bad now that we clipped the Backbone interview heading into this one. It suddenly has not aged well. So
that's a tough out. But you gotta, gotta take those risks. You gotta take those risks, provide the content to people. And
knowing him though,
for that sin.
Yeah, no, but knowing him, he's probably chuckling about it. So he even said so himself. But let's break it down still, because there were some moments where the internet held up, the connection was there, Exodial was in the server. So let's chat a little bit about what we've seen from both of these teams, and also just what we can expect to see from Team Peps moving on, not just in playoffs but also into the World Finals in Sweden.
I mean, all right, map 1. Look, we write that off. We write that off. Map 1 is map 1, and that round at least is. But I do feel, Exodial came in, even on map 3, it was I just felt like Peps really came to play, and I don't think we can take anything away from Zoro in particular. To me, I talked about this. I wasn't sure what happened, right? Can Zoro have a really big series and shut down Exodial? Obviously, on some maps, the ping is a factor, but man, on Esperanza, Zoro was lighting it up, finding so many big openings on the Sojourn, really stifling the momentum, not letting Gen G back into the game. Even on Ike, having big opportunities. So, like, I feel like Zoro popped up. I feel like Dip had a huge game. Those pulse bombs Mitch was talking about, they felt like magnetic. I mean, big fights that really do impact the game come down to a Dip pulse bomb. Kills like that by Zoro, it just snatches all the momentum, the tempo away from Gen G. I mean, I think Team Peps deserve this win. As much as Gen G are gonna feel like, oh, like I really wish we had this on a different day, we had a rematch on this. In the end, it's still a convincing win by Team Peps.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think they looked really good. Dip was 15-1 on the third map and 26-1 on that half map 1 on Ilios. And I think that just goes to show how amazing Dip was for a lot of the time. As we take a look at the bracket here, and Pep advancing, of course, securing their spot to Stockholm, and now we'll get third. But I think for the most part, like Gen G, they sat back a lot with their symmetric composition. They weren't as proactive as some other teams, and that allowed Dip to get onto these flanks and perfectly time his blinks in and secure those frags. And that was absolutely huge for a Peps who, it's really difficult to secure those initial picks to turn into a 5 versus 4 situation. But I think Peps in this scenario, like Dip and Zoro, they needed to secure those individual kills to open up these team fights, and they did.
They did indeed. They secured their spot at the World Finals and stay alive in the lower bracket here once more. A reminder, this is the highest Team Peps placement thus far this year, so they've got to be celebrating already just for that. I know for certain their fans are, because fans from France, they show up. And I hope they show up in Stockholm as well. It's around the corner, right? So like I expect some fan buses to rock up to the event and support their team, which officially punched their ticket. Now we're moving on back into the upper bracket, where we're gonna go to the EMEA El Clasico. Twisted Minds taking on Alcatia, who's gonna come out on top. Let's find out after a short break.
Sorry I'm late. Let's do this.
Widow's up top. I'm on point, dude. Genji, you want Nino? Okay, guys, lock in. It's overtime.
Let's stagger.
On me. Yeah, I'm dead.
Down. My ult's ready.
Xander. Dead.
Pushing. I'm pushing.
No, pull back.
Hold car. We're down.
That was so bad. Yeah, we suck. Yep.
Let's try something new.
Diving back line.
Nah, I'm dead.
Widow's down.
Matrix, battle.
Oh, no.
I got pulse bomb.
Back on cart. Come on, back on cart.
Going in.
Stop the cart.
Oh my god! Ah! Go to world! Do you see that?
Making their OWCS World Finals debut, please welcome to the stage, Team Phoenix!
Are you ready?
Yeah. I'm ready.
Welcome back, everyone. Zoe here, joined by Jake and Johnny. We're about to break El Clasico down. Twisted Minds and OWCS, two dominant teams we've seen last stage dominate the entire region, and they just kind of did the same thing again. Although Twisted Minds had a few little shakeups here and there, but overall, these have got to be considered the two favorite teams in this region, especially after this surprise playoff bracket and how it played out. But how will they fare against each other, and what will we see? In stage 2, was the sim mirror? Is that what we're going to get a repeat performance of? Let's discuss. Starting with OWCS, the untouchable team in the region, which just have been so very dominant. And towards the end of the regular stage season, regular season stage, and was something words. But towards the end of the regular season stage, now I said it again. Either way, they've been trying things out. All right, they've been getting players in and out, so it wasn't just Siad being in. We saw Chase in there as well in the mix, just to try things out a little bit, but we don't expect them to make any experience here, do we?
I mean, I would say you've got to consider OWCS the favorite, but historically, it has never been like a really dominant situation for them. I feel like they have just a little edge on Twisted Minds when it comes to the flexibility of their team, their ability to adapt and make adjustments. I mean, I think the biggest is like when you force UB off of the sim, that's when OWCS kind of like plays their edge. Checkmate, I think, is, you know, so sick with the flexibility. But when it comes to the head-to-head sim comp, Twisted Minds has been looking phenomenal. So that's kind of the biggest question for me is, can OWCS also win in the sim mirror? That's not an easy task against Twisted Minds, who seem as good as they've ever been, really, using the strategy. So, I mean, OWCS, I think there's going to be a real strategic test they're going to need to rise to in this matchup.
I think for this matchup, though, Twisted Minds are very reliant on Quartz, and I think we saw that in the mid-season championship, just like how pivotal Quartz was with some huge flanks on the Sojourn, of course. Sojourn since then got nerfed from 250 to 225 health, so I'm curious how that is going to impact things. Back then as well, in the Symmetra mirror, a lot of Ramatra was played, but in stage 3 so far, it's been mostly D.Va and the Zarya, and that might suit Siad as well. Obviously been fantastic on the D.Va so far. But I think that OWCS is the better Symmetra team for me. And if we're going to see a Symmetra mirror, I just have them taking it. I think they play the objective beautifully. And I think if Twisted Minds are going to win this one, they are going to have to be more reliant on mechanics, on individual playmaking. But that is incredibly difficult to do against a team like OWCS. I am curious to see if Twisted Minds still sub in Psycho at some point. We've seen Psycho a lot so far this stage.
I mean,
if
pretty much
one map
only
you want to get the
Psycho.
Symmetra ban out, like maybe you're just like, hey, we think Psycho could have an impact on a hero that isn't Symmetra, not even Tracer. Like there's a lot of different heroes Psycho can play there. Maybe you try to go for that, but I think for the most part, if Twisted Minds win this one, it's going to come down to Quartz.
Yeah, I do want to quickly mention here, though, for the people who've missed it, like it was the entirety of stage 3, pretty much Psycho in the mix over UB. They didn't play that Symmetra very much. And yeah, Psycho is in fact in. Psycho was supposed to play in their previous match as well, but they subbed in UB like kind of last minute. So they kind of decided it amongst themselves. So now Psycho back in the mix. What does that tell us about the approach here, map-wise as well?
I mean, I think this makes sense to some extent on control. However, the problem is OWCS see this roster before they choose bans. So they're just never going to ban Sim if Psycho's in. And that means if UB does come in later in the series and you're wanting to use Sim, I mean, I guess you could do it on a map of your choice and then do like a protect ban to keep the sim alive. But still, there's other bans OWCS could do to kind of attack that strategy. So, you know, I feel like for Twisted Minds, it's a little hard to go back and forth on the roster. Maybe this is just saying, hey, we're going to take you pound for pound on some of these high mobility comps. The question is, Twisted Minds are great on the sim. How do they do countering it? Is it something that OWCS want to run into them when Psycho just doesn't really play the hero that much?
Yeah,
I mean,
I
in
think it's a
stage
great point.
2, you can just go back to stage 2 though. Like they had to play the mirror. They didn't really try to counter it, right? So like they just ended up playing that mirror, and it still always ended up being close games. Like this has been like certified 5-map bangers whenever those two teams face off against each other, no matter what the meta really was. They do likely play the mirror and don't shy away because they are confident in it to some extent. Now, if you had to bet channel points though, John.
And we do.
We do.
Johnny.
Oh, we do. We're big on that.
I forgot. The submission's closed. I forgot.
I'm hearing Matt in my ear being like, all in. Did you go all in, Matt?
Did you bet, Jake? You said you pull up Twitch before we went live here.
I didn't see the pred come up, man. I thought I was watching, but maybe I just.
Don't worry, I'll do a guide for you. I'll do a tutorial for you. Yeah.
I'm broke, man. I lost all my channel points betting on something. I got like 1,000. Like I got nothing left.
I think Alcazia like are favored in this one. And you know, maybe if chat was a little convinced that Twisted Minds, you know, they were fairly even, maybe I could have placed an Alcazia bet there. But I think that Alcazia should be the favorite. And so I don't think there's any channel points to extract there, Zoe. We got all Alcazia, as you can see here. They should be the favorite going into this one. Twisted Minds have never beaten them in OWCS. Is that the record?
I think so. Right. But it's always been so close.
That's the thing. It's always been like map 5 with these teams.
It always does. Even if one team starts to pull ahead, like sometimes it was the series went like 2-0 in favor of Alcazia, and you go like, oh shoot, and then suddenly Twisted Minds like wake up and like bring it home, and then. You know, like that's the way it goes between those two teams, not just in OWCS, but also in the Saudi E-League. So, yeah.
I call this fair.
Yeah, that's good odds.
That's a fair side.
I do feel like Quartz and Simple can just take the game over. Like from an individual perspective. On the other side, you know, just as likely that Lab and Atlanta can do it too. But when you have that swinginess, I think, from the importance of Quartz and Simple, in particular to Twisted Minds, where if they're just, you know, at a 10 out of 10 day, it's a very scary opponent no matter where you're going. I think Lijiang makes a lot of sense for Katsuya because now they're saying, hey, you know, Psycho, welcome. We are about to play some crazy stuff here. We're about to play. I mean, why not play the Sim Bastion? Why not play some of these like really annoying, challenging to match rush comps that Katsuya are known for, especially with Landon on the Baptiste. Really potent on Lijiang if that's the direction they want to go. Without Lucio, though, maybe it's a little bit more complicated.
Yeah, the Lucio ban is really interesting, actually. And I think that tells me that Twisted Minds, obviously, they want to slow the Alcazia down so they can like poke them down from afar a bit more. I really think that Twisted Minds with Psycho in the lineup, they're going to go like anti-Symmetra compositions. You know, they're going to be a bit more fragile, a bit more vulnerable, and just try to get picks on Alcazia before Alcazia control the objective too much.
Well, let's find out what both of these teams have in store for us. I definitely know what our casters have in store for us, and that's quality, always and forever. So let's send it back over to Mitch and Matt.
One in which the quality I won't be there, but for now it is. Yeah.
I mean, like, you know, were you on vacation every few weeks? I mean, I don't know.
Man, when was I on vacation?
And I'm so jealous that you get to be me today here on these lower thirds. That's
crazy.
People are gonna think. I mean, yeah.
I think my brand is getting tanked at the moment. Okay, well, I mean that's the way it is.
I mean, if you checked your follower account to mine, there's no way your brand's getting tanked.
I don't know. I'm not feeling it. I'm not feeling it. Yeah, I don't know.
I like Alcad in this series. I think these two teams have always been close within the OWCS. It's quite interesting we see Psycho back in today. But this is going to be probably more representative of what we've seen from EMEA all throughout, right? Lijiang Tower to kick things off. We'll probably see some Sim. I think there's a decent chance to potentially even see some Reaper here, where I think these two teams, we were talking at the beginning of stage 3, right, about, oh, maybe VP can kind of like take their spot back. Like that obviously with everything that's happened, that conversation's dead. These two teams are far and away the top of tier of EMEA.
I'm a little surprised that no one has really talked about the Saudi E-League final between these two teams yet. It happened a couple of weeks ago, but
yeah,
it was when Twisted Minds debuted this comp that was designed to punish the Sim look. So it was Hazard, it was Brig, it was what allowed them to ultimately win 4-2 in that series. It was a big part of it. And that's why the Hazard ban comes out so early here, because it's, you know, like Twisted Mind said, like we created a comp literally just to mess with our cats, specifically this diva, this Sim style. We want to target that as much as possible. Now it's not perfect. They still dropped 2 maps in that series, but it did end up getting in the dub, which for them is a big result. A 4-2 win.
No, it's pretty
our CAD series. And like, you know, say what you want about that tournament compared to this one, they were very serious about getting a result there.
Well, we did talk about that result going into their game against VP for Twisted Minds, but then they never used any of those comps, and it was probably because VP was not going to play anything along those lines, right? So potentially this series does look obviously a little bit more like that one, although I believe that one was pre-patch, or it was like right around the time that it happened. It may have been like the week of. it's still these two teams, they know each other so well. I don't think there's any secrets between the two. Like, nobody's surprising anybody with what they're running here. This one's going to be awesome.
There we go. Moments away here from yet another matchup between Twisted Minds and Alcadia. What's on the line? Well, bragging rights and a spot in the upper finals with an advantage. That's definitely what these two teams are thinking about at the moment, because as far as Stockholm's concerned, they are going to be there. No doubt about it. Let's jump in now. We're going to see Zarya's mirrored for both sides, but it's Twisted Minds that actually offered the Juno Wuyang mix. Okay, so Kiri Wuyang, much more reasonable. Yeah, so switch ups here to straight up mirror comps. It's two teams who are very familiar with one another. We'll go toe to toe.
Yeah, I think this Wuyang battle is going to be huge here between Funny Astro and Kellex. Just the amount of damage output. I know obviously there's a adjustment with the previous patch, but the damage is still extremely good if you can land some of these shots. You see, it's like Funny Astro getting one around the corner, and then Quartz getting the better of Labda in that hit scan battle as Simple finds two. So right away, it's going to be Twisted Minds getting control.
Yeah, I feel like a lot does rest on what Checkmate's able to achieve in the Tracer matchup, and we know that Yubi can play the Tracer, right? Saw him make the switch off the Sim and still look more than serviceable in that role. I think it was in the opening game for Twisted Minds, but having Psycho here definitely feels like a good fit. Psycho been doing a bit more of the, I guess, not coaching side of things, but also assisting with the drafts and trying to be a, sixth observer, so to speak. Now, though, straight back into the fight. Ziad is instantly charged up and has one bubble to work with, and he's mindful of that and doesn't really have a chance to make use of them. He's burst down by TVNT instantly. This time, though, Checkmate's able to get a little bit more bang for his buck. It's Funny Astro that falls by his hand, which you generally expect to see the Tracer going after the Wuyang early in these fights. It's not enough.
I mean, once you lose your Zarya, it's really difficult. And Kellex looked like was trying to get some emergency healing over to Ziad, was not able to kind of do it in time. I think it's because he was getting pressure from TVNT over on the sides. Nice explosive shots into Ziad already going to lose his shields.
Checkmate once again is going to be called upon. Is it going to be the Kiri or Wuyang that he goes after? Maybe neither here. It looks like a kunai, and he's retreating back. Took him low, but Psycho is down. Kellex gets a good count of himself in that back line, and TVNT just bubbles up and says, I'll eat that tidal blast quite happily. Ziad's still going to be forced out of the game, and Labda's brought down, and TVNT is beaming them right now. Ziad cannot stand and fight here, not without Landed. And away he goes once more, 72 and counting for Twisted Minds.
I mean, this has been dominant from TM. They just have to use a Kitsune rush there. Quartz actually takes out Checkmate there. They kind of like trade. So we'll see both of them on the respawn with a grab available here for Twisted Minds. You're going to have the grab plus pulse bomb combo.
And it's going to be hard to answer. Even with a Suzu, you don't really have a way to stay for this off. Labda takes an off angle, does not want to be caught in the grab at all, and is positioned well to try and burst TVNT down. How are they going to keep him alive? Tidal Blast has to be used straight away. Here is that grab. Geez, the burst damage coming in from over the top is pretty darn good for that Wuyang, and the Pulse Bomb doesn't really mix well with those ingredients. So it doesn't find anything. Quartz low caught out in the open, and Twisted Minds' round-winning combo falters, allows Alcadia a way back in.
I mean, that is massive, right? A lot of ultimates dumped in there by Twisted Minds. Grab, Tidal Blast, their own Bola shot at the very end. It was a nice Bola shot connection from Labda there onto TVNT. Gets him quite low, even with the Tidal Blast coming in. Potentially, save some of the members there on Alcadia by just getting TVNT low enough to finish off as Simple actually gets a first pick. All right, so Twisted Minds going to be able to bounce right back.
Psycho's able to draw out the slam as well from the enemy Wuyang. Funny Astro down. Ziad found a little bit of value there, but not enough to keep Alcadia in the driver's seat. Simple eventually falls. Checkmate can certainly stall this out, and in fact, that's really his only option. But he'll get chased down. He'll have to give up his life for this, which doesn't put Alcadia in a great position to contest, and they don't have the mobility to get there. Not with the ball, not with the Kirikos. And so Twisted Minds take a pretty convincing first round.
Yeah, good old mirror matchup here to kick things off as TM. I think it was Zoe and Jake who were talking about it, but like Simple about how good he has been. A few fights there, Mitch, where Simple is able to get first pick on the Kiri. The backline of Twisted Minds just so offensive focused, offensive minded, right? Being able to come up with some really early pickoffs. Let's see if everything kind of stays the same in terms of comp going into this round. An opportunity, at the point a little bit, more close quarter there to be able to change some stuff up.
A lot's going to ride on as well how they trade aggression in these front lines. These Zarya bubbles they are the commodity in this comp head to head. Alcatia will look to take the same look into this next round.
And we are going mirror matchups yet again. We'll see who kind of goes to control point first. You see Alcatia there. I know it would look like it was just Lab going over the top of the building, but Psycho's able to find Kellex. So now you're getting Wooyoung. I mean, a lot of healing, a lot of damage completely gone. This is going to allow TVNT and Co. just bully them back into the corner and make a move for the point.
Am I out of line here, Matt, thinking the Wooyoung matchup might be a definitive one in this comp head-to-head?
Yeah, I mean, right now, right? I know Funny Astro just kind of playing phenomenal, and like it is a huge difference maker, right? Whichever Wooyoung's kind of getting the better in terms of obviously the damage output and then just kind of healing usage. I mean, Funny Astro's going to almost double up here. Kellex right off the rip. Obviously a huge fight win for Twisted Minds where they dominate, but double in terms of ultimate charge.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a subtle difference. Obviously, Kellex known a little bit more to be team oriented in terms of his support selection, right? Going for, as we used to call them, main supports, in days gone by, or, pick up the Brig, for example. The Wooyoung here, though, curious to see how he matches up against someone who basically acts as a third DPS. And that's not an overstatement. Even now, with Wooyoung's, being tuned down a little bit, Funny Astro has been able to put out a pretty impressive amount of damage, staying in step with Psycho's damage output.
Yes, you see Landon there. No fear, just like how simple it is. It's a ball shot there. Kellex, yet again, they're able to find him time and time again, Mitch, here early on. When you lose that Wooyoung really early, I mean, the fight is just going to kind of crumble apart after that. It's a Funny Astro with the Tidal Blast able to use here coming up next.
Now, this is only one look that Alcatia can throw, right? This is a far cry from the D.Va Sim comp, but they do not look favored in this matchup at all. Twisted Minds have them honestly over a bar. I mean, Ziad has struggled to stay alive, gets his bubbles burned really easily. The focus fire on the enemy Zarya from Twisted Minds has been impeccable. Now, in terms of ultimates, like, they're pretty much in step with each other. I'm curious to see how this grab is supposed to work. I don't think TVNT has grand aspirations for the grab bomb combat. There's a lot to answer it, but it's going to be a Kitsune rush from Landon to start this fight off. Checkmate, only eyes for Quartz, really draws a beat here on the Freya, but Quartz is able to get some altitude, get some air, and get away from the offending Tracer. Ziad does find that picked it, but they're caught inside the grab. There's going to be a follow-up grab and catches Psycho. That is it. This Wooyoung damage, bro, has got to stop. It's not right. Quartz is going to be forced low. Funny Astro has time to heal up his teammate and get some damage done. And Twisted Minds will have Quartz as the last one standing as the dust settles. Alcad can contest with the Tracer, but it's going to be 99 overtime for them to contend with.
Yeah, TVNT comes back on ball, and Ziad switches over to the D.Va just to make it back, but what a crazy 2v2 scenario. Nice pile drive here from TVNT over the wall, puts down a lot of damage.
Brutal stuff. Checkmate needs to get rid of Funny Astro. He's got to stop this Wooyoung. He's such a problem. Look at the schmooze, man.
Nice.
He's too slippery. And of course, the backup from the Kiriko helps a lot. Eventually, Funny Astro goes down, but it's a pulse bomb that had to be committed to that effect. Checkmate topped up on the point. Now it's Psycho contesting briefly. Waves coming in through from the Wooyoungs. Ziad low, kept alive. TVNT's Wrecking Ball Gambit, though, has not paid off. And Twisted Minds are back to the drawing board if they want to finish the map.
Yeah, it's going to be TM going back to the spot, making some changes, but with Ziad here on the D.Va, I wonder, you just come back with Zarya, and this is probably a pretty sick advantage here for Twisted Minds in terms of the tank battle. I think for Alcatia, though, you're going to have to use his Kitsune Rush here. Get another fight win. Kind of get yourself closing back into this map.
Just the bowler. Pulse bomb for Psycho now develops. Landon can go for an early Kitsune rush and really just give his team that inherent numbers advantage. It's huge, especially with the Zarya bubble cooldowns. Ziad, of course, having switched to the D.Va, though, can't benefit from that.
They've lost Kellex so early in some of these fights. They got to keep that Wooyoung up.
TVNT's getting aggressive, pushing up. No flip of the point yet. He's trying to take a fight. He ceases to exist. That is a lot of damage in TVNT before he can even throw a bubble up. Is bowled over. Labs, though, is the trade. Something for Twisted Minds to work with, but without TVNT in play, you can't imagine they've got any real shot at winning the fight.
He had no bubble. I think he actually thought he was going to have that bubble back off a cooldown. It was like a second away when he started to back up, but just did not come online fast enough as Alcatia just kind of charges him down. His Quartz does get checkmate, though, so that's going to open things up.
6 death for checkmate here. He struggled on some of these Tracer pushes. Here's the Kitsune rush now for Twisted Minds to try and tilt this in their favor. Okay, Tidal Blast came out there from Kellex. It didn't really find value as far as we can tell, as TVNT's happy to mirror the D.Vas here. Gets away from the blast. Ziad's going to be able to climb back in and keep fighting now. So Alcatia should have checkmate back in the fight by now. Tidal Blast on Psycho, looking for a way to deliver deliver it. Chasing the Wuyong down and does get the knockdown in mid-air, but Isuzu comes to the rescue just in time. Landon, nicely done to bandage what would have been a devastating impact in their back line. Pulse bomb thrown down to the skies goes Quartz, avoids the blast and now rains the damage down on the Tracer. Lambda had fallen. TVNT is able to pick off that Freya. And even though Quartz is down, Twisted Minds absolutely have the momentum here. Ziad inches away from being pushed over. The last dregs of Alcancia trying to keep it interesting, but Simple's having none of it. He finds himself 3, and that should take us into an overtime that Alcancia cannot avert. Twisted Minds take away Lijiang Tower.
Man, what a sick start there from TM. I also want to shout out the title blast there that comes in from Psycho and knocks down Kellex. Like the Suzu there from Landon, like the mid-air Wuyong is just nasty. I mean, that is so sick that he's able to hit that. And Landon obviously trying to do all that he could to keep Alcat in the game. It's just not enough. I mean, Simple was tremendous. I mean, it's kind of like the worst case scenario for Alcatia, right? With how good Twisted Minds was early on, and you see the Wuyong, right? It is, well, I mean, Funny Astro actually a little bit less damage there than Kellex. It just felt like Kellex was always like they were losing him at the beginning of these fights, and the deaths were just so poorly timed that they were not able to withstand some of those fights.
I mean, it's a very close game numerically, right? Simple's able to put out a little bit of extra healing, but over Landon, there's not a huge difference. It is the 9 deaths of Lambda, though. I think that is the issue. Often, I think it's Psycho being able to run him down. I noticed on a couple of occasions, TVNT finds that pick. He switched over to the Diva, was also able to shut down the Freya fairly quickly. And so it was Alcancia ultimately that blinked first. They opted out of the Zarya Mirror, wanted to put Z out on something obviously a little bit more comfortable, a little bit more flexible. But that really, I felt like, gave a lot of that momentum over to TM, who were, if you remember, at 99-0 before Alcancia even were able to flip.
Yeah, it'll be curious to see with like Alcad, Mitch, like, do they want obviously to continue down this road with like a Zarya type of like mirror, right? I know the Hazard banned in map number 1 here, like you were talking about a little bit earlier with the Saudi League about the comps that TM had kind of built to take away some of the sim stuff that TM maybe wanted to do. Well, they took that away and they got beaten the Zarya head to head. So where do you kind of find an advantage here for Alcatia? I think it'll be pretty telling what they believe when this next map pick comes through.
The problem is that this is their Hazard ban map. Like, that is supposed to be a pretty backbreaking move against a team like Twisted Minds. But TVNT can kind of do it all. Zarya, Diva, Hazard, you name it. Like, the guy's very, very good. Like, on that level of Ziad, for sure. I really felt like it was a big part of their plan to try and take this Hazard out. So now, Alcatia know they're going to have to face down this potential Hazard brig composition that could be really hard to play the sim look into, and they're just going to have to get it done. So I'm curious of what has developed over the last 2 weeks. It's been about 2 weeks since that E-League final, and of course with the patch changes, you've noticed that Wuyong's damage definitely seems to have been turned down to a more reasonable level with these very light balance pass. Still nasty, still very impactful.
It's still really good, yeah.
But enough that he's not taking over the game anymore.
Yes, that is accurate. Not kind of completely dominating the game, but still extremely powerful in terms of like the supports, right? Especially I know when you see some of the Curie play from like Landon and Simple kind of thrown on top of the Wuyong, it's so nasty. Even still, probably I think if you were to kind of like poll the players and coaches and whatnot, they probably feel like he wasn't kind of tuned down enough. They'd probably be like, yeah, maybe you need to go down another notch in terms of like how good Wuyong is. But for map number 2 here, Mitch, I'm very curious where Alcad decides to take us, where they believe they can kind of still hold an advantage.
Yeah, okay, so a couple of options. I think, looking back, we've known, I felt like pretty good about Twisted Minds on King's Row, for example. That's been a really strong map for them. I think that like Alcatia tend to like avoiding that. What do you feel about like getting a push map in here, like at Esperanza or something like that? It's Junkertown instead.
Ooh, yeah, it's a Junkertown one. So King's Row is like, everybody in EMEA loves to play King's Row. It seems like the one map that EMEA is not entirely decided on, like in the pool, is like the Escort maps of like where to go, and it'll be a Junkertown pick here for Alcad. So this is interesting, right? Alcatia ends up banning the Wuyong, right? Getting that out. We were talking about how that felt like a little bit of an advantage for TM in that first map, and then guess what? That allows the sim to be banned here. by Twisted Minds, and Twisted Minds will end up just playing the Tracer.
Yeah, I mean, thinking back to the maps that Alcadia lost, Alcadia actually almost got 4-0'd, if I remember, in the E-League finals. They ended up picking like Ackenvolder, I think, was one of the maps. So like keep an eye out for that one potentially to come up as a hybrid map if they're unsuccessful here. But Junkertown without Sim, still very like reasonable map, right? You don't need to do anything crazy in terms of your compositions either. The Zarya is quite good here for a fair bit of this first phase, especially. But like the D.Va is an instant easy fit. You just sort of play Tracer and Freya and just go for it. I think that's totally fine. But
I do wonder. Yeah, well, what are you gonna say?
This is where TM can hit them. I just think like getting out of the sim, I think really evens the playing field to such a degree where they can really lean on their DPS and not have to worry about these rotations.
I also wonder if both of these teams feel pretty confident about their chances, obviously, against Peps. In like, are you giving away your, you know what I mean? Because like obviously the loser here you would favor over Peps, and we get another game between these two to decide who's at #1 spot, right? You may not want to burn through all of your kind of go-tos here, right? In this matchup. I would say both teams feel probably that they'd be favored pretty heavily over Peps.
Yeah.
That do you want to, obviously you're kind of like going out there to try and, you know, get it done and not have to play against Peps, but like, are you going to use your ideal ban and like, you know, a strategy with like the map selection? Like maybe you want to leave some stuff up for surprise and potentially a, you know, another matchup.
Yeah, maybe. Like I always thought that the hazard was so pivotal, so central to TM's like anti-sim comp that like to see it banned out on a control map was a bit interesting for me. Obviously, you know, TVNT not really bothered about having to take like a D.Va mirror or just play Zarya for most part. So this is the exact comp that you sort of expect to see Twisted Minds play without the Wuyong. Yeah. This is an insanely good Wuyong map, right? He wants those long sight lines. He wants there to be enough travel distance that the orb gets to full power, but is easy enough to hit. Everyone is easy to see. It essentially has infinite range. Like you can get that orb up into the skybox. So like, yeah, it's very, very good here. Now, Checkmate probably descends Sonic and makes a switch. Yep. But we do have this Freya matchup.
Yep, it'll be Tracer. So the main difference here is going to be that like tank head-to-head, right? The Zarya here going up against TVNT playing the D.Va. We've actually seen the, you know, more teams actually have some success playing this D.Va into the Zarya. And maps that have a little bit more high ground potential, like a map, you know, like this or Rialto. And I mean, dude, you know, I was gonna say, Quartz was like, you know, we talked about how Exodial was so good, like, yeah, you know, in their game last week, right? I know against VP to be able to get that win. Like the play from you know, Exodial, right? Last week, it's kind of like Quartz can do the same type of thing, like just take over a game completely.
I mean, he's the archetype, right? He's the one that we compare Exodial to, saying like how you know, good of a game he's having, for example. This guy is something else, and he's actually found a way to wrap around. So picks up Labda, Natty. Was that a double? Yeah, that was a double.
Yeah, he knew he was going to die. He was just waiting for it to blow up.
Yeah. And have a look at this extreme range here. Look, Quartz has done enough wrapping around. Yeah. The rest of Twisted Minds in position. And when you get matchups like this, we talk about, you know, okay, how does the Zarya and the D.Va interact with each other? I mean, TVNT doesn't take that matchup. He really wants to make space to allow for that skill expression of his DPS and even simple to some degree to show. And that's what both of these teams are going to lean on more than anything here, I imagine. Even if Ziad wants to be the bully that has priority, that will force TVNT away. We're getting close to some support ultimates here. Matt Simple has just built that Kitsune Rush. Quartz also will have a bowler on account of the fact that he's getting a fair bit of kills, and also another kill here will feed that next ultimate rather quickly. Okay.
And they used the Suzu really early on there on the Alcatia side. Kellex got hit with an explosive shot again, and then to save him, Landon actually ended up using the Suzu, so you don't have it to kind of like throw on Ziad. And Ziad, like, you know, you get the Suzu there, maybe you make it around the corner, you get a bubble, like there's a health pack, maybe you're able to kind of just stay alive through that rush, but I did not have the Suzu available at the time, so just a Kitsune Rush used there by TM. They get a fight win. They actually engage first here with B.
Bottle shot came in. Lambda caught out by it yet again. And this is tough to bounce back from here if you're Alcatia. All right, but with TVNT out of the game, not able to remech, you can do something here. Psycho! He had a recall. He just leaned a little bit too long and wasn't expecting that level of damage to come his way. Checkmate has to recall out of an explosive ball. Another one which hits Checkmate, but it is shielded off by Ziad. And so Alcancia can go even in that fight and have late in the fight a very charged up Zarya to step in for a downed DPS in terms of damage output.
Yeah, Twisted Mind's going to get another fight here on defense, but all things trending here towards Alcacia. Getting aggressive using that sound barrier feels like you need to win that fight, as now Ziad's going to be able to beam down TVNT.
Yeah, I mean, TVNT can't do anything but contest, so he has to just let himself get eaten. And now with the D-Mech on the horizon, Ziad will have a safe self-destruct, Graviton Surge, she's going to throw one in here. Not that it's needed in the end, as Lab to make short work of the remainder of Twisted Minds, and Alcacia will convert that momentum into a checkpoint take.
Yes, Alcacia ends up taking that first checkpoint. Let's go to a listen in as they move through this next part of the map.
For a second and then drop.
Kid ult.
Yeah, Kiri pulls. We've grabbed him one.
Yeah, I think we can just
drop, okay?
Let's keep pushing Cal. If you wanna use, Yes, make the top first. Don't use ult first, I think. Make just normal bite.
Yeah, drop it now.
Bubble you.
You're okay.
Bubble and fight. Yeah, just use yourself, Bubble. Yeah. We can play stuff now. Keep putting stuff on now.
Use the bubble.
Super. You have energy. Yeah, I'm sitting Cal. Zarya drop, I can totally grab Zarya, okay? We can kill.
I box Milan, I can beat.
Yeah.
Test alone.
Need to point now.
Yeah, I beat now.
I wanna pop
I'm missing out. Swing.
Frey low. I go enter.
Okay, I'm flipping as well. Okay, all under.
Come from here. Come from.
I'm sitting Cal, guys. Big man together now. 3, 2,
Yeah, swing man.
I can grab Zarya, fucking Zarya.
Grab man.
Hit me.
Zarya die. Kiri one behind. Yeah, Frey has behind as well.
Kill us.
You guys kill the other one bar.
Frey over.
Yeah, hit me.
Frey one. Trace on me, no green.
When it's free.
Yeah. Nice touch. Maybe bottom left.
Next time.
Well, that's pretty cut and dry, isn't it? Nicely done. And it's a pick, though, from Labda that opens up the fight. He and Court, when they were on the frame mirror map, were playing very differently. Court was targeting Labda, going after Labda, trying to wrap around and take that Freya down, whereas Labda was focused mostly on TVNT and working that Diva mech down. Now, the playing field changes with the switch to Sojourn, and Labda delivers instantly.
Yes, now you see that it's going to be high ground control for Twisted Minds right off the rip here. It looked like they were actually trying to get checkmate up there with some Zarya bubbles to maybe see he can find this sneaky pick. It's going to actually be Symbol dropping down using a rush. They want to get control over this choke, and I think they definitely do now.
Yeah, but it's a question of what they do with it. They've got to manifest this into a team fight win at some point. Checkmate's able to recall and get away, and now Alcacia is starting to move back out. They've regained the choke. So Twisted Minds do not convert that Kitsune rush into anything material. Now the grab is going to be answered by the sound barrier. Susie was there to answer what could have been a pulse bomb, but Psycho, I don't think, had it online, so Labda just tears him to shreds. Okay, fair enough. Have a nice day, he says. 3 kills, 2 of them off the railgun. And that's all she wrote for that fight. Alcacia have been impeccable since they get into the second phase of the map.
Yeah, and for TM, right, you end up using the grab, you're going to swap after, and then you end up getting them to end up using their beat. So you feel like you come back now with a sound barrier advantage, although you might be using it into the Kitsune rush here of Landon, as he's going to be able to build this up pretty quick. But 2 minutes to go. Still a ton of time here for Alcacia, but this is like a very difficult straight to cross.
Yeah, and of course the hazard now for TVNT, so it can sort of punish any commitment of Ziad to the low ground to try and bypass him. It's about avoiding the Zarya. Any matchup you take into Zarya is going to be about that, unless it's a mirror, I suppose. But Ziad takes the perk that keeps his charge high with right click, so he's always doing good damage. Checkmate's down though. Psycho finally finds some success in that matchup after Checkmate tore his team to shreds in the previous fight. And this is a big stop. Momentum-wise, This is massive.
Right, because now you can actually get to the choke here if you want, if you're Twisted Minds. Play from there. You win one more fight here, and then you're down into like OT, just kind of like desperation territory. And I think if you are Twisted Minds, the ideal scenario here is like take this fight close, force them to use grab, like rush here. Maybe you're able to save on to an ultimate or two if you're Twisted Minds, and then prevent them from completing the map.
TVNT with the high ground control has to give it up for a time. Kitsune rush on the low ground. Alcacia beckoning Twisted Minds into their domain. Come and fight us on the low ground or allow the cart to push, they say. Checkmate will wait. Hope to see Quartz or someone similar give up that position. But Twisted Minds refuse to do so. They still want to throw down here, Matt.
Yeah, grab gets something, and the Kitsune Russian symbol comes down. The first kill though is on the Quartz, but TVNT now applying that hazard, so difficult to take out. Just runs through to jagged wall there to kind of block the exit. Takes out Labda. Now we're below 30 seconds.
Jagged wall's so good. Also, if Alcantara try and play from the windows, try and drop down for the high ground. TVNT can slow them up or force them into really ugly shots. You don't want to try and sneak past the jagged wall because it like knocks you back. It does damage. It's really annoying, and it can really punish you. You get caught out with that mild loss of control effect. So here they come again, Matt. Sound barrier for Alcantara. That's all they got to hang their hat on. They're going to have to make it work now. And 10 seconds left in the round. Kellex will wait on an opportunity for a big beat, but TVNT has a downpour. Can really start to tighten the thumb screws on Alcantara. They've got to go for it. Beat deployed, and it's perfect. 5 players benefiting from on the side of Alcantara into the low ground. Twisted Minds drop. Kellex is down, though. Job done, though, arguably in this fight. Getting the beat off, but they need his speed later on. Look how far back Alcantara been forced. It's only Ziad who can contest, and there's no high ground control to speak of. Pulse will almost secure the kill. Looks like an attempt there to keep him alive, but well, that's that, folks. Alcantara stopped in their tracks here. Not so far from the end of the map. A big burst of pace gets them here, but gonna be an unsatisfying result for the attackers.
Man, in the last series, obviously, with how weird it was, we still saw a great hazard play from Willis, and then here, TVNT towards the end. I know that the hazard just so good as they actually connect with the downpour onto Kellex right after Kellex drops the beat, and Simple just kind of cleans him up. And then I know that you mentioned it, you lose Lucio and the ability to kind of like push the pace there towards the end for Alcantara, and then you also lose Ziad's mech. Very difficult to bounce back from.
Generally, though, like you can see the numbers here, folks. These two teams are really evenly matched. Checkmate has a really nice run in one of those fights, finds that 3K. In that last phase of the map, but also while we were listening into Alcantara, we saw Checkmate sort of run through them. But at any moment, Alcantara can truly step up and be the aggressor in this game. But now, though, they will, of course, be on the back foot as Twisted Minds look to basically just get the map done. All very durable. And I'm curious to see how Hazard falls into their game plan now, as he can't be banned for the rest of the series. And here it's going to be the major point of difference.
Yeah, and it's like Hazard seems to be pretty good into some of these Zarya setups. Even when we see teams play D.Va, the Hazard, it seems like piloted, in the right hands. Seems to be pretty nasty at the moment. Let's see if they decide to run it here off the rip. As Simple, I imagine, just as a speed ring, and then we're going to go over to the Kiri here. Yep. And then, we're going to continue to play the Hazard here, the first part of the map.
Still has to respect that Zarya damage. Really wants to make use of the lead.
Just lining those shots up, able to just hit Lab that falls from the sky. That's a 2 in a row.
Yeah, doing it consistently, which keeps Labta out of line of sight, prevents him from farming any damage. You can see the difference between those two now. It's 20% ult charge. It's not huge, but it matters. Caught stuck with the Vault, though, so has to respect that Labta is also pretty darn good at the video game. And for now, Twisted Minds will be on that push forward. Another pause, folks. And we'll have to relate to you what the reason for this one is. But for the time being, it is Twisted Minds, of course, who really only need to get towards the end of the map. Don't even need to full complete it here. And this Hazard, again, still yet to be seen how it's supposed to give them the edge in this matchup. But it looked very good in that last phase, defending with all that high ground.
Yeah, another pause. We'll see what's kind of going on there. It didn't look like anybody DC'd at the moment. So we'll get an update, I'm sure, quickly. Comp Ops working hard today across the board. So I think what they're doing here with the Hazard early on, it's looking pretty good on offense, right? We're about to see them just kind of get that payload right under that bridge. But the amount of damage that Quartz has been able to put down on numerous players at range is kind of giving them so much space, right? They've kind of had to like rotate off the backside of that house to be able to kind of heal players up, not really kind of returning any damage on the other side of things. So it's given a pretty nice advantage for Twisted Minds off the rip.
Yeah, I think the moment you can get that Zarya off the high ground, you're in very good shape. It's the same idea of like watching D.Va play Zarya comps on Rialto. Like the Zarya's trying to defend on that first corner. The moment she gives up that high ground, she gives up a huge amount of equity, allows the Freya and also the Hazard then just to command that space, and then you put yourself in a weaker position. So where Ziad stands and how long he can stay up on that high ground is going to be the most important. Draw those bubbles out. Get an advantage in terms of like your Freya damage output, which is what we're seeing so far here from Twisted Minds. That's going to put pressure on those defensive resources like the bubbles.
Well, I think once we get back in, we'll be able to tell for sure. But I'm pretty sure like Quartz is like up like 25% in terms of ult charge right off the rip, being over Labda. So able to just kind of put down some serious damage here. Yeah, it's like 51 to 33, right? As they kind of move through the choke. And look at that slash knockback there from TVNT. Just basically knocks Ziad off the high ground.
And there it is. So Zaya doesn't end up giving that space up. She just is forced to lose it. Now it's a tentative hold. Like, look, now Katsuya barely hold on to this position. Like, they're playing from the back of the stairs. It's tough. But Psycho looks for a push into the back line. Something goes wrong for the Trace there. Unclear what it was, but Twisted Minds not really liking that one, that's for sure. They want a longer fight with the Trace that can start to really pressure that back line, but losing Psycho there really, really hurts.
Ooh, clean shots from Lab there at the end. They'll end up getting very close to a bolo, but that is not the type of position that Alcancia wants to be, right? Ziad with not really any high energy just gets knocked off the high ground, like pushed back towards that staircase. That is not an ideal spot to fight from, where I wonder if you kind of played that fight a few times in a row, how many times Alcacia is able to battle out of it, because that was a pretty good spot to be in if you were TM.
Absolutely. Quarter again, continuing the same game plan, this time getting chunked a little bit low. High ground control once again, it's really fought for, and no one's there to help TVNT. There's just no support in position to top him back up. And again, if you let that Zarya get to full charge and maintain it, you're going to have a problem on your hands.
Yeah, it's also a pretty, I mean, look, when they have the Zarya inside of the Kizune rush and you're just like the hazard at basically like 50% HP, I mean, good luck, right? There's no way you are going to be able to kind of like fight out of that position. So Twisted Minds now, though, with a Kitsune rush. I know you're going to be behind in terms of beat, but still being able to kind of like use this rush, get beat out, and then maybe you're able to have a beat advantage right there with Funny Astro at the end.
Okay, here's the Mind's rush. Alcacio with plenty of ultimates at first. It's going to be the Graviton Surge. Funny Astro, only player caught inside, but he definitely wasn't able to be kept alive. Lapta falls. TVNT, nice slash connected, and Ziad has drawn a bead on Quartz and makes short work of the Freya. It had to be a swift step away for the Kiriko, and Ziad definitely sidesteps that downpour. Hard to hit at the best of times. Simple tried to tuck there on top of that box and stay alive as long as he could, but eventually he is hunted down. And TVNT, for all his damage in this fight, 2 kills for the Hazard. Not remotely enough. So Twisted Minds are back to the drawing board once more.
Yeah, and look, the grab was used there, and it just connects on Funny Astro, and that's good enough because he's so close to the beat, right? That fight, let's say Funny Astro doesn't die there right off the rip. He's going to have the beat basically instantly. You're going to see the beat used there, and then the push come through from TM. Maybe now you don't even have to use that beat. Well, now that Quartz actually falls, you definitely do, and there it is.
Now, the beat probably comes in a little bit later than he would have liked to have used it, Matt, but you can still work this fight with 3 players, especially now as your opponent's about to be cut down to 2. Ziad's got extra value, and it's simple, just a little bit too close to the Zarya there. Inadvisable to say the least, but Labda cleans up Quartz now. 3v1 on the card itself. Kellex, won't be able to walk away. Looks like he was stuck with a bolt, and there was some extra damage from Funny Astro on the low ground. Twisted Minds buy themselves a new lease of life on Junkertown, but it is expensive.
Yeah, they have to kind of use everything there towards the end. They're going to have to make a pretty good push here through this second part of the map to kind of make up some time. Let's go to listening with TM.
Taking infinity damage, okay? So
hey, just push point head, remember.
Push point and target, so.
D.Va drop, dive angle.
D.Va down.
Trace is top left, I think. Trace on me bottom.
I drop point, I drop point.
D.Va point.
Yeah, should D.Va top, careful.
We have
Kitsune. Well, push up to lift of Kitsune.
I'm just playing through D.Va here.
No, just push point.
D.Va top,
right with me.
Go to Kitsune.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Careful. We have Kitsune.
Tree here. Trace low.
Take neutral, okay? We catch up.
Tree real. Yeah.
Pretty close. Shoot D.Va. I can't. Can you go now? Go.
No.
Look free close.
Get it.
Very close. Let's be. I'm on point. You go.
I love you. You're right.
Right. 3 point.
3 points.
Nice. These kids they're gonna have feet soon. Yeah, they have feet first.
Still lose you, okay?
Disengage if they beat, okay?
Very spirited comms as always from Twisted Minds, but look, I mean, it works. I'm not gonna knock it. Also got a nice little bowler eat there from TVNT. I won't say it was intentional, but it was a nicely placed defense matrix to answer that. Now, once the Star Falcons get back inside the choke, only a minute left for Twisted Minds. They lost so much time in the first part of the map, but now they're going to be under the gun constantly. Ziad here, close to a remake opportunity. Lambda barely alive. TVNT dies. This is a big commitment for the Diva, and he barely gets himself out. He has to self-destruct himself. Kellex with a beat now. Twisted Minds have one of their own. Ziad! Oh no! That is ridiculous. Lost his mech to the self-destruct, but crucially it's land and flattened as TVNT clambers back in without a care for the Kiriko. That was too close for comfort.
Yeah, it was quite interesting. They were talking about in the TM comms. They thought that Kellex had beat, but Kellex was like 70% at the moment. So they kind of played a little bit slower, kind of like anticipating that beat to come out. And then TVNT, once he actually gets that self-destruct, I mean, it is go time. Just being able to use it as a secondary life as Uzi out of here. He's going to have to self-destruct to try and get a mech back. And oh, nice Suzu there to kind of protect him from the Bola blowing him up there. But Ziad is able to take out Quartz there with the self-destruct. That's massive.
Yeah, Quartz took a risk. He overextended himself to try and hit that Bola shot, which was Suzu'd away, and then gives up his life as a result. That's massive. Huge props to Landon there for turning that around. And so Ziad, of course, back in the mech, ready to throw down once more. Twisted Minds, less than 90 seconds to play, as has been custom for their attack side on this map.
Subia Kitsune rush here layered over the point is Twisted Minds, I think, just trying to gain space, right? Everybody falling low here for Alcatia. Landon just trying to keep everybody up. So they're going to give up the choke here for just a little bit. Now they're going to have to go back in and try and fight, and they do.
Now this kind of fight, though, is their bread and butter map. They give that space and they come in and retake it. Alcad giveth, they also take it away. Simple is the first casualty in this fight. And while Ziad has lost his mech, I'm pretty sure Alcadia are very pleased with this exchange. They draw an ultimate out of Psycho. They push up. They're also maintaining some very important ultimates for later on. Bola shot in this part of the map can be devastating. As we saw Alcadia stave one off earlier, Lambda has one ready to go.
This is what I was going to ask you. Could you like Zarya or Hazard swap here if you're TM towards the end and they go with that Zarya where it's going to be very costly for Ziad to kind of go in with checkmate for that backline, right? And even with that, it's Ziad getting right into the mix, takes out TVNT, realizes there's no bubbles left, and that's the go signal.
And that's exactly what TVNT was doing to Ziad in the first map. Just start to stretch those Zarya resources as thin as possible and then blow her up when she has no bubble. Yeah, she hits hard, but she's a glass cannon at that point. 6 seconds to play. Checkmate looking for an assassination. Pulse bomb primed, ready. And now it's a matter of Twisted Minds stepping through this choke. That is easier said than done, though. Kellex disrupting them from the outside, making it hard to contest this card. TVNT is going to commit, though. Drop on down. Kellex has a beaten, so does Funny Astro. This is going to be a huge fight now. Sound Barrier's got to come down. And Funny Astro employs it to keep Simple in the game. Quartz has a Bola shot to work with now. It's going to be layered support ultimates from Alcatia. Ziad surges ahead. TVNT a little bit isolated on the low ground, and Funny Astro has to bow out of the fight for a brief time. Lambda close to the Diva, maybe too close, as he gets below 50 and is protected for a time, but not long enough. It's a trade. Self-destruct for a remake. Bola shot catches Ziad. Quartz gets landed as well, but it's no touch. TVNT is elsewhere. And Twisted Minds cannot keep the dream alive. It's a tied series after Junkertown.
I mean, that was a great Bola there from Quartz. They end up just losing 2 players there who were trying to go contest the cart. At the same time, TVNT still up, getting closer to a self-destruct there towards the end of his own, but just not able to make it back. Probably didn't have that flight. Just looked like even knocked off course just a little bit to keep OT going. So Alcatia, they will tie this one up, and you take a look at some of the stats, and 30-6 from Checkmate is a good reason I know that they tied it up.
Absolutely. What a showing from Checkmate. We were on board with him for much of this map, and I think it was those crucial defensive stops where he steps up and really gets a ton of value. The really nice pulses here being mixed in. I think the Bola shot there, we saw how high priority it was towards the end of the map. It's so big. It's it eliminates Ziad after meching, also takes Landon down, but there's just no ability to touch. Just a great game, just good Overwatch is what you expect from these teams, and they really deliver. In the stats, there's nothing you could point at that would sort of create some sort of disparity, and the map is close as a result.
I mean, back and forth as close as you can get between these two is just at the end. It's just a great hold there from Alcatia as things kicked off here for Twisted Minds on their offensive side. It got off to a little bit of a slow start, I would say, with that Hazard comp.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, we saw that it can be powerful in spots. If it can knock the Zarya off the high ground without taking too much damage and then start to command that space, allow Quartz as well to be really oppressive from there, then it's fine. But as soon as Ziad gets past that first fight, he enters the second with like minimum 50 charge, right? Especially if he, gets that perk online, and all of a sudden, the Zarya is at no point exploitable. She's always doing more damage than really the Hazard wants to walk into, even with Spike Guard at the ready. We saw Akatia, they just laid those support ultimates in that last fight and almost went wrong for them there. So really tough matchup to stay focused in. This bowler shot here, of course, is pretty massive, but Checkmate is a contingency. You could pick Quartz up, Psycho rather, if need be.
Ooh, they had Simple there too.
Yeah.
Oh, that
happens, man.
That sucks. I mean, that's one where TVNT is obviously a pretty healthy target in terms of overall HP pool. Simple's obviously one of the better. Offensive carries or just supports in general. That could have been a 2v2. They could have won, kept it going.
Yeah, I mean, sick. I mean, look at this, right? Such a genuinely competitive match. This is like unprecedented levels of parity we get in EMEA when these two teams go down. And then we get to see them unleashed on the world stage. They've been forging each other into legitimate juggernauts over the last couple of years at least now. And they sort of, set themselves on the rest of the world and see what they can do. This is what the OWCS here in EMEA is all about. And of course, now with Junkertown being picked up for Alcadia, I'm curious to see where Twisted Minds take us next.
And I'd also assume, Mitch, as we get closer to Stockholm, teams from Asia, teams from NA are going to be coming over to EMEA probably a little bit early to boot camp, right? Which is going to get Alcatia and Twisted Minds even an early look at some of those teams, right? And see how they kind of stack up, where they can probably stop scrimming each other 24/7. So it'll be an Icon map pick here for TM. No subs here at the moment. I'm trying to think what they would go to ban wise early on. Would you have they gotten rid of the Diva yet? Is that in contention?
Yeah, they have not. They have not eliminated the Diva from these compositions yet, to my understanding. I wonder what it is for Twisted Minds that makes them prefer Iconvolder over King's Row. And I think it's probably Hazard, and it probably also has a lot to do with Wuyong trying to give those really good sight lines over. The Freya ban here is pretty heads up. We've noticed that Lambda has preferred to make that Sojourn switch here. Quartz is really... Kiri ban here, I guess, from Twisted Minds comes out first, which I think they want to play, and it's going to sound crazy, if this is against a Diva comp, they want to play Wuyong Brig. At least that's what that was part of their anti-sim strategy, right? So ban of the Kiriko here puts Alcatia in obviously a bit of a weird spot. It's okay, well, I guess we're just Lucio Wuyong, if that's what they want to play.
I was almost thinking the Divas, you would have locked Alcatia without Chase into the game into a lot of Zarya different looks, right?
Yep.
And you could have penalized maybe on the offensive side, the Zarya not being able to access that high ground, right? Constant kind of attack and assault from the high ground and forcing the bubbles out, and then kind of diving in with the Hazard. But I think the Kiri, like you just talked about with the Wuyong and the Brig kind of combination, potentially going along with that Hazard, definitely makes sense.
I'm not sure if they're still doing it right. It just could have been something that's less oppressive now with the slight tweaks to how Wuyong's supposed to function. But okay, so we are getting this comp. So not so much has changed for Twisted Minds, and this is a comp that at the time Alcatia did not have a response for. They didn't know really how to adapt to it. Landon's main excuse also, if you remember, was that they were cold because they didn't have
cold
branded,
game. I forgot.
They didn't have branded hoodies. Is the issue, and they couldn't put hoodies over the cover, the signage on their jerseys, which is very normal. Twisted Minds though were plush. They were absolutely chilling. This is he said, I quote him. This is from an OWTV media, OWTV interview. He says, pro players shouldn't make excuses, so I'm not going to do that. But it was really cold.
Right. I know I shouldn't, we lost, but we can't make any excuses, but here's one loading up. So interesting. They go with the BAP with the Zarya. So this is going to obviously have a lot more staying power, going toe-to-toe against this type of comp, especially, if the Brig kind of gets in the mix with the Hazard.
I don't think the Brig is amazing against this setup, right? I think the whole value proposition is the free whip shots for the most part. It's the trade to backliner, so Langdon down is big. That matters a lot. Immortality Field would go quite nicely right now, but Quartz has been able to wend his way into the backline of Alcatia and just gets away with that matchup against Lambda. Simple still finds use for a whip shot apparently as he donks Checkmate out of the fight.
Yeah, it does feel like that Brig is obviously way better suited against D.Va. We historically have seen, you know, the last like 2 stages or so, right? Teams play a lot of the break into the D.Va, really easy to trigger kind of the Inspires and just kind of keep the healing rolling of the break. But it is a really fast first point take for Twisted Minds, kind of back and forth, and then they'll get this door open with over 5 minutes on the clock.
And up against the retreating Portcullis would be Ziad, playing that low ground pretty close up. Checkmate has gotten into that backline. Always looking for Funny Astro or a Pulse Bomb on the Kiri, either one, but eyes, of course, for any stragglers. So in the previous game, right, the sim comp was used on the attack that left some stragglers were able to be punished by this tracer positioning. Checkmate is going to be more than just a nuisance. He's not going to leave this brig alone. Simple knows this. He's going to try and swat at Checkmate, but that Pulse Bomb is close, and that would be a pretty easy way to take the brig out.
There's a mortality field already. Ziyad's so low, and they're going to end up losing him. And I mean, that dude, when you're playing the Zarya here, it's so difficult, right? Because you're taking damage from so many different angles. It looks like Lana gets pushed out to the choke, so a few kills traded here, but it is most certainly Twisted Minds getting the better. And yeah, you're going to have to ditch that Zarya to go over to the D.Va to have a little bit more mobility.
Yeah, again, it's just you don't have to full commit. You know, where you go now as D.Va, it doesn't necessarily represent you like throwing your lot in and not being able to change. So I think Ziad just needs this level of flexibility. Doesn't want to get mired, bogged down in this fight against sort of the brig hazard. But again,
this
now
is better into the brig though, for the brig, right? With that D.Va selection.
Yeah, it's a slight thing, but when you have like the brig perks that like give you the extra inspire like duration, it's really good. Oh no, Landon, okay, in trouble. Chase down, TVNT low though, and yeah, spike count's not enough to mitigate that damage. Nicely done by Ziad, good response. That's it. Again, he's able to be more reactive now as the D.Va, as opposed to being hedged into a certain course of action. But that card is getting pretty close to the checkpoint.
You're gonna have to back out though. Like, I think Twisted Minds, you're gonna have to back out just here for a second. Just wait for TVNT to come back. Simple, yes, stepped up onto the payload, but has to be so careful. Cannot afford to lose his life. It's gonna be a downpour coming off the spawn and actually gets rid of Killex.
No, I mean, Labdor really had to fight hard for this position, Matt. He knew that he had to pop ultimate in order to fight through it. There was also an immortality field. I think that helped to quite a great degree. Labdor eventually is brought down, but he wanted to secure that high ground. It's a rally popped pretty belatedly in this fight. And here comes Wuyong damage. Yeah, he's pretty good here.
Escort here on the flank.
He's good here. Also, Simple's like, I got a D.Va matchup? Yo, I'm going to go to work. Give me some of that action. He will opt out. Wait for reinforcements. Twisted Minds do need some numbers, but Psycho has joined them now on the cart. Checkmate, those been terrifying on Junkertown. Looking ferocious here. Trying to book our Catsia's ticket into our upper final.
So, Psycho now on a little bit of a flank here. I think just trying to put some shots down, then just kind of wait a little bit, see if he can kind of get in directly onto Landon. And that's going to be the immortality field out, as Landon's going to use an Ant Matrix as he gets dangerously low. So Twisted Minds may end up just backing up here for just a brief moment, allowing that Ant Matrix to kind of dissipate and then go back on in.
Self-destruct here for Ziad. Simple to the low ground was, oh, what are you doing, Simple? You know that's what happens next.
I think he tried to finish him.
Trying to take the D.Va down, and Ziad just says, yeah, hold my beer, bro. How about you hold this mech for me, dog?
All right, so this was above 5 minutes here as the door opened. Now we're going to be below 2. So a very good hold here once they've swapped over to the D.Va for Alcatsia, putting kind of Ziad on that comfort pick. Labda, though, I think he just got knocked down from the high ground. And then TVNT just finishes on with the ease. I mean, that is a huge pick, losing your Sojourn there up on that high ground.
Oh, it's like as bad as it gets. Labda now is going to switch over towards the Symmetra and try and TP forward, but Lana now is going to be brought down. TVNT is free to do whatever he pleases, apparently. Checkmate's Pulse, he might want to try and find Quartz, but Quartz knows he's coming. He's sliding back, still gets stuck with the Pulse, though. Checkmate, man, when he sets his mind to it, that player is going to get eliminated. Oh, the rally bash, though, brutal. Simple may have redeemed himself. Maybe not in the eyes of his, Yubi sitting on the bench, but that's fine. Job done and checkpoint achieved.
Yes, now when we get towards, okay, so we're seeing the Ramatra swap here. So, man, they just kind of playing musical chairs with the tank. So the Ramatra swap for Alcatsia, where Ramatra's really good here in this later part of the map, but then also can provide a decent amount of poke damage right against that like brig before the brig gets in. And also here, the Nemesis form in the vortex that's slow is so filthy. But TVNT going right over that hazard.
Big damage here from Quartz, but most of it's been intended for Ziad. Just try and punish this less mobile Ramatra. Stuck in the corner, and a vertical headshot there for Quartz will yield the kill on their enemy tank. Simple backs up, pretty scared. It's going to be a trade as Funny Astro's Water Orb found purchase on Checkmate in the end. Only a Tracer trade achieved there for Alcatia, and we'll have to continue to give up some of this ground. TVNT is in the best place possible right now. Stuck in spawn. Ziad's going to try and move out here on the Ramatra. Now, is this really a silver bullet? I'm not certain. Ramatra's been cropping up a little bit here in EMEA. Ziad's able to take Simple down. TVNT holds by the door, but yeah, this Ramatra was a bit of a wrinkle in the plan to finish the map there. TVNT will go a little bit low, being topped up at range, and Landon needs to be addressed by Twisted Minds if they want to finish the map here, but no one really has the bandwidth to look at him, let alone deal with him.
He's up there on the high ground, just putting down so much damage. It's going to be a Tidal Blast invested here by Funny Astro on the Psycho, as Psycho finds Landon, as this will be a nice time bank to finish with if you're Twisted Minds. Players funneling out of the spawn for Alcatia. That dude, Psycho, still just doing work here. They get rid of Ziad yet again. Now they complete the map. A minute 15 in the time bank.
Okay. All things considered, pretty solid stuff here from Twisted Minds. Obviously, they were threatening to have the map done even quicker than this. Highlights for me, I think, is what Psycho is able to do on the Tracer. He had an excellent round. He's 16-1 right now. And to step up the Checkmate in such a fashion, who, by the way, is 7-6, you've got to be feeling pretty good about yourself.
Well, like the ability for Alcatia, right? The first door they get to and open for Twisted Minds, it's like above 5 minutes on the clock, so they get that like below a minute when they take it. I mean, that probably like saves them staring down the barrel of like a devastating time bank from Twisted Minds. So Alcatia battles back there in a massive way, giving themselves a chance to potentially still win this map.
Okay, so I don't know if the Ramatra was just a mix in towards the end of the map, or it's something that Alcatia think has legs. It makes for a bit of a slower comp. I mean, you obviously have the Lucio to speed you forward, and it's still a pretty good in like these, in these Baptiste comps, as he's obviously not going to run out of range of that immortality field in a hurry.
I mean, the Vortex is pretty good, against like a Hazard, let's say, on when Hazard kind of jumps on in, so to just kind of like slow rip him out of the air, and then also kind of like the Nemesis form to kind of stand toe to toe, especially with the Hazard and the Brig. So I don't hate the Ram. We'll see if they go with it, but like you did allude to, it is a bit of a slower play style.
Still, you have opportunities to abuse some bursts of speed, but Quartz really will have a lot of time to start to wear through the defensive resources of Alcatia as they move up and just sort of ask questions of their sustained capacity. Checkmate will be the loose end here. Nice little Vortex catch. God, that is annoying for Twisted Minds to have to dance through. Also got a cooldown out of Funny Astro, I think, as he goes for the bonk. Ziad's got himself tucked in his corner now. Nemesis form in a couple of seconds, so wants to get in Simple's face and then convert with that form change. But yeah, too slow. This comp is not really achieving its objective in any reasonable amount of time.
Yeah, he's chasing around Simple, finally gets him, but at that point, TVNT had already killed the entire team, right? Rough start there for Alcat. They'll get back at full strength. They're going to try this here with the Ram yet again, is Simple probably just getting there off the respawn now.
All right, well, we've lost a little over a minute. Not the end of the world, but in terms of building support ultimates, Alcatia haven't really done anything spectacular in that regard either. They'll have a sound barrier in time. There's going to be a Tidal Blast that comes up first for Funny Astro. And may not be needed in this fight because would love to be the primary source of damage for Alcatia. Like,
guiding that around the corner. I mean, the guiding that around the corner from Funny Astro to hit the Lucio is silly. So yeah, but like you talked about, they're just gonna get cooked. They're moving through the choke, and like sure, Ziad moves up in that left-hand side, but then what? TVNT just jumps right on top of Labda inside that close quarter area, and he's just dead. Right? Sojourn can't do anything. It's proven to be a little bit difficult here for Alcatia to kind of make this Ram work, especially through this choke point.
It's odd to me that they feel like this is the better option over the Zarya. Yeah, like again, they're just too ponderous. Like, if you give Quartz enough time to line someone up like that, in fairness, that is pretty spectacular pick. Like a railgun headshot on a Tracer is the stuff of dreams for Twisted Minds, but it doesn't change the fact that the game plan here for Alcat is just too slow. They will get their support ultimates online for this next fight, right? They will have a beat.
Yeah, but you're going to end up having a rally, and you're going to have a Tidal Blast here with downpour for Twisted Minds. It's not like they're kind of going in with nothing. It's going to be the Tidal Blast on the TVNT, and first, nice Jagged Wall actually trying to block some players going up there towards the high ground.
Oh my goodness, that is big. It's a massive downpour, but all of Alcatia is standing straight behind an amplification matrix. Courts there, picks off Lennon as he tries to get upstairs. Annihilation has to be used here by Ziad. Honestly, it's a pretty timely application of that. More, honestly, for the armor that he gets after making that switch, that force switch into Nemesis form, which he now refreshes by doing it manually.
Funny Astro, though, still alive here. He's kind of like in the back of that house. Yeah, you see he's going to come out now. They're going to get TBNT back, and they actually end up having to use the Immortality Field to keep Ziad up.
Pulse on the Hazard could be big. Landon gets taken down. Simple now has that rally. He didn't have a chance to use in the previous fight, but he falls midway through. Losing the Brig during ultimate is very bad, but TVNT has stayed alive somehow. Great healing from Funny Astro as Quartz finds a railgun shot on Lambda that ends him. Here's the stick you were looking for, but it came instead from Twisted Minds, and Alcantia now a run ragged, run dry, and run out of options.
And that was probably their best look with that comp, right? They end up using their support ults. They end up using the Annihilation on the point there when it's like Psycho and Funny Astro, just the only ones alive. So I feel like now you're relying on Checkmate to come up with a huge kill. Maybe you can get Funny Astro in the back line.
Up they come. This time to wrap around that right-hand side. But it's really good setup here for Twisted Minds. They've got Simple sitting back to deny anyone taking high ground away. And Funny Astro is chilling. There's absolutely everything he needs to from this spot, and there's zero threat. There is so little backline pressure with this Alcantia comp. It literally is just checkmate. And that is not going to be enough.
No, and I guess, like, you know, look, with the roster that Alcantia has in, they don't really want to kind of go towards that Hazard as well. Nobody will be able to get a touch. And Twisted Minds with a dominant performance here on Eichenwald.
Now, that was pretty decisive for me, Matt. Again, yeah. It's Alcantia who, I guess they go for this Ramatra idea at the end of their defense side, right? They want to slow the game down. Makes perfect sense. It's a slow comp. He's hard to burst down. He provides with some, you know, makes a lot of space, creates a zone that's hard to enter. But we see that same strategy come out on the attacking side. And I guess the concern is that they don't want to bring in Zarya. We don't have the bubbles drawn out early and just have her burst down. But the Ramatra does not put nearly enough threat on the Hazard. He just ignores him.
No.
And the Ramatra also doesn't access this backline because you have insane natural high ground that you can play from. And Quartz has an extra layer because you saw it. Like, Quartz was looking at Simple for a while. He was just standing up at the top of the stairs to the defense side high ground with his shield up. So there's no way you're getting to the Sojo position. And if you don't have mobility, you have no vertical mobility with this comp. Ramatra can't do it. Tracer can't do it. You cannot contest that position that Quartz is playing from.
And I mean, it also helps when Psycho goes 30-1 there on the Tracer, right? You're looking for, like, for me, it almost feels like if he wins the Tracer battle against Checkmate, like, it becomes pretty difficult for Alcantia to win, like, find ways to win. We talked about how good Checkmate is for this team, but, like, you kind of look across the board, like, you know, Lambda can obviously have, like, you know, really pop off games, but even those would be kind of negated by, like, a Tracer performance at that level, right? Yeah. Where you at least need Checkmate to be kind of like running toe-to-toe with Psycho to be able to kind of contend in the series. And this is a perfect example of the map that doesn't go that way.
Yeah, and like I honestly think that Alcantia didn't even, you know, bother to try and bring Yubi or the Sim plan back in. Twisted Minds play like that similar comp. They get a ton of value. Like Simple, yeah, okay. There's a couple of odd situations for Simple, like shield bashing forward into a remeching diva. Look, you're just trying to take the chance to eliminate them. You're the king of the world if you're able to kill the mini diva there, and you look like a clown if you don't. So that's the way it goes. But this defensive effort from Twisted Minds is pretty hard to deny. Just that raw damage output. I do think that folding Ramatra into your comp will blunt your offensive a little bit, but also creating space also gives you more opportunities to do that damage, and they were too slow, even with the Lucio, to do that.
I mean, dude, the more we watch, like, some of these games, like, you know, we obviously see what Willies was able to do in the last series on the Hazard, and then how good it is for TVNT here. I think it's a tank that is on the up and up. Like, if we, now let's say the stage is going for another like 2-3 weeks, right? Like, we'd probably start to see Hazard comps galore with how these are kind of playing out. Is it'll be Alcantia going to Esperanza here for their final map pick of the series. In terms of what they have to ban, right? I mean, I guess you could ban something like a Hazard, right?
No,
you could do that.
Banned it in map 1.
No, yeah, they did ban it in map 1. You're right. So that's completely off the table. What do you do here if you're Alcat? It's kind of interesting. Like, are you almost using this to protect something that you want in here?
I mean, so So Alcadia banned Hazard in map 1 and Wuyong in map 2.
Yes.
So you could try and target Lucio here, right? But Funny Astro's playing Wuyong. So you just...
I don't think you would care. Yeah, I don't think you would care.
You can target the Brig, potentially. You can honestly target the Brig and try and play, like, because this is Diva Sim, right? This is definitely the map where you want to be playing this comp. So you've run out of most of your ways to attack the counter comp that Twisted Minds have developed against you. Brig is the only remaining way to do that. You could look to take Sojourn out as well, right? Okay, a little bit different than what I thought. Okay.
Okay. The Ram obviously is a protect, right?
Well, isn't it? I think there is a Ramatra comp floating around.
No, we've seen Ramatra, like when we did that week with NA, we saw a lot of Ramatra after the patch. Yeah. But Cassie on the other side of things, interesting. So so making it more of like a Freya Sojourn battle here.
We have seen, I think, like the one thing that I get brought to mind, it could be a protect ban, but also Liquid are also playing this like nasty little Ramatra comp at the moment. Like they ran that one last weekend. So that might have sort of filtered across. People might still be playing that at the moment. I don't know if this really furthers Alcazia's objective of setting the playing field positively. I think they just want to try and play their composition without any level of disruption. I guess the one concern is that TM could have just banned the Diva just to really mess with them, right? So you can't afford to leave yourself open to that. I think you really need that pick on this map. You're just going to take the matchup. You're just going to maybe just keep playing Tracer Sojourn or Tracer Freya, right? And just don't bother trying to play sim comps anymore and try and beat them on individual skill. But that's a tough ask against the team.
Yeah, but like the Cassidy ban, very strong against like some of the more flankers and heroes that rely on a ton of mobility with the mag grenade, right? So some stuff to even kind of like play along with the sim, right?
It's Quartz's team banning it, so that is interesting to me. I think that it legitimately could be a Sojourn protect. Well, it's a second ban, so yeah, I get they're targeting it. So okay, that's fine. Feel like that's where Quartz can pick up the Cassidy. Like I think denying yourself the option to go there is interesting, but that might mean that we're cooking something if we're Twisted Minds. Do we dare play Wrecking Ball? Is there any world where we think that is going to be the answer? Or do we just think the hindrance against our Hazard comp is annoying and something we just don't want to deal with?
It's probably the hindrance to the Hazard comp, but then it's also probably the fact that like Quartz, I know Lambda could play it with like the sim, right? So it's like I think that kind of combination. So it's like you don't want it to punish your own Hazard. You don't want them to have it to use in combination with sim to kind of create some really nasty kind of like, even with like, imagine if the Lambda was the cast right now and they kind of ran the sim, the cast with that mobility and then the protection of those Zarya bubbles going up against a Freya, like it's pretty nasty stuff. And also going against the Hazard. So they'll actually continue to play the Brig here. Will Twisted Minds, Alcatia, I think their read is they probably knew they were going to see the Brig, and they think the answer is here to just not playing the Diva, but playing the Zarya.
I don't hate this. I'm fine with it. It does put us in an interesting, oh my God. I mean, the Freya gameplay might be definitive here.
Yes.
Psycho also has been, staying in step with Checkmate over the course of the series. I've been really impressed by that, right? We've seen a bit more UB in the past, but he stepped in. It looks seamless. The Tracer gameplays looks great, and that's why Psycho is here on this team, right? That's a huge part of the game plan. The Twisted Minds will be taking the back foot early, just to maybe have Quartz use that high ground. That's fine. Ziad very low.
Yep, and he's used, he just got that bubble back online, but now it's gone.
Simple does go down, which I do think it sucks to be the Brig here. It could be worse, but it's definitely not a ton of fun. And TVNT just gets pushed over in the end. Brig would like to maybe force the Zarya back and, I don't know, create a bit more space maybe for the Hazard, but yeah, I don't know about this one. We'll see Simple switching up to the Kiri straight away, which I think is very heads up.
Yep, I agree. I think keeping the Wuyong in, getting rid of the Brig, I think if you see that, like, let's say Ziad goes back to the Diva, I think you bring the Brig right back, right? I think that's kind of the switches you're going to have to see out of Twisted Minds here.
Okay, Funny Astro with the deeps. My God, that is dirty. Oh, Bubble gets burnt on Kelix here as well. Ziad would much rather use him offensively. I don't know how much charge he's going to get off that, but when needs must, Throw the bubble on your backliner. Here's Kitsune Rush now for Alcatia. Of course, Simple a long way from his having only just switched to the hero. But Ziad's low without any bubbles. This is desperate times. Suzu giving over, but the poke damage is too good. And Alcatia, they need to blow people up within that first 5 seconds of the fight. Otherwise, their Xayah just doesn't have any juice.
Yeah, it's so difficult, right? The Suzu use there onto Ziad, trying to keep him alive is, but then when not have the bubbles and there's so much poke on the other side, and the Hazard has such great ability to follow up with big burst damage, no way you're going to keep Ziad up. So we'll see how Alcatia decides to try and fight out of their spawn here, take some of that high ground. You already see the poke kind of flowing around the corner there from Funny Astro doing serious damage.
And now, of course, threatening to get themselves into the lead. Big ultimates on the side of Alcatia. That means all of them, by the way. That's the translation. Yeah. Here comes the Graviton Surge from Ziad. No catch off the back of that one. Funny Astro may be able to use a Tidal Blast defensively. But I wonder if this lack of sound barrier for Twisted Minds' comp is going to hurt them in the longer game. People also popped Kitsune and just died.
Yes, it ended up popping the rush there like a little bit earlier in that fight. And yeah, they don't get any value of it. But what do you do, right? Funny Astro's been so good on the Wuyong. Do you want to drop that Wuyong? That may end up giving like a pretty sizable advantage over to Alcatia at that point to kind of get that extra support ult. I almost think you kind of have to ride it out with the comp they got.
Jagged Wall up on the bot, trying to deny Alcatia that first checkpoint, but I don't think they will be denied. Not after this. Ziad rolls over the top of Funny Astro. Checkmate actually didn't have to do as much in that fight. And that will be butt scratch attained for Alcad. Twisted Minds are yet to really come up with a good answer, and they definitely don't have one that involves powerful ultimates for this next fight either. They're going to be facing down another Landon rush, and Matt, with Simple and Landon out of phase in terms of their support ultimates, that is going to create a very volatile next few fights.
Yeah, with TVNT getting to this point, it's not like with Diva where you can like fly up and contend that high ground right away. They're fortunate enough to get Kellex off the rip. That's going to be the Kitsune Rush to kick things off, though, from Landon as they kind of like switch sides of the map.
No, this isn't sustainable. Like TVNT, despite guarding, looking at the Xayah, running away with his bot for an extended period of time, doesn't really work. I like this disengage they're able to take, though. They got Landon's Kitsune Rush out of him and managed to make things happen later on in the fight. Nicely done. That is tricky. Really, really hard to play from that position as Twisted Minds. That could have gone horribly wrong for them.
Yes, I mean, it's not a great spot with what they kind of have to get them back into the fight, right? Where Twisted Minds playing from that low ground, but they finally do. And then now you're getting close to, okay, let's get it for Twisted Minds. You're looking to get checkpoint out of this fight, right? Being able to kind of secure the checkpoint. They know that Alcatia is trying to wrap here. So Ziad already takes 2 shots, going to use a bubble there, kind of ward off some of that damage. But now they also know that Alcatia is a little bit split, Mitch.
Quartz just hit 5 people with that explosive bolt, Matt. That is crazy work. TVNT, though, is brought down. Alcatia can benefit from that high ground. They simply move back, take the bridge away. So just as Twisted Minds were looking like they'd really be able to get on an even footing, they are going to be sent packing once more. But this time, cleverly, they just go easy on the ults. Twisted Minds don't have any support ultimates to make use of. They build them now, and I want to see how this Tidal Blast is going to make it worthwhile bringing the Wuyong over the Lucio.
Yes, we'll see if you can actually kind of like battle back with that. It looks like that, at least for now, right? Having that sound barrier and the speed has been more impactful than even some of that extra damage that the Wuyong has put down. Ooh, nice grab, actually. They're going to use that jagged wall at the high ground, almost like defensively. The Tidal Blast used on Funny Astro to keep himself up, but hey, Mitch, they're not keeping anybody alive there through that grab. Pulse Bomb that kind of comes on through as Alcatia will continue to move and have both support ultimates here for that final stretch.
Yeah, I don't think you have a good ult combo for your supports to answer the grab bomb. Like, you really need beat when grab comes in and then Suzu the bomb. Funny Astro agrees. We're done with the Wuyong. We're switching off of it here.
See now, as okay, so it's going to be the sound barrier here to kick things off. You're also going to have this Kitsune Rush, but of course, dangerously low, bullied all the way back to the spawn as Ziad does get quite low, but still with these bubbles able to kind of fend off for just a little bit.
Oh my god. Bro's a raid boss. Dude, he's got his team an extra 20-30% there, being very, very charged up, fighting deep on the point, allowing Kellex to come in and get some extra progress. I think that there's risk of a snowball here for sure after, Funny Astro switches over to Lucio. Twisted Minds need another good fight or so before they can actually like answer this potential grab threat. And Alcatia don't need that. They've got a bowler shot they can just throw out at their own volition here. And they can use a Kitsune Rush on the aggressive. That's totally fine, providing Landon doesn't die. They're going to use it here. He still goes down. Funny Astro makes his mark. A bowler shot onto TVNT will be shrugged off.
Yeah, I was surprised. I mean, look, you can kind of throw that bola in, but it seemed like at that point it was a losing effort there. So you end up kind of throwing that bola, and there's still a decent amount of time here, right? 3 minutes. You're down by 100 meters, but if you can get checkpoint here, right, force Alcatia to kind of play from that choke on the opposite side. As Zion makes a change over to the Diva. I wonder, I think you could have just kept running that Zarya. You were obviously looking quite good. This could open the door for like a brig swap potentially from Twisted Minds, but maybe they feel comfortable them not doing it because you also brought in the Lucius, so you'd have to swap both.
Yeah, I don't know if they want to make that switch right now. It'd be kind of uncomfortable for them, but it's really about the picks here. Quartz is able to find the first onto Labda. Alcatia, it's a token attempt here at stopping this bot, but that seems to have fallen flat, and now, just about now, getting a little bit concerned. There's some conversation about whether or not you made the right choice switching over towards the Diva. You know you've alt-tracked Simple to have a Kitsune Rush guaranteed, and likely Funny Astro to have a beat in this fight.
Massive advantage.
Here, yeah, puts you within striking distance of this 123 meter total.
I mean, yes, you're going to be very close with a fight win here. And with a fight win here, Mitch, with these ultimates, you may end up just kind of completing the map off of it, right? Because you're also going to have a bola and pulse bomb here to use. It's going to be the Kitsune Rush here from Simple first. Then you're going to try and use this sound barrier if needed.
Pulse attempted there by Psycho. No connection though. Ziad got to be knocked out of mech anyway, and no chance to get back in. So this is the fight. Twisted Minds can call no more ults. They just save a sound barrier for later, and now they're getting close to this 123 meter checkpoint. Unreal. It's just a switch. Funny Astro goes over towards the Lucio, now has built a sound barrier, and Twisted Minds have themselves the lead.
So funny, we were debating it, and it's like, oh, maybe he can, and as soon as he does, you drop the brig as well, and you're like, oh, yep, they're right back into it. As Funny Astro has his beat, you end up losing Quartz. I feel like anything you get after this, though, is kind of luxury here in your Twisted Minds.
It's house money. It is wild. Funny Astro won't be here. There's no reason. Now you just run back across the map and abuse some high ground. Just make use of your sound barrier and a bowler shot from on top of the bridge. Twisted Minds might have done enough to take the series here.
Well, I think you take a fight early of your Twisted Minds, right? Take control of this high ground, right around the corner here, and you can see through the X-ray that's exactly where they're going, and drag some of these ultimates here out of Alcatia.
Yeah, they are the ones that are advantaged. They do not have to spend in this fight. They need to get as much as they possibly can. There's just not a great reason for using any ultimates here for Twisted Minds. None. Maybe bowler shot because they come easy, but outside of that, absolutely not. Lab does some good shots to open. Ziad a little bit low, though. That's cause for concern, but he has a self-destruct. That's an ultimate. Twisted Minds would like to get out of him. Funny Astro goes low, and the fact that he doesn't beat there tells you everything you need to know about the strategy for Twisted Minds. He will go down with ult in hand. Kellex picked off. Ziad uses a self-destruct. That'll get his mech back. Only one ultimate really drawn out of Alcatia. Maybe Twisted Minds are hoping for more there. That was a pulse attempted for Psycho that doesn't hit.
I mean, you definitely are hoping for more there, right? I mean, just one ultimate isn't really good enough. I mean, sure, I guess you're going to have double support ultimate to mirror here at the end of the game.
Oh my God.
But one fight here to decide the series.
All right, saddle up, folks. This is as good as it gets. As TVNT going low earlier, an early sound barrier required from Funny Astro, but a Kitsune Rush here for Alcatia. They want to go forward through the wall, downpour, pulse bomb. A nice idea from TVNT, trying to blow up the Tracer, take him with him, and it doesn't work out. Ziad low, but still commanding this high ground position. And Alcatia look like they can get over the line. Simple will get back, but won't be in time to make use of this Kitsune Rush for the rest of his team, and Quartz falls flat on his own threshold. Alcatia race back across the map and take this, of course, as is custom, to a fifth and final.
As usual, we always go to a fifth game with these two. Twisted Minds, they battled back. They end up taking the lead, and then Alcatia runs it all the way down across the map. It was that fight that they never really got any big ultimates out, right? If they would have left that fight getting a sound barrier out or something along those lines, you probably would have felt much better for Twisted Minds. But as we go to the end of the map, having those support ults there, over the line for Alcatia, and the way they kind of layered them were massive.
Maybe you've just got to commit a bit more, right? Maybe you can't play that fight and not want to, because obviously it's very clear to Alcatia what you're trying to do. Maybe you do need to throw something at them. Can you beat there and at least get one of the support ultimates out? You're still in a disadvantageous position, but I feel like this map, this was giving the feeling of what Push I think was supposed to give, like the kind of situation.
yeah.
This I think is like kind of the dream you have in mind when you make this kind of game type, when you make this kind of map. It's a huge swing back across the map and a chance for Twisted Minds to end the game, and just pulling up short. We're on the edge of our seats in this matchup. These guys deliver for us every single time. It is like clockwork.
Yeah. And I think if you're Twisted Minds, I think in the future, right, it's like if they have D.Va, then you can bring the Brig out. Otherwise, I think you still just go Lucio Kiri. I think it's just still so strong with the Hazard. I don't think you need to kind of like mix anything else up into it, where next map, it will obviously be a Flashpoint to close it out. I wonder, you know, with TM playing so much of the Hazard, I wonder if they would go Atlas. Typically, you would say like a Suravasa would be kind of like more up their alley, but you know, seeing them go to Atlas would be quite interesting.
Well, Alcat actually picked it against TM in the EMA finals, so that is the kind of map obviously you can go to. I think the Hazard is very reasonable there, right? But we've seen some wacky. We've seen Malga on that map, for example. Like the ball. Oh, I mean, Virtus Pro, I hate to use them as an example here, but they tried the Doom Fist on occasion, but you can just probably put that in, you know, Krusty's back pocket and maybe write it off as a bit of a wacky strat. But there are a ton of options if we end up going to that map. Suravasa feels like it gives us much more of that D.Va and Zarya composition, right? Yeah. And not all of those flashpoints really offer you good high ground to abuse, right? There are some. But many of them, you know, have you sort of on the low ground out in an open area. But I'm very happy with this map. We got some extremely high quality gameplay just now. Yeah,
with these two, it's always a banger. I mean, there's never a time where it's like, even the bad games of these two go to 5, right? You know, they're kind of like threatening reverse sweeps and things along those lines. So always a pleasure with these two teams. Also because they're so evenly matched. They play like very similar comps, right? Like, I think like player for player talent across the board, they're pretty even, right? It's just a great matchup here for the top of EMEA.
Yeah, I'm very pleased that we were given yet another fantastic series. And of course, there's a real opportunity we get it again in our grand finals. And I would not be complaining. Of course, there's money on the line that matters. And also that top seeding is really, really important when you're heading into an international tournament. Suravasa is going to be the pick, though, for Twisted Minds.
And these are two teams that anybody in the bracket, right? Like, obviously, one of these teams will, you know, not get that #1 seed. They'll have to kind of play a little bit, you know, longer to progress throughout the tournament. Neither of those teams are going to want to see whoever, you know, doesn't get that #1 spot, right? I know this might be one of the harder teams that's in that portion of the bracket. Whoever doesn't come out on top, I know, in that series between these two. So we'll see. It'll be the TM map pick. They will get rid of Sojourn here early on. Ooh, and then the D.Va gun.
Spicy.
Yeah.
I think generally, I mean, you can play D.Va in a Zarya. It doesn't feel good, but we've seen a lot of teams do it. But it is Alcats here that are actually preventing TVNT from playing this D.Va. Super interesting decision. Obviously, that's the second ban here, so it's not a protective of any kind. I guess they must have confidence, and I kind of feel this. I think back to Junkertown and feel like the Zarya looks really good into the Hazard, especially if she's able to carry some charge over from previous fights. If she's able to build some up for free with those right clicks, it feels like eventually you just overwhelm the Hazard, even if there's Kiri healing, Suzus and all that coming in. And also,
could you see TM going for a little Ramatra?
Oh man. Yes.
Yeah. They I mean, KSA and TVNT have both played Ramatra in the past, right? Like if you were like trying to really kind of a little bit of a curveball off the rip here, you know, for the first point, right? If you think they are gonna, you know, Zarya and just trying to take, you know, a little bit of a longer battle, right? Could be the Ram.
So this map was the decider in TM's game against Virtus Pro. And I remember this well because we sort of asked them afterwards. They wanted to play Suravasa because the Wuyong can't get a lot of value on this map, right? The sight lines aren't as like friendly. You can't poke people down super low before the fights begin. In fact, poke comps don't really have a home on this kind of map. And I think we all, based on how the bans have been so far this series, I think that Alcats want to force a Lucio Kiriko mirror as much as they possibly can, right? The Ramatra, I feel like needs a bit of support though. I really do think that you need to go for like a Baptiste setup.
Yes.
I don't know really if like that's entirely in the wheelhouse of Twisted Minds. This does enable though I just don't think we see sim at all from our cats here. I think they're off of it, and I think they're off of it, especially against this against this Twisted Minds team. Yeah,
I was gonna say we might get through this whole series without anybody playing sim. Really,
yeah, just crazy.
That's wild. Think about with these two teams. Could also be kind of saving some sim stuff, moving on forward. You know, with these two teams and like some type of matchup. So I think this will be fascinating. I think off the start, I would say that Alcatia is probably going to be playing some type of like Zarya like look. TM has an opportunity to do something a little bit different here towards the end. Johnny is saying that there's going to be a confirmed Game 5 sim now that we've said.
Game 5 sim?
No.
That would be odd because you can still play like all the sim hate against it.
Yeah.
Now, you want to see these guys play at our World Finals, World Championships, of course, in Stockholm. I strongly recommend if you're in a position to make the trip out there, you do so. Tickets are on sale right now. So we've got the 1-day ticket, 3-day VIP and exclusive merch packages available now. Now, last year, I don't know if it's the same this year, so you need to check on the link. But last year, there were tickets specifically for the OWCS, and if you didn't have them, you were in the sticks, like you were in the nosebleeds. It was like a little bit far away from the stage. So strongly recommend you make sure if there's the
good stuff, get the good stuff.
Get the good stuff. Get them OWCS tickets specifically. VIP and also exclusive merch packages only to be obtained at the World Finals. If that is your jam, you can get yourself some there. And I'm glad
wearing my Stockholm hoodie.
You are actually, yeah. Those went kind of hard. I was kind of. We're going for like some more of the drop shoulder, some more of like the baggy fit kind of stuff. I'm kind of vibing it. So make sure to check it out. It's not an event you want to miss. The vibe around Stockholm is DreamHack is always great. Stockholm's a great city. I'll be there. I'm sure the rest of the crew is going to be there. So be able to meet a bunch of people, have a great time, and experience some. It will be top level Overwatch input.
I got recommended something to do in Stockholm. It's evidently they. You know, the Swedes probably, you know, a few lines down in the Larsens, they built this ship and they were like going to have this big celebration to send it off. And the ship went into the water and maybe made it like 3 feet out and then it just sunk. And then they got it back up. Now they turned it into a museum.
Okay.
So I heard it was awesome. So
they got it back up. So a ship that got launched and then sunk instantly. Sounds like your comedy career.
I haven't launched it yet. So I haven't had the chance to sink. Even so, you got a reaction.
No, bro, I've got you in a tizzy, bro. Come on.
That's great.
You've been slow off the pickup there, buddy. Are you losing your edge? God, darn. I hit him with that one from about a left field, bro.
My riders are on strike. They're on strike.
Oh, we'll get to that, mate. No worries.
Yeah. You've cornered the market. You have them all on like a NDA exclusive deals.
Oh yeah. They got non-competes, bro. They are not writing.
They can't negotiate. They got to do $500 for a joke.
No, if you notice Johnny's quality dropping, it's because of that. I've nabbed his Ghost Riders. He was only paying him in Smorgastorta anyway, so.
Yeah, it's because he's only here like every 6 months.
Yeah. Well, you know, I mean. Skill issue? That's not my problem, bro. I'm trying to corner this market. I'm trying to monopolize. Let's head now into Suravasa, where space is the commodity that is being traded for now. It is going to be Hazard v Zarya in the front line, and Ziad has been able to burn Simple down. You cannot get so close to this Zarya.
You could see his, like, when we're doing, obviously, the free camp, you could just see the beam of Ziad, like, basically instantly just be, like, enormous. So you could just tell the charge, above 80, and he just kind of, like, beams down a few players right off the rip. And yeah, look, I don't think you can just kind of face dive into the Zarya, right? There has to be a little bit more of an educated plan here from Twisted Minds.
Yeah, for sure. It just does not take Ziad very long to charge those bubbles up. I guess the trade-off is that if the Zarya is charged, she's used both her bubbles in a pretty small window. You really want to try and stretch those healing resources out, and you want to poke Zarya down, but you don't really have the sight lines that allow for this. So a lot really rests on Quartz getting consistent damage into the Zarya outside of those bubble windows, and then collapsing on her, and that's hard to do. And also Suzu exists to give her that invulnerability frame. I just think this is a really difficult matchup. This is very skill expressive head to head.
But like, what should they do here, right? This is like kind of where I was like, oh, maybe there's like a way you can, if you didn't want to play like a Zarya head to head, right? Like, could you lean into like maybe trying to ram here early on? But I think it's a good call out. Like, you wouldn't need the BAP, but I don't really think that they want to play like a BAP Lucio, for instance, on the Twisted Mind side.
Yep. I get it. I just don't think it gives you a whole lot of value. So, this is a good example that you can obviously play the Kiriko with Lucio Kiriko with the Zarya, right? And you don't have Immortality Field, but Suzu is kind of a mini drone anyway. It gives you those couple of seconds, and that's usually all Zarya needs to get her next bubble available. So here's Bowl Shot out in the open mostly. TVNT very low, and with this Kitsune rush here, and now Katsuya, this is a textbook snowball of a lead in the game of Overwatch, folks. TVNT could not do a darn thing, and there's no way to mitigate really that pulse bomb, so that's brutal.
I think you got to change this up, though. I mean, if you're Twisted Minds, right? Do you continue to kind of roll out with the hazard? They have made it work at times, so it's not like this is like a complete lost cause. Is this okay? No, just a speed ring there. Okay, now they're gonna swap. So it's really tough there. We'll see now as we move further through the map with a little bit more space with some of these points. Like the Zarya is still as good.
You got better. I like your flank angles here. You obviously have them on first point, but Zarya is, she gets to take that fight pretty close. Okay, so funny Astro in the grab. Okay, fine. They have to throw it down anyway. Wondered who that was supposed to be for. Well led there by Ziad. Now we have a downpour. Oh, could catch there of Lab. I think it's just going to be topped up. There's no way you're going to be picking off. Oh, nice. Tell a lie. Quartz was able to line him up with some of those explosive bolts. And in comes TVNT, a jagged wall, getting himself a little bit of extra damage on Checkmate. And all right, Twisted Minds have entered the game properly.
Yeah, I think, like, look, if you can set the pace with the hazard, right, and kind of like get the Zarya on the back foot, yeah, you can obviously kind of continue to win some of these fights. And we have seen them actually win. Like, what Eichenwald was basically these types of comps, right? You know, a little bit of a difference at times, but like basically this kind of tank shell head to head, and Twisted Minds, they will come out on top. So we'll see now as they have a good chance here, right? You know, above 60% and counting to even it up.
Bowler Shot obviously very good on this map if you find the right chokes. These first two flashpoints don't always lend themselves to that ability being effective. Here it is. Bowler comes in anyway. Nice Suzu. Perfectly timed there. Cooked to perfection by Simple. He's got a Ladder and Quartz traded out. A pulse bomb on a Zarya bubble by the looks of things. And Ziad is benefiting from it. Laughing all the way to the bank with 100 charge and hitting like an orbital land strike.
Yeah, so now a flip here. And the ability to have a sound barrier advantage for Alcatia. They could easily, climb up into the 90s and we get like a one fight type of scenario. So you see a hard couple use there for Checkmate, and just kind of see if you can maybe find somebody with a pulse bomb, stay alive a little bit longer there. Ends up backing out instead. Gonna come to the rest of the team exactly where these players are coming from.
Bowler for Quartz. Hard to hit this one well as this instantly gets thrown into the back line. Just thrown out. Okay, beat there for Kellex. That's going to answer the damage done by the Bowler Shot entirely and give him an opportunity to take Funny Astro out of the game. Oh, by the way, Ziad, yeah, he's max charge. He is absolutely beaming them down now. Another unsuccessful fight means that Twisted Minds have one last chance to avert a 2-0 in flashpoints.
And I mean, it's, look, Twisted Minds did a great job at the start, but now here in the later stages, you see Checkmate now just on the hunt with this pulse bomb, right? Making sure nobody kind of comes from this type of angle, being able to kind of cut this off completely, see if you can even get like a pulse bomb in this choke, right? Just finish it off right away. So it looks like he may end up deciding to go on a flank. Gets actually hit there by Funny Astro for a little bit.
Oh, no Suzu. That's been drawn out. Checkmate doesn't want to go in for the kill just yet. No recall, and maybe look, perfect is the enemy of good. Could have gone for a bum there, but just got caught out. And so Quartz is able to step up. Now, what can Ziad do? He knows he's got to go massive here. And Funny Astro is caught inside the grab. He'll take that one every day. This puts Alcatia back favored now. A player ahead. And they'll have themselves this flashpoint. Quartz does not have the backup to get through Ziad, who, by the way, has only died once on the entirety of this map.
And not surprising, as Alcatia just one flashpoint away. Twisted Minds, you're kind of like using, you're really relying on winning this first fight, right? You're going to have a double support ult here just against the rush. Lavda will end up using the Bola shot here most likely, but with Ziad getting here so late, you actually see his low HP just trying to like keeping launching himself forward with some help there from Kellex to get back into the mix. This is really going to rely on this support ultimate use from Twisted Minds, and the fact that they get Landon here, and Landon also has yeah, I mean, they're just trying to reset. Landon has the Kitsune rush there to kind of match. When they don't have that, and then there's rush plus beat on the other side, there's no point even giving up more ult charge. Just back out.
And this will start the push for Twisted Minds. Got everything to work with too in terms of those support ultimates. I want to see where Psycho is headed. Big pulse here could really shut this down quickly. Right now, just covering the flank angles for Checkmate. Doesn't want to be the aggressor here. Does not want to allow checkmate in through the back line. All shot cleansed off instantly by the look. Sound barrier came out from Funny Astro. Perfect here for Twisted Minds. This is exactly how you leverage that support ultimate advantage. Yes, they spend both, but Landon had to commit a Kitsune rush, and it's a very quick fight win.
They just need to win this next fight, though, right? You end up using both your supportive ultimates to win it there. You're going to get up above 60%. It's not going to be good enough to finish off this Flashpoint. Now you have Kellex coming back with his beat. An opportunity to use that here. Could be a point flip for Alcatzia. And then look, once Alcatsia's been able to get these points, they have not given them up. As that is a rough start, though, right? As Psycho takes out Kellex, that's a big support ultimate, but they flip it. They're, 2 kills now in favor of Alcatzia.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to win on basis of skill expression, Matt, just mirroring the Zarya comp, I think is a very reasonable idea instead of forcing TVNT to play from behind, just in terms of the edge of that tank battle. TVNT that's going to be shoved off here. This is Alcat, of course, as you'd expect, committing that sound barrier. So a disengage for Twisted Minds. They're going to come back with a grab that can't be answered by a beat. This is very, very dangerous now for Alcatzia. They have to attract this ultimate. They're going to have to respect it because the simple Suzu may not be enough. And this is good. Pulling off the point, getting some damage done. Quartz picked off, and TM have to hold onto the grab.
Yeah, I mean, you have to hold on to the grab. You have to hightail it, right? You're going to give up probably 50% here to Alcatzia already. You're going to end up with a Kitsune rush here to match Simples. And then, sure, you don't have the beat, but you're going to have a grab of your own, and then you have a Suzu to be able to kind of protect with no pulse bomb available. So there is a real good chance that Alcatzia can battle back into this one.
TVNT, instant grab straight away, knows there's nothing to really answer this, or is there? Kitsune rush healing! Oh, it almost gets him there, but it doesn't matter. Alcatzia say the best defense is a good offense, and they run them down. The Zarya bubbles got used to their fullest extent there, and it was a good Sushi from Landon. Alcatzia flipping back before the end of the Flashpoint.
I mean, that's a huge flip there for Twisted Minds to get control, and then kind of like it allows them to buy some time, right? You'd be up at like 88, 89% here. If you were Alcatzia and held on it the entire time, you lose Quartz trying to make it across.
He has Boulder as well, Matt. This is massive. They can play into the Kitsune. Pulse Bomb comes in. TVNT gets a lot of charge off of that one. Twisted Minds can still fight for this. Can they use the rush? Sound barrier now comes out for Funny Astro. Their last gasp at staying alive in this series, and frankly, they're heavily advantaged. Simple finds his way onto the kill feed quite spectacularly, and Twisted Minds will stay in the race on Suravasa.
I mean, a little bit too close for comfort, right? Losing Quartz on the cross. You end up having to use both support ultimates, but it is like a do or die scenario, obviously, for Twisted Minds. Now, it looks like for the overhead map, yeah, it looks like Alcatzia wants to take a fight maybe off point. No, it looks like they've kind of backed down. They're going to allow them to kind of like either play from that staircase or try and like wrap.
Twisted Minds look to come forward now. Recall saw used there by Checkmate a little bit earlier on. I'm just going to have a poke for the time being. Psycho's Pulse Bomb definitely has numerous applications in this fight. Really, it's between Lambda and Quartz to see who can actually potentially find an early pick. Some nasty sticks with these bolts, man. It is pretty absurd. They built Bowler Shot, though. That's what Lambda's looking for. He's hoping to have it online in a moment. They just go after the Zarya here. Pop the bubbles. There's no backup at all. None to speak of. TVNT gets run down. Alcatzia, their win condition is set in stone before the fight begins, and they execute on it flawlessly.
Yep, they have that support advantage. They use the beat. They get right on top of TVNT, and doesn't matter what he's got for bubbles, right? There's no Suzu that's going to be able to kind of keep him alive on through that. So Alcatzia will win first fight. I'm looking at Lambda again. He's been finding these pickups early on, especially on a Quartz, getting the better of him here towards the later end of this Flashpoint. If you can kind of catch him on the way in, they battled through it the last time, Twisted Minds, because they had double support ult. Not a lot of times you're going to be able to lose Quartz early and still end up flipping these fights.
52 and counting. Twisted Minds find themselves in the same position on this Flashpoint as they were the last. Just having to stay in the game. They can commit a Kitsune rush that will be answered. There's also a grab. Alcatzia have everything they need, and they're going to use them straight away. No fuss, no messing about. It was a counter grab that came in from TVNT. Pulse for Psycho. Okay, it was the Bowler Shot that caught on to Lambda in the end. Both teams dig deep, trade big ultimates out, and it's Twisted Minds that come out on top. Checkmate only has a Pulse Bomb here, and he knows he needs to save it for a little bit later.
Oh, and dude, I kind of like how TM is sitting right here too. You're gonna have a huge advantage for a sound barrier. You probably end up winning that fight. And then I think you kind of come down to like who can end up building this Kitsune rush a little bit faster. Unless Checkmate kind of just decides to end the game with a pulse bomb of his own, right? Like get into the back line, like land a huge pulse bomb, whether it be onto like Quartz or somebody along those lines.
95 plays 38. Here's that maintained pulse bomb. Funny Astro might give Kellex enough time to develop his speed. Yeah, Twisted Minds, there's no point going aggressive. They just save this sound barrier. For Alcatsia's step up. No continued rushes in this fight. Both Kiriko's far too far away from them. And no mention of any grabs here. So this will be pretty fundamental. It'll be all about the beat. Twisted Minds want to take a fight early. They found a window before Kellex has his speed online. He gets it just in time. Toss for checkmate. Where does it go? Looks like it's been eaten up by a shield or something similar. Suzu's been used now for Twisted Minds. TVNT is going to be kept in the fight a little bit longer, but Ziad's in deep trouble and gets run down. The trade for Funny Astro surely is going to be worth it, but Landon's found simple as well. No supports left for Twisted Minds, and that could be an issue. Yes, TVNT is still on the field and has to be respected, but this is 99 plays 95, and there's been a flip. TVNT can't get back to the checkpoint. He's out of commission and out of the fight. And now with overtime ticking down, it's all on Psycho. Pulse bomb's there. Funny Astro turns up and instantly is going to be brought down. And Alcatsia, surely they've done enough. Wrecking ball here for Ziad to get them over the line, and that will be that. Another government-mandated banger in the books as Alcatsia advance to our upper finals over Twisted Minds.
And dude, Twisted Minds looked really strong throughout this series, as they usually do against Alcatsia. It's just in the end, for whatever reason, at least in OWCS, they cannot get over the hump. Taking a look at some of the stats, Ziad being able to play that Zarya pretty much all throughout, just kind of farming, man. 30-5, a dominant performance from him. And then a lot of probably what this series, I mean, dude, I bet you if you went and looked at, it's probably true for a lot of series, but like the Tracer battle, whoever kind of like ended up, you would be able to tell who won the map depending on the stats from the Tracers. It's just been that type of series, and Checkmate, obviously with some help, having the Zarya for a lot of the map, comes out on top.
And say what you want about results in other competitions so far, but in OWCS, Alcatsia remain the top dog. They remain the victors in this eternal battle against Twisted Minds. But this map really kind of had it all. Twisted Minds came out with their hazard composition, right? Kind of knowing that there wouldn't be a D.Va in the game anyway, and that it was very unlikely they would see the Symmetra. And TVNT is an excellent hazard, but Ziad was just getting too much value, and frankly was too effective on the Zarya once Alcatsia started to come back, and get those early Flashpoint leads. But each Flashpoint was very close, and each fight could have been swung on a pulse bomb connecting, a bowler shot finding extra value, a Suzu or a bubble not being effective. But I think Ziad having an extra pseudo Suzu in the form of that second bubble to throw to his teammate was pretty massive. And the fact that converted into more damage for the Zarya, I think, was huge. This fight here is crazy. They lose their support early. They know they're up against Kitsune Rush, so they get grabbed and they just run it down.
Hey, I mean, good luck to Peps in their match against Twisted Minds tomorrow, but I have a feeling we'll end up seeing these teams in a rematch. I think some of the stuff that Twisted Minds, Mitch, like may have got wrong with this series is just like a little bit of like comp changes at certain times, and they can make those changes overnight. Nothing crazy here needs to be adjusted for Twisted Minds to kind of close this gap. As you play this series every day, it'll go the distance with maybe a different winner, but Alcatsia, at least when it's in the OWCS, is always on top.
That's sick, though. It is kind of uncanny. There's no blowouts here between these guys. They always bring their absolute best, even in a game where both teams are already qualified for Stockholm. Now, seeding really does matter. The extra pocket change is also important, but there's no understating just like how incredible it is to get to witness these teams go at it again and again and again in this region. It never gets boring, and it helps forge other teams up around them, like your VPs of the world, like the Peps, of course, who are going to be representing there in Stockholm. And this is yet another statement to the world that in EMEA we have quality teams that have been working very hard to shape up for that international level of competition. Just a great series, man. I'd say the only letdown was the first map. That was a little bit tough. Right. Everything else was sick.
Yeah, no, I mean, just an incredible series, start to end. I mean, different kind of compositions. We didn't even really kind of get into the sim stuff. Excited if we get these two teams again tomorrow.
Geez, that's right. Tomorrow. Wow.
We're back again tomorrow.
Yeah, potentially just one day in between seeing these two teams play. But the downside for Twisted Minds will be that they will, if they advance, they will have had to play their lower bracket game first, and then we get into a 1-4 grand final. With it all on the line, it's going to be an absolute banger. And I think that each of our, stage finals here in EMEA has really been characterized by this, very top-heavy, explosive matchup between the two very best teams in EMEA. And two teams that, when it has come to, mid-season championship, for example, have really put on a show for us. Hopefully they continue to. Let's head over to our experts now and break down the game that was and set our sights after this on North America.
And boy, do we have a lot to break down as per usual when those two teams face off against one another. I don't know, we seem to run the same simulation over and over again and it doesn't get boring. And we're still learning, we're still evolving, we're still AIing this whole thing. But let's talk about it. How did OWCS get it done this time around? Because I think the caster already summed it up pretty well. There wasn't anything like aggravating where you can point a finger and go like, oh, this is why Team X lost, it's just, they are very evenly matched.
Yeah, I mean, I think it shows in a lot of these individual fights that of deciding maps. It comes down to like these low numbers engagements, 2-on-2s, 3-on-3s, and little clutch ups here and there make a world of difference. And it's been rare that there have been two teams, I think, this evenly matched in a region that really always go to game 5. It's kind of crazy actually to think that they're going toe to toe and on so many different styles. It's not that it's been sort of the same meta the whole time. They've adapted through many different trials and tribulations. This is a Twisted Minds going away from the Symmetra. We thought they'd use it a lot more today. They didn't pretty much touch it at all, right? Both teams kind of going heads up there without the sim in the conversation whatsoever. I'm curious if we'd see any more tomorrow if these teams rematch. If there's a little bit of there must be a sim pocket strat lurking in the wings somewhere for those grand finals. So I haven't given a belief just yet here in our EMEA top 2.
You might be able to get a hint or two from our interview guest. We have Kelix standing by for a quick chat after this phenomenal series we got to watch just now. So let's bring Kelix in for our little winners interview. Kelix, always great to see you and even better to hear from you. Let's talk about it. Once again, you guys are going map 5 because, that's just the way you guys do it. Is there anything in previous meetings against this team that you were able to take away and use in today's game, or is it just always kind of the same prep you're doing against Twisted Minds?
I mean, it's mostly the same prep. I think we always lose to them again. We always lose against them when we play Saudi League and other Saudi tournaments, but when we play them in the European tournaments, we always win. And I think we just have that in the back of our heads that, don't worry guys, the script is working perfectly. It's all gonna work out.
Yeah, I mean, I want to ask exactly about that. When it comes down to game 5, because it often does between the two of you. It feels like every series, no matter how it starts, you guys end up in a map 5, needing to clutch it out. It gets down to the wire. What's the mood coming into game 5? Is there really that confidence that hey, we always, clutch it up in the end, guys, don't worry? Or do you feel that level of pressure, having gone the distance with them so many times?
I think there's always pressure, in these games because there's so much at stake. But I mean, I think it's always a good little mental note to have that, oh, guys, it's map 5. We always win those, gives you that extra little confidence that can give you the last, yeah.
I want to bring up Wuyang because I think Wuyang was a big part of how this series unraveled. Obviously, Lijiang Tower, you find yourself in a Wuyang mirror, so I want to ask you about that. But then later on, Eichenwalde struggle against the big Wuyang comp, but then you overcome it on Esperanza and they're forced to swap. So how did you respond to the Wuyang throughout the series, and what was it like playing the mirror in the first map?
Yeah, I mean, I think it was a bit hard. I mean, we kind of expected it, but we didn't go as planned. I think across the whole match, I think we slightly got better against it, but also, yeah, I mean, we always knew it was going to come, and we still need to find a really good answer to the Wuyang break comp, but we have tomorrow for that, so yeah, we can find a way to win, I think.
That's right. So you're already expecting to meet them again in the grand finals, I assume. What's the schedule looking like for the team then? If you have such a short turnaround facing the same opponent, most likely, you guys gonna scrim again, or just have a quick chat and then all go rest up? What's the schedule look like for you?
We're gonna talk after this game, and then I mean, obviously, Peps, they looked pretty good today, so I think they have an okay shot at winning. We will see, but yeah, we'll just talk after this game. and discuss like the maps we lost and what went well, what went wrong, all the obvious things, and then try to theory craft like a new comp or like some Symmetra things. I heard Jake talk about us not playing Symmetra or something like that. So maybe we will pull it out tomorrow.
Yeah, we were expecting to see a lot more of that, but perhaps tomorrow we get treated to the good old Symmetra once again, as we're starting to miss her, really, or not. I'm not entirely sure. I think a lot of people don't miss her, but we do. So anyway, Calix, thank you so much for joining us for a quick chat. Best of luck in tomorrow's match, and thanks again for taking the time for a quick chat.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Pretty sure I said quick chat 3 or 4 times, but that's okay because it was a good chat. I wanted to highlight that. Speaking of highlights, DHL series highlights. These are on your screen right now. And there is quite a lot to highlight, honestly, in this series. There was just so many pop-off moments. Like, poor Mitch and Matt. Like, they're blowing up.
Poor Mitch and Matt. This is an amazing series.
Yeah, but like, they have to...
You're always complaining, like, oh, we never get the bangers. We always get the thing. This was a gigabanger.
Yeah, but you know, like, you want to rest your voice a little bit before the grand finals. Alas, those 2 teams did not let them rest.
That is true. There's no rest for the Wicked Zoe, and certainly none for Mitch and Matt in this game. I mean, what an insanely close series. Like, so many of these fights are down to the wire. They're down to like 1 shot hit or missed, which is an amazing margin to be able to watch, you know, teams at the very top of their game, at the, you know, near the top of the world in terms of their level, going toe to toe and just showing all that they've put into practice. I'm really excited to see that potential rematch in the grand finals, but I think it's a good shot from Kelix. Peps look good today, you know, and as much as Gen G faced some issues in this in that loss in the lower semis, I feel like you can't take it away from Team Peps. They won pound for pound on those later maps that really did count. And, you know, obviously TM would be a huge step forward for them. Like, they are certainly going to be the big favorites. There's always that chance for a huge pop-off performance to you know, upset those scales, especially if TM are maybe a little overconfident, as I'm sure many opponents have been against Team Peps at this point. I mean, at this point, Team Peps, they're used to being the underdogs. I don't think that they're going to be sweating this matchup.
Oh yeah, no, like they're all the pressure is on Twisted Minds for that one, right? And now, looking at Twisted Minds facing off against Team Peps, would you expect them to like just keep Psycho in, as we've seen pretty much all series today, or will we potentially see you be coming back in and then like actually playing the Symmetra comp against Peps?
I think that's an interesting question, actually, because Peps, I think they would be quite comfortable, actually, if they were just allowed to play more of the anti-sim compositions. I think that's what they've kind of like thrived on so far. So, you know, if you feel like you can match them, sure, go ahead. I'm getting some energy here. I'm getting some Atlanta Rain
Crystals,
upsetting
like,
Dallas Fuel in the 2022 Hawaii playoffs, where we were like, oh my god, Shanghai Dragons, Dallas Fuel, another giga banger. And then Atlanta Rain's like, we're gonna play Ryan, and Gator and Hawk just swoop in and upset Dallas Fuel. So it's not gonna happen. It might be a day for Matt to bet the house on Peps, but I just want to say 2 things before we move on as well. I'd rather say poor observers than poor casters, because these fights are so messy that shout out to the observers, you know, trying their best to catch all that action. Incredibly difficult. And second of all, if you're VP, you're kicking yourself, because you're like, all these Symmetra compositions, I can't deal with this. And then in the upper bracket, they're like, we're gonna play Zarya, we're gonna play Tracer, Lisa Carey. It's all good.
Single tear rolling down Kevster's face right now. He's
gone into the woods, like Snillo. He's gone.
Kinda let's go mushroom picking altogether. You know what? I don't know why you had to drop VP back into this. It's a little mean.
I miss
Johnny can't let
can't let
them rest. You know, it's their time to rest, Johnny. Others have to go forward.
You beat them while they're down, though. Like,
carry the torch.
They're literally on the floor, and you just decided to like drag them back into vision and like.
I just wanted to know that they're missed. They're loved, and they're missed. Virtus Pro, you know, Kevster, can't wait to see you again on the OWCS broadcast. Look, it's going to be incredibly difficult for Peps tomorrow. It might be another like 90-10 game when it comes to like the channel points betting again, and this time I'm not betting the 10. It just, I know last Sunday was crazy. It's not happening. It's not the time for upsets.
But you didn't bet any on Pepper. That was just
more
Matt.
the time for upsets than right now, Johnny. Like, this is peak upsets in the last.
This is not a Jake thing to say at all. You're supposed to be the sane person.
I honestly think
But he's
I don't think
factually
we've
correct.
ever seen this many upsets in a weekend of play ever in Overwatch history. I mean, like truly, I think this is actually doesn't shock me. I think the reality of the ban format destabilizes the game and forces you to continue to perform really well on any given day. Like, you can't just have your strats perfectly rehearsed and know that you're gonna win 99 times out of 100. Like, even if you are the better team, even if you are more experienced, you know, it doesn't get much better than 90-10. So there is that little bit of a chance. You know, back in the day, I felt like it was more like a 99.99 to 0.001, right? Like a really, really bad chance. But now the underdog has that puncher's chance. Bans kind of introduce this chaos, and there's the deathmatch factor that could always turn against you. And I think some teams have been overconfident in this playoff, and that has come back to bite them. I don't know if TM will do the same. I agree with you. TM's still the favorite. I still expect they're going to likely win this, but I've just got to give it to Peps, man. They showed up in a way I didn't expect them to today, despite the extenuating circumstances of that match.
Yeah, I mean, the first 3 days of playoffs, every time we said yada 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 is the clear favorite heading into this one, we got a little bit of a surprise at the end of the series. So perhaps we continue that trend, perhaps we're not. So far, it's been an amazing playoffs, but it's not done yet. We're done with EMEA for the day, though, and we'll be moving on to all things NA, heading into the lower bracket where Sakura will be facing off against SSG right after this.
The match is about to start.
Sorry I'm late. Let's do this.
Widow's up top. I'm on point, dude. Genji, you want Nino? Okay, guys, lock in. It's overtime.
Let's stagger, let's stagger.
On me, on me, on me. Yeah, I'm dead.
Down.
My ult's ready.
Xander.
Dead.
Pushing, I'm pushing.
No, pull back.
Hold car, we're down.
That was so bad.
Yeah, we suck. Yep.
Let's try something new.
Diving backline.
No, I'm dead.
Widow's down.
Matrix, battle.
Oh, no.
I got pulse bomb.
Back on cart. Come on, back on cart.
Oh, going in.
Stop the cart. Stop the cart.
Oh my God! Ah! Go to world! Do you see that?
Making their OWCS World Finals debut, please welcome to the stage, Team Phoenix!
Are you ready?
Yeah. I'm ready.
Hello, my name is Howard Wong, and I voice Wu Yang in Overwatch. Today I'm reading Against the Tide. Let's dive in. Centuries ago, a wise family dedicated themselves to understanding the Wuxing philosophy. After studying the 5 phases, fire, water, metal, wood, and earth, the building blocks of our world, they founded Wuxing University, where traditional wisdom would pioneer new science. The school is divided into 5 colleges, each with a unique curriculum. Fire College, Martial Arts, Defensive Strategy. Metal College, Robotics, Technology. Water College, Traditional Medicine, Medical Advancements. Earth College, Agriculture, Sustainability. Wood College, Civil and Environmental Engineering. During the Omnic Crisis, a task force of Fire College alumni beat back Anubis' forces. Since then, the college's prestige has skyrocketed. Only the best of the best are admitted. Fire College is where my parents met. They were top fighters during the crisis. And my older sister, Anran, she's been Fire's star student since her first year. I was so inspired to follow in their footsteps. But when I applied,
Then regrade his exam. This is clearly a mistake.
I only scored high enough to attend Water College. When word got out, I could tell.
Water College? But that breaks the family streak. It was unexpected for us, too. Thank goodness our Ming got into metal.
I disappointed everyone. My family was trying to be supportive of my studies.
You'll need to work extra hard. We won't be able to help you.
But I think they saw me as a waste of potential. If I wanted to give them something to be proud of,
Then you were like blam, and the fire went whoosh. That's when I knew we aced the project. Ming, you're going to set the courtyard on fire again.
maybe I just have to be more like her.
So it's like that fire staff you made, but imagine this section condenses water instead. It'd give water at least some combat capabilities. I wonder why you'd want that. You know, I still get crap for not getting into fire, but at least I'm not her younger sibling. Gee, thanks, man.
So, on top of my normal studies, I started studying Fire College lectures.
Something to share with the class, Wu Yang? No, Shifu.
I knew I couldn't be exactly like Anran, but I felt trapped in her shadow. What would it take to stand with her in the light?
Attention students. Null sector attack reported in Chengdu. Please report to the transport bay for further instructions. This is an emergency situation. Wuxing University students are asked to support evacuation efforts until official forces arrive.
Anran, I'm coming with you. No, don't leave the med bay. You'll be safe if you just keep away from the front lines. But you'll need help, and I said no. I can't protect you if you get in my way. Get in your way? How could you say that? After all this time we've trained together. You don't trust me? I didn't mean it like if I needed someone to tell me I'll mess everything up, I'd just call Mom and Dad. I didn't need to hear it from you.
All colleges to your posts.
Wu Yang.
Fire students, prepare to deploy.
But while I stewed in the med bay, there you go, all better.
Help!
The tide turned against us in Chengdu.
Null sector overwhelmed us during the evac. Anran's still out there. You left her there? She made us run. We didn't know what to do. Hey, my sister. Where is she?
What was I thinking, picking a fight at a time like this? We're family.
Anran!
We're supposed to protect each other.
Wu Yang, you shouldn't be here. Hey, tin heads! Get away from my sister! Reverse the tide! You okay, sis? You idiot! What are you doing here? I had everything under control! Oh, yeah, clearly. Wu Yang, I'm so sorry. I never should have said... Make it up to me later. Let's just get out of here. Don't get in my way, though. Oh, shut up.
3 weeks later, after Anran and I returned to the evac zone, official forces arrived. The following Monday, it was business as usual. Guess even Null Sector couldn't change our exam dates. I was nervous about what my parents would say, so I didn't tell them about what happened with Anran.
Why aren't you studying, Wu Yang? Here, I peeled you some oranges. I'm just taking a break. What are you guys doing here? Dad bought us all matching hats. This one's yours.
Somehow they found out anyway. I think I know who's to blame. When I came to Water College, I thought I'd never find my place.
Keep working hard, son.
But after everything, I'm starting to realize maybe it was here all along.
Wow, the medal the headmaster gave you is so heavy. Ugh. Too bad this doesn't count towards your GPA, huh? Hey, leave my grades out of this. What a ride. I hope you'll join us in Overwatch 2 when Wu Yang officially joins the roster. See you there.
Don't let them deceive you. They don't quite suit like we do. Touch my heart 'cause it's see-through. So you can tell that I need you. In the morning, you should know by now. While we're talking, you should know by now.
One stage left. No cushion, no do-overs.
That is that, folks. Alcantia closed the book.
Every map matters. Every second counts.
Rocket is looking clean with these plays. You can't win this fight.
World Finals on the line. Stockholm in sight.
Just lasered. I mean, there's just nothing stopping Chronic right now.
Hold W. Win. Ticket punched.
The bowler just detonates everybody.
Lose. GG's. Season over.
In a dominant position. Oh, what? That flick was insane.
The strongest will rise. The rest will watch you.
What? There's no way. GK have done it.
Rise as champions. OWCS Stage 3 starts now.
Sounded like it. Hello and welcome back, everyone. OWCS playoffs are very well on its merry way. This is day 3 out of 4, and we've been treated thus far. I'm Zoe. Joining me on the desk to break it all down for you are Jake and Johnny. And man, EMEA once again delivered. We started things off with an upset, then we moved into El Clasico between Alcatia and Twisted Minds. It went as expected. Map 5 banger of a series and a potential rematch of that in the grand final, so a lot to look forward to for tomorrow. We did give away our remaining ticket as well for the World Finals for EMEA to Team Peps, which cost that can be considered quite a big upset. Now, will we see the same in this region? That's a big question. Let's take a look at the bracket to see where we stand, because we're also seeing an unlikely name there in the lower semifinals. Sakura, they will be the team facing off against SSG for that last ticket in NA.
And they had to earn their chance to even be here, Zoe, right? Like, to take down Nightmare, it was a nothing less than a huge game out of, I think, especially the DPS from Sakura. So, I mean, that's a lot of pressure to be going up against, you know, both first Nightmare and then now SSG. You're up against the young GOAT Sugar Free. Like, scary. But at the same time, I mean, they made it pretty convincing against Nightmare. I think this is a bigger ask, though, and I would be massively surprised if they were able to pull it off. But just been really impressed with Sakura's development over the season. To even be in this position is a huge overperformance.
Yeah, I think we addressed SSG last week when it comes to upset scenarios. I think Nightmare kind of collapsed in front of Sakura, where we didn't see players like Rocket, for example, perform some of the bans that are placed. But SSG, like, they just don't underperform. Like, they're so consistent. Hawk is just ever-presently performing in the front line. Sugar Free always comes up with a gigabanger game, playing Tracer and stuff like that. So SSG has to be big favorites in this one.
Indeed, they've been sweaty gamers all stage long, and it showed. Obviously, the changes they made in their coaching staff, the changes they made on the actual roster are really paying off for them. They've been very, very consistent, as you just said. Speaking of consistent, of course, Team Liquid has been very consistent this past regular stage as well. The meta feeding right into everyone's comfort zone. They've been all on top of their region, sitting comfortable. What will today bring?
I think that's kind of the question, though, Jake. You don't know with Liquid because they can play everything at a ridiculously high level. And I think that's been one of the reasons they've had such a successful stage is that you have obviously Tree, like in this clip, okay, we're going to play some Sigma and Soldier. It's like, why not? We know we can bring this out between Tree and Infected and play it at a really high level. But then if we want to play pure dive, we can do that too. And full confidence in doing so. We can play the ball comps if need be. And then you obviously have to talk about the fact that Vega, so flexible in that traditional main support role, being able to play the Wu Yang at a really high level. This team, Jake, I think it's one of the more flexible teams we have seen in OWCS. Obviously, you can bring up Falcons with proper Stalker and such, but Team Liquid, so versatile.
I think this Liquid roster, it's been a bit of a slower build for them over the course of the year, but the trajectory has always been up. I feel like they've been improving, and now they're really innovating and pushing the meta in directions we didn't necessarily expect it to go. That being said, they still had to go to Game 5 against GK. I mean, you got to expect these two are going to be delivering a very close series. GK was down to 3rd in the standings in regular season, but they brought it back. They defeated SSG to be here and have a chance to secure that top 2 finish. And so honestly, I expect nothing less than a Gigabanger out of this series. I mean, if it doesn't go map 5, I'll be a bit disappointed. However, I'm giving the Liquid the edge right now. I feel like the trajectory has been so strong for them. I think this is a team that is peaking at the right moment, as you said previously, Johnny, and I think the flexibility that they have gives them the edge. GK has some cheeky and very challenging compositions to match up against, but Team Liquid seems to have decoded them and found the right answers to some of these wild strats. That being said, it's up to Lethal and I think Maimon to have really big games in the DPS lineup, because you better believe Tree and Zera are going to be bringing the heat for Liquid side.
Let's take a look at today's schedule as well to see what we have in store. Just like in EMEA, we will be heading into the lower bracket first to determine who is going to grab that last remaining spot for the World Finals in Stockholm. That will be our 3rd place. And then win or lose in their 3rd place match, they will be securing that ticket, of course. Now, afterwards, we will be heading into the upper bracket where Team Liquid and GK will be facing off against each other. Once again, the replays you just got to see were from week 5. So that's been, what is it now, like 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago? What is time? Also a different patch, but not enough has changed really for most of those teams composition wise.
Yeah, I think the biggest X factor maybe will be, Team Liquid, really, because I think GK are maybe a little bit more standard, and it's been Team Liquid who've maybe a little bit oddly for them been a team who's kind of gone out on a limb in terms of the strats they're playing. You can't argue with a team that's this good. However, it also makes it a little bit challenging to evaluate their styles. Like, is what Team Liquid's playing actually the best style, or are they just the best team and making their own style work and kind of being a team that other people just aren't prepared for because they're unique? So it's going to be a really exciting upper final to watch. Sakura also, I'm just excited to see what they can bring in this series, but Space Station has, as you mentioned, Johnny, been so consistent. So this team is feels like the team that is immune to upsets, and I'm giving them the hardest caster curse possible in saying that, because I really think these guys deliver time and time again, and they're so challenging to uproot. They don't really make big errors that I've seen. If you beat them, you have to beat them pound for pound across a long series and really edge them out. But the veterancy from Hawk and Sugar Free is just way too real right now.
Yeah, and we'll be talking a little bit more about that match in just a little bit. But speaking of exciting things, we of course have co-streamers once again all weekend long. So make sure to tune into their streams and show them some love. The drops will of course be enabled on both of their streams as well, today and then tomorrow for Frogger. What a picture.
This was
what is happening?
I saw the first one. The first one was great.
Frogger requested a different one.
I have not seen the first. Is this an upgrade or?
It was like a Frogger Chad, Instagram filter or something like that. Or maybe that was just Frogger. I don't know.
No, that's what he looks like.
Oh, okay. That was what Frogger looks like. Okay.
Yeah,
we'll never know. Maybe Frogger will join us in Sweden. We can find out. And if you want to as well, make sure to grab your tickets. Also, before all that action, of course, make sure to watch for as many hours as possible to grab your drops. Make sure also, of course, that your Battle.net account is connected to your Twitch account to start earning.
I want that little OWCS. Oh my god, I'm blanking on the word now. For the gun.
Oh, the gun buddy?
The gun buddy?
Oh, this is a charm.
Okay.
Charm.
It's not that. It's not that.
It's a charm. Charm.
The charm.
Is it no? Yeah.
I always use the dice, okay? Because, you know, I like to go in. I slide in. When I'm playing Sojourn, I'm sliding in. But, you know, I also want to represent OWCS. So
You need the Venture skins, man. The Venture has a dearth of skins. You got to be picking up the OWCS Venture skin. I'm going to need those. I'm going to need those right quick.
Yeah, I'm just going to repeat myself from EMEA. It's the 30 minutes watched, witchy astrological, like what was happening there. It's like some moon faces. That's I'd love to identify as that person, which I'm not, but it's cute. So it's my aesthetic. My aesthetic is also everything Torbjorn, in case you didn't know. And
I think of you, so yeah, just think
Torb. Yeah, I know that comes to mind usually first. Yeah. And I will be dressed up as Torbjorn for the World Finals. How about that?
Oh my God, that would go so good.
That's a lie, but actually.
So we're holding you to it now. So we're
gonna do the gender bend Torb
display built for you too.
You know what? I'm down. I can rock a beard. That's it. I should leave it at that.
I have no doubt that knowing you, Zoe, you put on a great costume. Yeah.
It's going to be good. It's going to be a good time. And if you want to see that, then make sure to join us in Sweden. Grab your tickets right now. And here is one of the teams that you might be able to support if you do so. And that is SSG. Star-studded roster, big org that we've had in OWCS for, ever since the beginning. And let's chat about how they did in this stage and also in the playoffs thus far. I mean, they've certainly been tested in the upper bracket going up against GK. That was a 5-map series.
Yeah, and I mean, I think this is an SSG kind of coming off last stage, just, you know, maybe a little bit low motivation, just not having the edge. Now this is a team that absolutely sets the standard at qualifying for LAN here. I think we've talked Hawk and Sugar Free to death for good reason. I mean, these players are very competitive for best in class in NA easily, and maybe even in that conversation in the world as well. However, I think the addition of Chronic to the squad, formerly of Nightmare, last stage really impressed at the Esports World Cup despite some really challenging matches. Looked amazing individually. SSG took note. They brought him onto this lineup. And then Lep and CJ in the backline have been very stable. CJ in particular has blown me away. I mean, has really come into his own. For a while, this guy was kind of like next up in the Flick support. Now he's up right now, right? This is his moment to shine and perform and do it on the world stage, no less. So definitely eyes on SSG here across the board. A roster that could actually be, in my mind, pretty competitive in Stockholm.
Yeah, I thought they'd actually beat GK. So them actually losing in that series, I think, just like surprised me a little bit. And now they're in the lower bracket and have to claw themselves back in winning this series right here. It's been such a great meta for Hawk, just being able to play comfort, and then, you know, at times Chronic is so potent on the Freya as well, which shuts down, you know, some potential dive compositions like Winston, for example. Like, it's a good matchup against teams like GK. And so they've been able to get away with playing really comfort heroes so far in stage 3. And I think for Sakura now, tough challenge because you kind of have to match it, Zoe.
Yeah, and I mean, this is an unlikely opponent though, so perhaps Sakura went under the radar a little bit for SSG. I'm not sure they actually expected to meet them here. Alasa did have, of course, enough time to prepare against them, or rather for them. Let's talk about who stood out in that series. I mean, Zomba and X10 both put on an absolute clinic. I was so happy to see X10 back in action. She was just like... she's just so good. I'm like so happy. I'm so unhappy that we didn't get to see so much of her during the regular season, but towards the end they started utilizing her over PDK. She was able to pick up that Reaper. She is playing that Freya. She's playing it all, and she's playing it so well. But also Zep, I think, has had quite the glow up, I want to say, this last stage.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head there. X10, she was unbelievable in this series, specifically here on the Reaper on Suravasa. But then Seb, you know, being able to play the Unreese on King's Row, we listened in on that King's Row, and Seb was so comfortable being proactive. You know, they were really pushing it to Nightmare. And if you're pushing aggressive while someone like Zomba is cleaning up in the Tracer duel, the other team is just like, they have no space, they have no positioning, and they're just taking an absolute beating. So Sakura, they fired on all cylinders in all aspects in that matchup against Nightmare. But then you go into this one and you're like, okay, Zomba, how are you going to fare against Sugar Free in a Tracer duel? What is that going to mean for your positioning and ability to, you know, take some of these commitments alongside Seb? How is Seb going to perform against someone like Hawk? It just shifts the entire dynamic when it comes to positioning and how you want to approach some of these fights. And that's why I think it's going to be way more difficult for Sakura this time around.
I think Zeb is actually just a demon on Orisa, and if they can get away with pulling out the Orisa and making it work in the series, that would massively swing things towards Sakura. However, as you were mentioning, Johnny, I mean, the matchup against Hawk's best heroes aren't really that good, right? Like Zarya, D.Va, both can be kind of awkward matchups at best for Orisa, and sometimes can be an outright counter. So it's going to be really challenging. I think the meta certainly favors what SSG are doing, and they can kind of play this stock standard. And it's up to Sakura to throw a monkey wrench in the works and kind of, you know, force something to be really awkward or different from SSG. Very few teams have been able to do that. Very few teams have been able to unseat this very solid team. Like Tracer, Hitscan, Zarya, and D.Va, man. Like, you know, it's not rocket science, but the way SSG executed make it look like an unbeatable style, and it's one that I wonder whether, you know, you've got like the Winston chops on Sakura, like I don't know that that's their comfort, but I think that might be the matchup that you want in this series, and so they're kind of pulled in different directions. This is the nature of facing such a challenging opponent.
Yeah, they definitely have to punch up. Now, I think if we're looking at our predictions, they should say SSG across the board. I'd be very surprised if it wasn't the case, but let's, well, technically already said everything. Okay, what is the potential for an upset in this one? Like, because thus far it's been like upset century. Like, I would be shook and shocked altogether. But like, is there a world?
3 bans. 3 bans. That could maybe help Sakura. Zarya ban, Freya ban, and the Lucio ban. If you can win those 3 maps, then maybe, you know, oh well, if you win those 3 maps, you won. But I'm just saying, I think targeting those heroes, is how I think Sakura maybe gets an in. But it's going to be incredibly difficult. I'm not placing any bet on this one. The channel points, chat's got to figure it out.
I gotta tell you guys, as much as I've been excited to watch Sakura this season and how far that they've come, I feel like this is the end of the journey. I think SSG is gonna just put on a 3-0 beatdown. I'm thinking about SSG as a team that could upset and could end up being the #1 or the #2 seed in NA. I don't even think them not qualifying for me is almost out of the question. I genuinely think a rematch against GK could actually go towards SSG if they play things a little cleaner. So I'm thinking SSG here is just another league above.
Well, 15% backing Sakura. We love to see that though, because they certainly earned their spot to be here and should receive some love and respect. I know chat very often is rooting for Sakura because there's a lot of really lovable people on that squad. Now, uphill battle for them, let's see. Yeah, well, yes, but people love an underdog story, Johnny, okay? They love an underdog story. So how can the underdog bark and bite louder than the upper dog, question mark? We're going to Lijiang Tower, SSG's map pick. What bans do you want to see for this?
I mean, let's see what SSG bans, because I think normally I would think something like a Zarya or a D.Va ban. These are your most potent bans, but Lijiang could. I mean, is this an Orisa map? I'm just trying to think of the way that Sakura can play Orisa, because Zeb might be the best Orisa in North America. I mean, I think that's like genuinely not crazy. SSG is going to open with the Freya ban, Escort responding with the Ram ban. I mean, Ram does prevent some of these comps that really stagnate the game and slow things down. So that does mean more openings, more opportunity, where honestly, I think Sakura's best odds, strangely, maybe, are in the DPS duel. I think Zomba is, I mean, as good as Sugar Free is, I think a lot of people are probably underrating Zomba's chances to actually put up a serious fight in that Tracer battle. And then in the hitscan duel, X10 versus Chronic, I mean, anything can happen, especially I think when you take Freya out of the equation. Now there's a lot more option for just that Sojourn one-tap effect, you know, and any given day, right? Like that's the power of these hit scan duels and the power of really X10's season to make me believe that she can actually take this fight.
We're about to find out. Everything on the line for both of these teams. The winner will be joining us for the World Finals at DreamHack in Stockholm. So for all the action, I'm going to send it over to our casters. Jack, who's standing by with the boy who never sleeps, Avril.
Thank you very much, sorry. Yeah, that's kind of crazy. Avril, I think you've been awake, what now, like 73-ish hours, maybe? Like,
put that Anna sleep dot on me. Put the Anna sleep dot on me. Not gonna work.
Yeah, bro, there's a 6 Annas like sleep dot on you right now. I
got that Wrecking Ball major perk. You know the one I'm talking about.
Yeah.
10 hours of Korea. Wow, yeah, some amazing Korea games that we had last night. Honestly, go check that out. Crazy Raccoon versus Falcons. Probably one of the best ever Crazy Raccoon Falcons game. I know it's always those two. It's like the 25th time they played each other, but it was amazing. Hopefully some amazing games in North America as well. Specifically, I mean, it was teed up by the desk, but that Liquid game later on versus GK, a lot to look forward to there.
Banger.
First of all, though, Jack, look at this one. Lee Jung up first. This is Sakura.
Oh, and I'm with you, by the way, Zoe. Let me get a tour bid as well. I'm down. In Stockholm, me and you, the tour. we'll do a desk bit. We'll do a desk hit and everything.
Johnny should do a tall tour. You know, he's Swedish.
A tall
just be the tall Torbjorn, you know? Why not? Yeah, it's like...
We were speaking about all dressing up as Johnny as well for Halloween. So, like, maybe we can get
We should all dress up as Johnny for Stockholm. We should all come as Johnny for Stockholm, actually.
Okay, you know what? Everybody write that down. It's happening. Maybe. We'll see. Soon, TM. All right, let's get into the series, though. Space Station Gaming, Sakura, and Avril. I mean, Jake said this is a 3-0 beatdown. Seeing Space Station maybe even upsetting to win the entire region. Sakura did look very good on Nightmare, but maybe that was a Nightmare off day. I know Zomba popped in that series on the Tracer, but standing up to Sugar Brawn, I mean, that is a ridiculous order.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough game, especially now Space Station know what is up. Sakura are a team that have really punched up so far in this particular stage, but how much further can they punch? Because Space Station, they're ready for the Zarya mirror. Look at this, Chronic already starting out on the Bastion. This is one of those key Zarya mirrors where you want to have that advantage, and we have seen teams pick the Bastion specifically to get one over in the Zarya mirror.
Yeah, it's going to be tough to actually connect with a Bastion as well. You've obviously got to get through Sugar Free, got to get through Hawk, Isuzu, and Chronic's not going to be using those shifts lightly. And I mean, that's Sakura, what they're trying to play around, right? Is they're using that shift.
Extend starting out of the Reaper as well. Obviously, Zarya Reaper, well-known combo.
Oh, that TP
Would
is
have liked to have seen the X10 come through on the casting straight away, but look at this. We already just had so much damage. Zeb's gone melted by the Bastion.
Yeah, that was an insane TP as well. Just up in the window, and then Chronic just basically sits there and shoots Zeb as he tries to retreat. He's got no bubbles. Like, I mean, we've seen Space Station bring out this comp before, but Sakura, at least on that fight, didn't feel like they were ready for it.
And this really is the identity of both teams. We've seen a ton of Hawk Zarya across the stage. Zeb as well. Talk about the Orisa that Jake mentioned. That has been played. I'm not a big believer in Orisa, specifically not going to be useful in this Zarya matchup as well when Hawk is going to be doing this much. So it's going to be a lot of Zarya today. While Space Station, they just get up. They've done so much homework knowing what Sakura we're going to be able to bring in.
Rush available, but there's the TP again. Chronic trying to find a target. Unfortunately for Sakura, they are completely split. Half the team went one way, half went the other, and yeah, Zeb with the reset. This is it's not looking good. Forbidden combos coming up soon as well with the grab and the barrage strike from the Bastion. Chronic's done so much damage this fight, or this map already.
And that's the thing, right? I mean, Hawk is barely even able to clean up much of the damage, given that Chronic's just getting everything done. Rav still waiting in the wings, still ahead of Zeb, obviously. Sakura, do they at least have Kitsune rush for rush, both sides?
Oh, but he's already down. Yeah. And the Chronic just gets to walk on it like a Bastion in rush. Was that like 2 million DPS? Like, yeah, GLHF. Yeah, Sakura go down again.
Completely one-sided so far. I mean, expectations laid out. Jake was saying 3-0, and that would be what Space Station are looking for here. They know that they, at least based on reputation and results, are the far better team than Sakura. We're just wanting to see if Sakura can still have that punch-up like they did versus Nightmare. X10, I'll stop it to Soj.
Someone's got a pulse bomb, but actually connecting with the Bastion, even just like a normal Bastion, you hit the shift form and like, you just kind of shrug it off, and then you have to get through bubbles. Forbidden combos up now, grab, artillery, like, how do you actually connect this? Looks like Chronic's gonna use the artillery first, and there's the grab, and oh dear, not where Zeb really wants to be, but it's just survive regardless. Nice Zuzu there from Z does keep them up, and now they have to fight into a wall. Now Supi Zomba down, and yeah, it's just gonna be pedals scattered across the point as 100-0 for Space Station. Just running over Sakura right now.
It's not just any 100-0. You're about to see the stat line as well, and Observer brings it up, but there is not a single death on the side of SSG. None. 0. No one died at all. Flawless score lines. And we got, unfortunately, on the side of Sakura, a bunch of new recruits to MI6 on their side. Double O's across the board. It's a rough one. And what are you going to do against this Zarya Bastion? I don't know if Sakura have really prepped their own Bastion going into this mirror. Could they maybe start to consider something like a Mei to play in towards this Bastion? Obviously, we're already looking towards where X10 is bringing the Sojin into play a little late in that last round, but Sojin, a lot of capability to find easy rails on the Bastion, farming rails on the Bastion as well, huge hitbox, but X10's going to start on Reaper again, which I don't think is going to work too well in this particular mirror. We already saw what that looked like.
There's a configuration tank, and yeah, you saw X10 kind of wraith walking past the team, very low HP already, and it's just such an easy press W moment, right? Like, oh, there's no wraith form on the Reaper. Okay, we just walk it in and he dies. It's just so easy. X10, she's going to struggle, and you maybe even consider, unfortunately, Freya is banned, but a Freya, a Sojin, yeah. Here is X10, jump over to Bastion, and the sim for Somber. They want to try go ban for ban with SSG.
It's surprising that Sakura even rolled out on the Reaper again. Perhaps Sakura were thinking, no, this is going to be the map where Space Station changed up the composition, but Space Station just cleaned up 100-0 9 mark without dropping a single death, which for the time being, only CJ has actually died so far on this map. He's going to be the first death. Of course, Space Station, we're going to keep playing that Bastion. Sakura have no choice now to try and match. They're going to be far behind and all.
Oh, well, that's a good start. Killing Chronic's perfect. And now you just got to get rid of these pesky turrets. Yeah, it should be pretty easy. Double beam hero is going to be able to clear out this front line. Hawk's going to try and go for a wraparound here. You can see Sugar Free putting down a TP to get to the back of the point, and Natsuki does end up falling, but they killed Sugar Free, so both DPS dead. And realistically here, Chronic's going to have a tough time actually coming back into this fight. Crossing that bridge alone as the Bastion is going to be very tough. Man, the Lego Bastion still goes crazy.
And that's just the Bastion damage. That's what the Bastion provides in this particular mirror, right? So Sakura, all right, fresh swap, but the X10s that are damaged overtake Chronic.
Rush available. Rush on the bridge here is how Sugar Free ends up using this teleport. We'll see if they end up going White Room or they go bridge.
Oh, the boom! Oh, no, the boom. So big from Natsuki.
Massive. And CJ's going to go down as well. Lovely stuff. Quick reset here for SSG. No use messing around.
It's incredible what one change, well, two, speaking with the Symmetra there as well, but a compositional swap up for Sakura, allowing them to now be competitive in this matchup. A Space Station still have yet to burn through any ultimates. They're losing these fights a little bit too quick, and obviously we saw what the boot from Natsuki did in that last one as well. Have to have a full stack here for SSG.
Nice fakey there. Okay, they're just going to go through White Room now. They can even wall half this point off as well. It's exactly what they're going to do. Zomba can respond in a couple of moments, but here comes the rushes from both sides as well. Now it's up to Chronic to really get damage done as the sound barrier comes in from both sides. Bit of a stalemate now on the point. Both Bastions looking at the wall, but the Graviton Surge is good. Artillery barrage inside the grab does absolutely nothing. X10 completely vulnerable. Space Station Gaming with a grab there from Hawk. Just way better at cleaning up that fight, but Zeb, unfortunately, what, 5% away? Maybe could have responded with that artillery barrage too.
And that's the thing, X10 dropped in the barrage, but no combo with the grab because Zeb was 5% away. Hawk and Chronic had the combo going. Catches enough to Sakura to make it hurt. Sakura, though, still leading on this particular round, 85% to 47. Now it's Zeb's turn, and honestly, a good grab into a fight when you can take the round just on that alone.
Yeah, you've got to be so careful, and Space Station know it as well. They're playing a little bit tentative here. Zeb trying to step up now. Form already used by X10, so a quick pedal backwards here from Sakura. They can make this final fight. However, it looks like Chronic wants to try and force some pressure on Sakura, but again, using the form a little bit later. This is go time. It's just tit for tat right now, but Extend ends up going down. A grenade from downtown, a right click from Sugar Free is going to be good. Sakura need to reset, and they need to reset now. They've lost basically all of their damage in this fight, and if they don't, this is going to be last, and these Saggers are going to hurt Avril.
Sakura.
Is he dead?
Yep. They definitely need to. I mean, they're just losing members quickly. Well, they're not quickly enough losing members. That's actually the problem. TP's going to get a couple more players out of dodge. Flip over was confirmed in the middle. That one 90%. We're going to hit the 99 of our space station. Still waiting for this grab from Zeb. No sound barrier on left.
It's hard to touch in this comp as well. You're going to have to amp it up if you're Natsuki. They're going to end up teleporting on there. Rush on the point. Zeb used the grab. Is on the pillar as well. Chronic's dead already. CJ to follow. Okay, Sugar Free, last man alive here, trying to push himself on the point, but a grab from Zeb in the end worked out, and Hawk suffering from the same fate Zeb did in 2 fights ago. 10% away from that grab. If Hawk managed to get that online in time, that could have been a very different story. But Sakura, they're going to claim this map. Chronic ends up going down. Lep was going to be there to touch, but yeah, the sound barrier, 10% away from Lep. Just a game of inches in these Bastion comps, but it is Sakura that's high up control.
Oh, Sakura really left it until the last minute there as well, because you go any longer than that, Hawk catches up, and he's actually lapped at that point Zeb on the grab charge. Because remember, the initial grab combo, Hawk plus Chronic working together, Zeb was 5% away. The fact that Hawk gets within 10% of Zeb again means that he realistically almost lapped him. Have to be very careful in those types of situations. But given that Sakura had that early lead, pushed themselves up to 85%, and that's after they actually lost the initial neutral, opted for the swap afterwards. Remember, they started on the Reaper, then realized, okay, we're into the Bastion again. We're not beating this Bastion. Time to join them. And that's when Sakura turned around. It's just very surprising that they swap that late after already losing a neutral, and they still win a fight, and then Extend gets more damage to Chronic and gets an earlier barrage.
Oh, a slightly different look here, actually. Z is on the BAP instead. These lamps are insane on the corner here, but Hawk with giant right clicks on that corner. As soon as that lamp is down, Hawk is just, what, 100 energy right clicking 5 people. That is ridiculous damage, and an even quicker team fight too on top of that. Space Station, they're going to cap first.
Sakura going to swap up their back line now. Move away from the BAP. I do appreciate the BAP, particularly in that neutral. As you sort of said, the lamp can do a lot for you, even later in the fight. Bastion playing through that window really offer a lot. However, you need the speed here. Kiriko is going to offer the Suzu support as well. Back into another neutral. Zeb, however, very far behind Hawk after hooking that.
Where's Chronic going?
Getting Chronic twice. That's another first kill from Extend on Chronic.
Yeah, Chronic was like on the wrong side there. Maybe Hawk could have bubbled the Bastion to save him, but yeah, a bit of an awkward spot there for SSG's Bastion. And OX10 could just mow people down as they try and step up. Point should get flipped, but Hawk is still in this fight more importantly here, so a very quick reset as Chronic comes back.
Just look at that damage from Extend. Look, Zeb is being gapped by Hawk, but currently Extend's doing the same against Chronic. And well, given that Extend's done so much damage, just throw in this early barrage. Suzu's going to have to come in to save Chronic. No damage being found, but they push Space Station away.
Zomba's one. Oh, okay, Zomba dies eventually. Nice wall there from Sugar Free. Kind of a two-pronged attack there from Space Station. They managed to kill Zomba's TP before Zomba managed to click it and get back to the rest of his team, doing the classic, like, hold right-click, charge it up, go through teleport, it hits someone in the back, and TP back. But nice heads-up awareness there from Hawk, destroying the teleporter. Zomba dies, and that's Space Station with a cap.
Another amount of huge energy on board for Hawk. He's the one keeping it alive right now, despite what Sakura are doing. Extend may be getting the better of Chronic, but Barrage is not an amazing ultimate grab. However, is Natsuki still doesn't quite have sound better to counter that as well.
Nice rush though around the corner, really preemptive here from Space Station. Chronic's already dead. Graviton does manage to connect though. Natsuki is on bed down, and they are fighting on a rush still, so Space Station, they have to be a little bit tentative. Zeb is pretty high energy right now and actually has earned himself a grab, but can he stand up to the might of Space Station right now? A double sound barrier ends up coming in for Space Station Gaming. Sorry, make that a triple as CJ gets that overhealth as well. But Zeb, 100 energy bubbles to spare, gets Suzu'd in the back. But with Hawk still alive, anything is possible realistically, but Zeb's 100% HP, runs through Space Station Gaming after a superb grab connects with 3.
Is that all 5? Did Zeb just get a 5k in that fight? Because it was looking pretty nasty. Sakura looked like they were about to lose. But Zeb comes out of nowhere, similar to what we saw from Hawk a little bit earlier on. Massive damage. Zarya surviving. Grav may have been countered by the sound barrier. But Zeb is still in a good position to clean up the fight and does so.
Yeah, nice teleport away though. Really nice play from Space Station. Unfortunately, it looks like someone's in the front line. Yeah, it's Sugar Free. Okay, a quick reset here. You can hold this forward as well if you're Sakura. I mean, you've got this rush up coming up in like 15.
Still winnable. Sakura, they actually might be able to take away this entire first map after not even getting a single kill on round 1 night market. To see them in this type of position, very impressive. Now finally in the lead on this map as well.
All right, there's the wall. Here's the artillery, a barrage coming in. Zomba's already down. These giant red circles of death easily avoided by Space Station. That speed helping them immensely. And Sakura have to bow out, but they're going to try and actually re-enter this. A nice little boop on Sugar Free, but still manages to connect with the teleport. But now Hawk is just so high energy. And not only that, he's got the grab. Playing on this off angle is going to be perfect for Hawk. Can even peek into the backline too, but wants to try and force Zeb out of position here. And they're going to be able to do so. Double bubble already used and the call has been made. SSG push with the rush. And the Graviton Surge from Hawk is basically going to be the final nail in the coffin. The entirety of Sakura right now are split. But Lep dives in a little bit too deep. Someone does need to touch here from Sakura, but they do manage to get 2 players on the point. A Graviton Surge does connect with Natsuki. Eventually brought down, but a better grab from Zeb. Connects with Hawk. And with the tank erased, and Zeb with a couple of bubbles coming up. This is very winnable from Sakura. There's no chance for Chronic to stay alive here as Hawk is already down. Sakura might just sneak this one away.
Yeah. Hawk trying to come back on Amalga. Last minute here. Chronic just being beamed away. Zeb is winning the Zarya battle.
X10's got this artillery as well, but someone needs to go for the retouch here. Hawk is on the point, but he's a giant meat wad in front of X10 who could just mow Hawk down. A charge and a stomp into the backline, but it's not enough. Artillery on the point. SSG get the flip, but they haven't got the kills. Chronic and Hawk already dead. And Lep going to be the last one to touch yet again. The support backline duo here trying to go for the final hurrah. Sugar Free sends himself onto the point to immediately get picked apart. And Sakura are going to find map 1 against SSG.
Wow, call them underdogs, but do not count them out. Do not underestimate this team. What a turnaround. Remember, round number 1, they got nothing. 0 kills. Fresh match of MI6 recruits. Nothing on board. Double O's for everybody. And they even begin our second round by pulling through the Reaper again. They're thinking, let's run the Reaper one more time. Surely there's not going to be a Chronic Bastion. And all it took, losing that, coming up from behind, requiring them to make a fresh swap. X10 does enough damage. But she actually gets her barrage before Chronic, and then further dominance we saw in Control Center. X10 just annihilating Chronic time and time again. But Zeb,
look at the damage.
Secret star on the Zarya as well. Surprising how much Zeb was doing when Hawk is one of the most legendary Zarya players that we've ever had in North America. And Zeb said, no, I'm going to be the carry today. I will be the superior Zarya.
And how often have they practiced this comp? I mean, you set it up perfectly going into round 2. Like, have they managed to play against this comp before? Are they going to play it themselves? Like, an insane performance. Jake, that 3-0, not looking too great, buddy. Maybe you shouldn't have bet your channel points on it. I mean, Sakura and, yeah, Zeb. We know Zeb for being kind of a scary Zarya, especially on maps like Ilios, where, you know, you're spearing some of the best main supports, flex supports off of the map. Like, it's just ridiculous stuff. But going against Hawk like that, just insane. Truly insane. Map number 2 coming up will be Space Station's pick. And to remember, this match matters a whole bunch more than just placing in North America here. This is the final ticket for North America to be locked in today.
And by the way, yeah, looking at back now confirmed, Zeb did in fact get a 5K. A full ace for Zeb in one of those pivotal mid-fights that we saw on Control Center around the 69 to 25% mark. In fact, this might even be it. That's the 5th kill confirmed after Lep goes down. Insane
you know
stuff.
Zeb be typing there.
Essentially a, let him know. Let him know. Get the mind games then, for sure. Sakura, you're the underdog in this game. No one's expecting you to beat Space Station Gaming, just like no one expected you to beat Nightmare as well. But every time Sakura is underestimated, this happens. And the KD difference, you're about to bring that up, and I'll highlight it here for everyone. A lot of this KD was earned by SSG on Night Market because Sakura got nothing, and Sakura still ends up winning. Here's a little fun game to play. Who actually won the series? Don't look at the scoreline, only look at the stats. Who won this map? You'd be surprised to know it's Sakura that actually won the map.
Not often do we see that. A whole slate of like SSG just straight up being better. Damage, healing, KD, elims, like Sakura still win. But like you said, mainly a lot of that came from that first round where they didn't get a single damn one. Ridiculous stuff from Sakura to start off with. I mean, look, you're going into this game, like you said, as a complete underdog. The weight of the world, the weight of like North America, I suppose, isn't really on your shoulders. Like, it's up to SSG to perform here. They've missed out on some crucial tournaments in the past. Like, is this going to be one again? Don't want to get too ahead of myself, but the way Sakura are playing, like punching up to Nightmare, now to Space Station. I mean, even look at the regular season. Yeah. Everybody was saying top 3 tier break, Nightmare tier break, everybody else. Like, that was just how it was. But Sakura have kind of smashed through that glass ceiling, and yeah, it's looking good so far on a comp that you'd expect SSG to be very comfortable with.
Just proof that you can always make that punch up happen and beat teams that you thought that you couldn't be able to do, or maybe they do have the belief. And if you have the belief, you can sign up for FACEIT as well, Season 7 rounding itself. Make sure you'll get your team together. You could be the next Sakura, you could be the next Ducks even. You got to get past Ducks in the promotion relegation to make it to OWCS, but get yourselves into OWCS. You could be playing alongside all of these teams. Go to fce.gg/FACEIT League.
Yeah, make sure you go lock in. Look, you can even do a little bench sitting as well, like PDK. Waiting for that Junkrat to come out, buddy. Yeah, here's the referral program as well. There's a lot of bunch of not only like Overwatch coins, but skin packs as well. Some of the OWCS ones, so it's real nice. Even some cash rewards too. So yeah, make sure you go check that one out.
Those FACEIT points you see in the 8, 9, 10 there, those can be redeemed for some real goodies as well. There's some Overwatch rewards you can find in the FACEIT League program here, including Overwatch coins in the past. I don't know if it's still there, but I know in FACEIT seasons previously, may still be in the current FACEIT season. You can even get yourself a laptop just on FACEIT points alone.
Yeah, that is fact. Dude, we'll get there eventually. We'll pool our points. I don't think you can do that, but we'll try. Yeah, Sakura heading into the second map now. SSG's map pick, I mean, if you're looking at this, you're thinking you want to go to a map that Zev can't play the Orisa. Even Johnny was kind of speaking about how maybe this is how you top SSG. You're banning things like the Freya from Chronic. You're banning the Zarya. Like, if you're just looking at the ban strat, there's kind of a clear path ahead of you now for how you want to play around them. It looks like we're going to Rialto, though, for Sakura. We've seen some absurd things on this map. I hope it delivers again, like one of the most insane C9s of all time. In fact, a couple of them. So yeah, Rialto does always deliver. And it will be SSG banning first, and that will be the Reaper off the table, as D.Va is banned for Sakura.
And that's smart, because now Sakura discovering, okay, we can win the Zarya mirror. We do not have to fear the Hawk Zarya as every other team in North America has fared before. So get rid of the D.Va. D.Va, by the way, very good on this map. Hawk, another one of his specialty heroes. But Hawk would also usually, if he wasn't losing in the current Zarya matchup, want to play potentially a little bit of D.Va on this map. Well, that's removed. Sakura keeping things honest. Could still be the Ramatra rounding itself for Hawk here, but I think SSG won't be counting themselves out of the Zarya mirror just yet. Going back to the drawing board slightly, obviously they came into this one very prepped, understanding it was going to be mostly Zarya mirrors. Sakura probably were thinking about that as well. They just weren't ready for the Bastion until they just decided to mirror while they were losing. Space Station, are we going to see more Bastion? This is probably not a great Bastion map, so might want to move away from that one, but the Zaryas will be staying.
Zarya for Seb, X10, can go on the Freya, and she's been exceptional on both Soj and Freya, to be fair. Chronic would definitely give her a run for her money if they're going into the head-to-head. Obviously was banned in that first one. But I think for my matchup for this series, it is Zomba and Lenny, Sugar-Free. I think the Tracer head-to-head here is kind of nasty. Zomba obviously always kind of been around, even in the Overwatch League days, right? Like just on ladder, always managing to get top 10, even with all the best Korean players playing in the North American ladder, and always was kind of up there battling with them. So he's no stranger to the highest levels of competition. Chronic not hitting anybody in the head, so a quick swap, and it will be Chronic on the cast.
Oh, okay. Let me talk about this one real quick. Usually you would think, okay, Chronic, known for the Freya, surely opting to the Freya duel. How about this though? Cass is very good into the Zarya mirror as well. Very consistent damage, a lot of headshots you can land onto the Zarya. And honestly, on Rialto, I'm believing more in the Cass. Cass is also not afraid of being dived by anything here. I think Cass's HP is still leaving him a little bit fragile to dives in some of these particular matchups. And in these front-to-back matchups, nothing's pressuring the Cass all that much. You have good threat against Zombra. The Tracer, nice choice by Chronic. You just have to be a little bit concerned about the range difference that X10's going to have on the Freya.
Yeah, you can kind of seeing it paying off quite well for X10 here. Look at the ult charge for X10, by the way, already. He's basically got Bowler. Chronic ends up rolling away from that take-aim shot, taking a fair bit of spam damage as well from Zeb, but there's the Bowler up already. Like, there's no way SSG expect the Bowler to be this quick. There it is, does end up connecting it with Hawk, but the follow-up, I don't think it's going to be there. Z with a quick teleport, and a Suzu to save X10's life, but unfortunately, Zeb was the one in dire need of support. Sugar Free runs down the Zarya.
X10 really needed a little bit more there, unfortunately. Not expecting too much out of Bowler, but while all of that dust was settling, Zeb falling down. X10 going to be matching on towards the Cast. Like I said, very good in towards this matchup. Chronic will be finding his mark towards the end of A. Will be an overall pretty fast cap on A. Not a lot of defense going on there for Skokora. And as Space Station go to B, let's go for a listen in.
One button.
Get back
Cast swing top right. 3, 2, 1, walk killer. I'm going stairs, I'm peeking stairs.
The rush.
Look at.
Blue one. Nice. Cast inside.
Yeah, go cast. Clear one.
Back faster, back doubles.
You live Chronic, look at me back. Hurry.
They're pushing you, Chronic.
Cover me. What's the on point? One. Just get off point, get car push.
Yeah, touch. They can't really touch. They're down 2.
They only use rush stuff, right? They have pulse now. Hey, bottom. Get ready to kite. They're pushing.
Sorry drops. I'm with you. Sorry drop.
Sorry on lower.
He's on lower now. Sorry, stop.
We can swing if she's on low. Let's use our ults here. We have to win the second.
First.
You don't have Kyriel. Get the cast from top. Swing left.
Sorry top.
3, 2, 1. Swing out left.
Sorry top.
I'm rushing.
I'm with you. I'm top.
Push up.
Cast one. Go next. Yeah, can you get me out? Yeah.
I'll grab next to it.
I don't know if you heard me gasp there. I hit the old Looney Tunes gasp sound effect, but yeah. Lep with the POV Ajax. Oh, that's real rough. Unfortunately, it's all good though. We traded B for B, guys. Natsuki already used B, so we're chill, right?
Was it your gasp or Leps? Because I
that was me. I hit the Looney Tunes fucking gasp soundtrack.
You know what? I got caught in 4K on that one. Well,
nice.
Being caught a little bit.
Oh, high noon for Chronic as well. Okay, we're back in the action already. I mean, look at that. Hawk hints up hitting the grab. A nice Suzu timing from CJ, it must be said. Hawk even had those bubbles available too. And then Hawk uses that high noon last, peeks the corner, ends up clearing up people, and should be a fairly easy cap here for SSG, despite that beat going a little bit wide. Although saying that, X10 getting sped forward. A lot of respect being paid, you've got to imagine, but yeah, wow, that's an easy return kill with Sugar Freeze in the backline already. Natsuki's completely isolated away from the rest of the team as they need ults to throw in here, but Sakura, unfortunately, ult bank completely empty. And that's a rare one. Double kill with a single flashbang. Okay, Zeb Z blinded to death as Space Station cap with 4 minutes.
I actually did pick the perk that gives you the 2 flashbangs, so 2 flashbangs.
One for each.
Elected, exactly. 1 for each player. Take that one. Space Station, good bounce back after the fight in the listen that we saw that Lip. Unfortunately, I was about to say CJ, did AJ in that particular fight. A little Ajax in, well, for Space Station, doesn't quite matter. Lep's going to lead the way on the next sound barrier charge against Natsuki, and Space Station already have a bit of time to work through on their C push now, with CJ just about to catch up to Z.
Oh, Hawk's going to die though. Yeah, just going to fall over to that one. Kitsune Rush. The whole pack of Sakura there marching on. Bigger bang available soon. Avril as well, must be said. They'll grab with the pulse bomb, bring it back one of the old classics. Thank you, sir.
Watch out for the Suzus and the space. Or the
surely they know. Yeah, they know Zomba's there. Yeah, they know Zomba. All right. Tweak back up.
Still a decent amount to work through here for Space Station. Obviously, they know what the assignment is. It's going to be entry with the Kitsune Rush. Build up that grab for the combo a little bit later on.
Flanking.
Holding the sound barrier.
Insane flank there coming through from Zeb. kills CJ. They trade for Natsuki, but this is a bad spot for Zeb to really be in. Really low HP. Good bubble management there from Hawk as Chronic is going to do the dirty work for Space Station. A nicely timed flank, but unfortunately, because you have Rust's disadvantage, you end up just getting run over, and now you got Grav beat for this last fight. And Sakura, they got to catch up.
That's the problem. You do have that flank in, but unfortunately not getting really much value out of it. I believe they get 1 kill. Not even really too much to be able to work through with Space Station now on the final push through. Still got over 2 minutes and more than enough to work in terms of ults. Natsuki still lagging behind desperately, 20% away from the sound barrier.
Pulse bomb, Suzu, high noon actually on the Graviton Surge. Here's the sound barrier from Natsuki. Lep's gonna also use it. All good. 1 sound barrier for 2 ults. That's good enough for Lep. It's good enough for this one. Space Station Gaming are just going to hold on for now. Just happy to trade those ults, but now Zeb's got the grab. Sakura, though, pretty low. Look at the health bars. Zeb's going to have to step up here, and still the damage is enough. Everybody held in place. Chronic getting a kill. It's not going to matter. Good defense.
That was the type of grab that Hawk was thinking of having in terms of value as well. They dropped the grab onto Sakura, and largely it was just the Suzu because Natsuki still didn't quite have the grab, the sound barrier rather available. It wasn't until after the grab dissipated from Hawk that double sound barriers are traded. In fact, if your Space is looking at it, you're thinking, wait, what happened? It didn't even beat. They actually beat it after the grab and then beat for beat. Space Station end up losing once Zeb finds his own grab, and now time is running out, and well, Space Station has to be considerate of maybe not being able to cap through, especially after having this reset.
Tempo play here from Sakura, using that rush early again, knowing that CJ's probably going to be behind, and of course we know how far behind he is. It's exactly the same style of play as well we saw versus the Nightmare in that lower bracket quarters, Avril. Proactivity from Sakura really helped to push them over the line.
Yeah, and this is good right now because they were in a losing spot. Could have been capped out, could have been a decent time bank. Sugar Free keeping eyes on Sakura, who are trying to get a little bit aggressive on that flank again on the left side.
Is the over-aggression going to bite them, though? I mean, X10 is so low already. A nice beam down, though, from Sugar Free. Now it's a 4v5 on the rush on this last point. Hawk does end up killing Natsuki. This high noon's going to get paid a little bit of respect here, but it doesn't matter. A bubble and a right-click there. That silver bullet from Chronic scores a kill onto X10 and a high noon to finish. Space Station Gaming, regardless of losing that last fight there, they still come out on top with time in the bank. Only 26 seconds, but it'll do on Rialto.
Another problem there ended up still being that Sakura were behind an ultimate. Space Station may lose some fights, may not get the grab trade that Hawk was looking for, but still with time on his side, barely enough. 26 is how much time will be remaining on the clock at the end of the day. CJ getting the timing at the end. Shooting rush for the finishing blow, and well, Sakura, nothing in response. They held on strong, honestly. Pulling back a lot more time that Space Station had and dropping that down to 26 is admirable. And it is enough if Sakura can actually finish this map themselves to be able to make this competitive into the Lost Time battle.
I'm telling you. Rialto, look at history, right? Across all of Overwatch history. Overwatch League, Apex Season 1, Apex Season 2, Apex Season 3. Actually, Rialto wasn't actually in the game at that point, but my point still stands. The most insane plays and insane things happen on this map. I don't know what it is. Especially this season, at least. It's been C9s. So, I don't want to get... Maybe we'll keep that train going. Going to be the same kind of comps here, and... Like you were saying too, Chronic on the Casti. It doesn't look like X10 even wants to kind of tussle on the Freya at all. And you were talking to me just before the broadcast started as well about like Crazy Raccoon, Falcons and whatnot. A lot of the Korean teams opting for the cast.
Particularly in these Zarya matchups as well. Like I sort of said, it's front to back gaming. You don't have to worry too much about flanks. You can deal with the traces. You put out a lot of consistent damage against the opposing Zarya. So may not be a good Bastion map that we saw in the performances on Lijiang Tao, but may actually a good thing for Space Station given that they lost that opening map. But if the cast play continues being good for Chronic, then what Space Station will be happy with how this game is going so far.
High ground push here. Slowly but surely. Chronic and the rest of Space Station kind of almost ready to drop at a moment's notice. Can't get caught out too early. There's the bubble onto Hawk and even a boop as well. Sombra and Sugar Free on the point, just kind of dueling it out, and now the high ground control in favor of Sakura. They do end up jumping down, of course, but it's just about clearing SSG out.
They have been cleared for the most part, and now the high ground lost again. Chronic having to be bubble, but still mid-air. Bubble dissipates, and X10 finds the headshot. Space Station just lose all ground.
Yeah, I mean, Chronic got booped there as well. The boop came in before the bubble, meaning he had no control over where he's going in the skies. Ain't got no wings attached to his back. That's to be sure. Ultimate for Z's coming up real soon as well. Been kind of not outlapping CJ at all, but way quicker at earning these rushes, which has been working really well for how they want to play this tempo. But here X10 though, but that should actually give Z enough charge to earn the rush, and there it is. Early rush on the point. Space Station Gaming have to give heed to this. And Zeb just puts himself in front of everybody, and Space Station Gaming fall over with CJ at the very last frame there, actually earning ult. Let's get a quick Sakura listen as they set up for this next fight.
Yeah, we're texting. Okay. What do we want to do? Play for grab advantage?
Yeah, we're gonna sit right here for a bit.
I think we just try to grab before they
He's close grab too, so.
3, 2, 1, bomb me.
Okay, I'm play high. Okay.
Use the ball.
I'll just scare. Trades in. Just live. We don't have to live. I'm getting free part push. Just don't die. Just don't die. Grab it. Play over push. I'm inside.
Come in room. We need help.
We need help. Help. Yeah. I can help. Okay, look what you're. We're getting really far card, by the way.
That's good.
Yeah, we just kind of different. Cast one. Nice. W. That's actually good to trade. You have to die. Nice.
They use Fox. They force on Fox. They're gonna.
We should play fast with this trade. No league. Yeah. They can't shoot up. They can't shoot up. Yeah, they don't have guns. Beat. Fast grab. Wait, I'm gonna go cart. You guys walk up, okay? Yeah. 3, 2, 1. Go. Take grab. Yeah, I'm walking. They've grab. Alright, ours is better. Okay.
Pass it back.
I got it now, good.
Basically a mirror of what happened last time around, Avro, in the previous round. Both Zeb and Hawk have these grabs on the corner, and you best believe they're throwing them in. There's one High Noon in the grab. Sound Barrier does end up connecting, but a double High Noon. In fact, they're peeking. They're playing chicken with each other. Zeb holding on to the grab on Surge, so his Space Station get no kills. There's the grab. Beat comes in. Pulse Bomb on top as well. X10 with a perfect firing line onto Sugar Free. And Space Station caught a little lack in there. They're on the high ground, of course, but they're still losing out on Sugar Free. Leads a lot to be desired. A 4v5 now as Chronic tries to find an off angle, but a 5-man push here from Sakura, and they might just be able to see neither right here. I mean, Hawk has to jump down to low ground. Luckily enough, though, ends up killing X10. Chronic didn't know where he was in that fight, to be honest here, as Zomba rings around onto the boats. Easy kill onto the Cassidy. And somehow, someway, Space Station in a 4v5 end up coming out on top, holding that payload.
Well, the way really was just waiting for Sugar Free to respawn, because SSG were not in a position, at least for Sakura, to aggress onto them. Sakura chose to stay on the payload, maximize on push, maybe forced to C9, didn't realize that Sugar Free had already respawned, triple flame onto the payload, contesting it, preventing the cap, and then suddenly Space Station back with all 5 alive. Sakura did not make the choice to clean up Space Station members and force the 5v4. And unfortunately, that's going to cost them the fight.
Yeah, this time around, CJ with a bit of better rush timing. Z just getting it online, so they're going to want to rush these stairs, you've got to say. Well, there's one rush, and there is the second. Pulsar on the wall, Chronic already dead. Hawk in a dangerous 1v1 versus Zeb. Zeb eliminating himself there, but it's all good. Good enough. So 3v4 on the point now. CJ with a good kill onto Zomba. But this fight is scrappy, to say the very least. A recall from Sugar Free as he tries to keep the point alive. X10 just under so much duress. Both Leb and Sugar Free kind of dancing on X10's head, using the mobility. And Sugar Free and Leb just basically all on their lonesome saved that fight for SSG.
Yeah, things were getting really wild there. You have to imagine if Zeb doesn't blow himself up with the right click, could have been a different scenario. Just too much damage too quickly, and Zeb probably wasn't careful about how little his HP got it towards the end. Sakura losing a few too many members there due to that sort of situation, and double grabs getting online again. Certainly double dead eyes are going to be in play. Running out of time though, it's going to be Sakura. They still need to finish the map, mind you.
Oh, Leb has a good beat timing as well. It's already got that sound barrier in. Oh, even a High Noon around the corner. There's one skull. Oh, Natsuki is so dead. Yep. And that's a reset. You have to go back if you're Sakura. Don't overextend. Don't go for trades here. It's going to leave enough time, though, however, Avril, to get Natsuki's sound barrier.
Yeah, required here. It will be expensive. Even Sakura winning this one, you have to consider they're going to have about 1 minute 30 to play through going into C. I'm assuming this is going to take until the overtime for Sakura to be able to cap, if they do cap payload, by the way. Slowly shifted backwards. This is a little bit of a problem. Sakura have just lost all of that beginning pressure.
High Noon. Everybody disappeared. Little magic trick. Oh, a roll from Chronic and a Suzu as well. Grabbed on Surge, and a sound barrier comes in way too late from Natsuki. Pulse bomb from Sugar Free connects with the Lucio. Skates, clipped, and there you go. That's going to be Z resetting. A team kill, 30 seconds to go, and a Graviton Surge for Zeb and a rush for Z, but that's all they got.
It's too far away. I mean, the problem is there will be the respawn time. Zomba needs to be setting up for a touch already, but Zomba died along with everybody else. He's going to have to go for the full left-sided blink. And what are you going to do here? You have to go past the bridge, but SSG are aggressive.
Graviton Surge on the bridge. Zeb ends up getting a bubble there. Hawk needs another one desperately. Zeb ends up getting a couple of kills with the Graviton Surge as the point is pushed by Zomba. Sugar Free's on the point there as well, contesting, but is a tracer, so should be able to get away and reset for the rest of the team. Although saying that, a final parting gift there from Z ends up clipping with Sugar Free's head. And that will be the point capped unless Space Station get back. No, they decide not to. A minute and 20 remain.
An insane amount of trust being given over. Zomba having to go for the touch. It's a 4v5. Sakura play what numbers they have. And the Graviton Surge, Zeb once more getting the damage done, surviving. No right-click self-destruction this time, giving Sakura another opportunity. A minute 30, as mentioned, to play through. They're not going to be able to match the time that SG have, but still enough time to finish.
I love this, man. High Noon, speed forward, Chronic. Oh, that was so close. And a stick, and a bubble, and a Suzu. All good, but Sugar Free's down. Now a 4v5. Chronic dead. Chronic backing up now as Space Station cannot stay in this front line much longer. They still have to push this payload around this final corner, giving Sugar Free enough time to respawn.
Really, they need one more big ultimate. I don't think the bowler shot's going to be enough here. Ideally, a support ultimate, maybe a grab, but it just seems so far away. And when Z finds a Kitsune Rush, CJ's going to have his own. Space Station have a good shot at getting this one just on defensive spawns alone. Chronic barely surviving there against Zomba.
Yeah, trying to go for the hero play there on that Tracer. That bowler, like you said, available from Sakura, but Hawk's Graviton Surge is coming up next for Space Station. Bowler shot in the backline, but Chronic shrugs it off, and that's free energy for the Zarya, realistically, there for Hawk. A nice little bubble. Natsuki almost on the wrong end of the Peacekeeper there as Chronic does manage to headshot the Lucio. Here comes the rush, but CJ not too far behind there, so Z has to go right now. Sound barrier available from Sakura, and there come the rushes, but Hawk's got the grab. Sound barrier in, Lep's gonna hit his. Later beat, easy grab for Hawk. CJ, Hawk all on the kill feed. Zomba manages to hit a pulse, but the shield's there to protect them all as Hawk decimates Sakura, holding on Rialto and tying the series up.
And that ends up being the winning play. Hawk, ever so favorable towards the end, will find the Graviton in time. Patiently are we waiting for Z to get this Kitsune Rush, but as sort of mentioned here, when Z gets the Kitsune, CJ will be at the match. In fact, all of our supports essentially having ults around the same time. It's the extra grab that was unaccounted for that Sakura were not ready to play in towards. Because we already see the Natsuki beat in play, Hawk understands he's got the win condition, he's got the damage to end there as well, leading the lobby, 16k. And like you said here, 1-1. But I gotta say, that nearly went to time bank. I did believe there was an opportunity for a final successful push from Sakura. The bowler shot just not going to be delivering. It is not a consistent ultimate that always gets you kills or always gets you value. And in that moment, it didn't do anything.
And one's belief in one's own destiny is such a powerful thing as well. And I feel like Sakura truly believe coming into this series after their match versus Nightmare that they can book their ticket to Stockholm. This is turning into a series that is way closer than anybody's anticipating. Like you said, almost went to time bank, almost got those extra rounds. It was possible here for Sakura. They are punching up, but how high can the uppercut really sail? It is still Space Station Gaming after all. Hawk on Zarya, matchup's tough for Zeb, but also another big player for Sakura that's stepping up to the plate.
It's really SSG has to be the most surprised right now because they probably would have assumed this was going to be a much easier game. We all probably did. Certainly the predictions, that was true.
Yeah.
But Sakura right now, I mean, if you ever needed a shot of confidence, Lee Jung was that. How about just start the opening map, losing the first round with 0 kills? I mean, most games in these regions, EMEA and NA, especially when you're not one of the top 3 teams or even one of the top 4 teams, in this case with Sakura, typically, yep, that's the sign that you're just going to get completely blown out in the series. It's going to be uncompetitive. We're going to walk away. A little bit of a sad finish. But actually, Sakura turned that one around. They win that map, and that gives them the confidence to now say, yeah, actually, we can beat SSG. We can even go to Rialto, push it to the limit. Although losing this map for Sakura, I think they can be happy with the fact that, again, they pushed SSG so far that they're actually even with SSG going toe-to-toe. Honestly, in a lot of these fights, in a lot of these situations, to make this a super competitive series, that SSG have to be concerned now, because I think Sakura, hot on the heels, despite losing their map, they are still hungry for what comes next.
Yeah, and that's SSG's map pick as well, so you're expecting the kind of law dictates you pick the map and you end up winning because you're more confident on it potentially. So now it's Sakura's chance to kind of pick, and they've saved some of these bans too, bro. Like they can still ban Zarya, they can still ban Hawk out, they can still ban the Lucio. Like we're going to King's Row, which is a rush map. Like Sakura are going to be at home. If they want to go Zarya, they can, but they can go in the Orisa too.
SSG are far more likely to ban the Zarya in this series, because I think if you are looking from Zeb's POV, you're having a good time on the Zarya. You're beating Hawk in a lot of different scenarios. Yeah. You are definitely not wanting to give up on Zarya. You already won a map Zarya to Zarya, including that 5K as well that we saw at Control Center. All Zeb, all day. So Zeb needs to have maximum confidence. This should not be a series right now where Sakura are the ones to throw in the towel and say, we're not playing the Zarya. They need to be the team that's saying, forget about the Orisa. Orisa's not going to be relevant in this series. It's going to be all Zarya, and SSG are going to be the force to be the ones that say, no, we cannot play the Zarya. And as soon as Sakura see that SSG ban away the Zarya, that should actually be a good sign, because that is a sign of weakness from SSG. Sakura need to be like shark in the water in that moment and just capitalize. And, well, maybe you don't play the Zarya there, but you can still play towards the Diva. Maybe you can try and win the Diva matchup, even if you don't win that particular map, assuming that's not the match point for SSG. You can come back, play Zarya, and finish off the series, and maybe still get the win that way.
I mean, we've seen a lot of that kind of pouncing on when people are down. I mean, look at EMEA, you know what I'm saying? Like VP, Gen G, Peps, then Gen G, like ridiculous stuff from teams across the board. Lower bracket turning out to be pretty scary in OWCS cross regions. SSG banning the Zen, okay. Sakura come in, ban first. They ban Hazard away from Hawk.
And Hawk has played a decent amount of Hazard. However, I don't think either team were really going to be locking in either of these heroes. Zenyatta,
it was like
extremely rare pick.
Yeah.
Possible throwaway, of course, because SSG were first ban as well. Possible.
Could be a protect ban for Sakura
on the support side. However, on the support side, I'm thinking, what are you really trying to protect there? Is there anything in particular that SSG want to play that they're concerned that Sakura might target? Right now, both teams just playing a lot of Lucio Kiriko. Could be a Lucio Bab sort of scenario on this map as well. Yeah, the Zen for sure wasn't going to get played. I'm a little curious as to what SSG want to protect here, because I think Sakura and SSG want to play the same support, so there's no sort of asymmetrical ban advantage. Could just be one of those maps where both teams are kind of handshaking the same comp again and say, run it back, forget about the bans. The bans really mean nothing here. Let's just play the same stuff that we already played in the last map.
Yeah, Sakura on the defense there. Get those scores flipped around as well.
Notably, Extend is on the Reaper again. And we'll see if that ends up being the actual rollout. It's Space Station defending, Sakura having a bit of a pizza party meeting on the pool table within the King's Row spawn. So Space Station are playing the exact same comp that we saw on Rialto. No surprises here. Even if the banned heroes were available, I don't suspect either team would have played it. And I'm pretty sure once Sakura see what's up, Extend may consider going back over towards the castle. Though on the starting attack, having the Reaper and the capability to TP around and get into positions could be pretty interesting for an attacking start.
Of course, the scores were 1-1 there. Sakura wasn't on match points, and yeah, Space Station banning second here. Nice little TP from X10 up into the window. CJ with a nice headshot though. Ends up Suzuing. But now X10's in trouble. Should be able to get away. There's the TP and the heals coming in. Good off angle for the Reaper in this direction, but still trying to like cross this distance against Chronic's gonna be so tough. I mean, X10's life here is basically put on a very short clock. 8 health, actually. X10, she manages to get the Wraith Walk away, which means you're a non-factor in that fight. And oh boy, does Sugar Free know it.
Yeah, so clearing things up now, obviously it makes a lot more sense that with Sakura banning first, they're protecting the Zarya, making sure this is going to be an Honor Zarya matchup, and then the Zen is a throwaway ban. But first fight is going to go the way of Space Station's first minute gone, and Space Station happy about that beginning. X10 now will definitely be locking in the cast. Little Reaper adventure is over.
Yeah, Mr. Zomba in the backline currently. It shouldn't be too much of an issue. Looks like Space Station want to kind of reclaim that high ground. Happy to kind of swap the map at this point against Sakura, who taken Hotel. But Shikafee's going to be a little bit of a pest, just touching the point every now and then. Stop Zeb getting any free push. And then kind of being the canary in the coal mine as well, spotting those players moving very quickly through Hotel. And even just trying to chase down T.
Tina Rush is coming online for both of these teams. So it's unlikely that Space Station will be giving away anything here. Z will rip first, most likely CJ in response, but Space Station need to have this high ground held. Extend a lot further away from the Deadeye, given that it was a more recent swap away.
Double rush, basically on the same pixel there. Oh, that High Noon did so much damage to Natsuki. Oh, nice shot as well onto... Chronic is sharp with it today. All right, 2 minutes in the time bank. Yeah, Natsuki taking, what, like 90% of their health kind of stripped away with that High Noon.
It's more than 2 minutes gone now. First High Noon finding some decent value. Natsuki didn't have the beat, by the way. But a lot of damage got played into Natsuki, so just falling too early would have been an AJ opportunity as well had Natsuki actually had beat available.
Oh,
what happened this fight? Look at Hawk's differential on that grab as well.
Yeah, I mean, Hawk kills X10 as well. All right, they trade Cassidy's, though. There's the sound barrier from Natsuki. Probably just going to wait this one out. Just chill, just vibe out for a little bit. Maybe vibed a little bit too hard. Sugar Bron down. Sakura getting a tick. Like you said, Hawk a bit farther ahead than Zeb on this Graviton Surge, and they're happy to give a couple of ticks up to get some positioning back again. Minute to go, there's the second tick on lock, as Sakura's now waiting for Space Station to drop, and Zeb closing in on this grab, so this lead that Hawk have is kind of disappearing. There's the beat, there's the grab. High Noon gets popped from X10, Hawk hiding behind the cap, but unfortunately, fares are a little bit too high for Hawk. Graviton Surged in place, Z cleaned up too, but still, Chronic, Sugar Free, CJ remain on the point, and if Sugar Free's alive, everything is possible, though. That flashbang helps secure the kill onto the Tracer. Now Chronic trying to stand up against Z, but the reinforcements have arrived from Sakura. A very dicey last fight, but it's Sakura that come out on top and get that payload going.
It's just one player for one player being traded away there, but Sakura have the far closer spawns. That's always going to go towards their advantage. But realistically for Space Station, hoping for a lot more out of that grab and also out of that sound barrier. Hawk and Let playing together to try and secure their defense, and eventually Sakura will get past. Zeb now will be locking in the Orisa. So this is one of the Zeb specials. Very few people are still playing Orisa in the current meta, but Sakura with Zeb is one of those. I wonder how this is going to go into the Zarya. I suspect not amazing, but Zeb, still time to change my mind.
Zeb's hitting those headies, though, you know, all taking a lot of damage there. Spear spin, there's the spear, and golden for Zeb, used every CD in the book, and they managed to kill Sugar Free regardless. Rush for rush, but Zeb stands tall on the Orisa.
Dixon first opening fight. Sakura playing off a decent amount of momentum here as well. So what kind of ultimates we have in subsequent fights? Double Kitsune Rush is burnt, and that previous one is... will just shift on a little bit further forward, farm out a little bit more damage. X10 and Chronic both about to have High Noon at the same time here. Space Stations largely don't have much else to play into, and I'll tell you what, Terra Surge are very good in these final moments when you're about to cap that point. High threat ultimate online potentially.
High Noon, spear spin for protection. There's the stick. Good Suzu coming in from Z. Saved a lot of players there. Here comes the re-engage though. Oh, X10 getting a little fancy with it, with the little mythic flourish there. Love to see that. 2 meters to go now with 1 minute and 30 in the time bank, but here comes the problem. Terror Surge available. Chronic's got the High Noon, so it might just be Sakura. Not quite far up enough to disrupt that.
And no Javelin to be thrown into Chronic as well, which would have certainly cancelled that ultimate. The long rotation Sakura. This is giving time for Hawk to build up a grab, and now Zeb has to consider of, does he have the capability to eat this grab away?
Hawk's on high ground too. Well, there's the grab on Surge. No spear spin there for Zeb to try and get the E. Trying to push Hawk off high ground. He eventually gets toppled, but unfortunately, Z bites the dust. It's going to be a fight, you've got to say, for Space Station Gaming, especially after that sound barrier. And Natsuki's one had to be used there for the grab from Hawk. And Natsuki with a small stagger, but I don't think they'll get the wave respawn.
It's just another situation where Sakura unfortunately just couldn't quite go on a good timing. They had to fall back with the long rotation, respected the Deadeye from Chronic rather. And once again, I have to mention Zeb, I don't know what happened there. No spare to just throw Chronic into the wall or throw Chronic back and cancel the ultimate. So time is about to run out, and Sakura's ability to finish this map, certainly even Cat B, might be under pressure. Double Kitsune's up again.
Can rush off this high ground. It's a pretty easy one if you're Sakura, but it looks like, yep, Space Station Gaming responding in kind. Sugar Free's got the pulse bomb. There's a Terror Surge for Zeb here for this final fight. 5 seconds to go. Terror Surge does end up connecting with 2. And X10 rips the head off of Chronic. And now Zeb can just basically don't walk forward. No high energy. It doesn't really matter. You can just go golden. Sugar Free with the post bomb, still available. But with Hawk dead, I mean, that post bomb connection there from Zomba basically secures them the point. And Sakura with 1 minute and 30 going into third.
Just burning through all of the bubbles there. Zeb waiting for his timing, gets that terrace, which enables a couple of kills. And once Hawk's got absolutely no util left to play through in terms of where the bubbles are, Zomba gets that perfectly placed pulse bomb to deny the tank of SSG, and that will allow Sakura one more shot. 1 minute 30, pushing through to see if there can be a finish on King's Row.
I just heard that spear go, so yeah, this is a good timing for Chronic to go. Little bit of damage there on the Golden Orisa. They've actually spotted Zomba, who's on an off angle on the Mega Health Pack. Hawk now taking his spear, but very easy energy for the Zarya, tanking all the Orisa shots. It's got to be said.
That one single kill as well is going to force the reset. And even just a single reset here allows Space Station to push up. It's going to make sure that Sakura just have no space to play through. Look at Hawk's energy as well. It doesn't even matter that he's eating some spares. He's just holding onto his bubbles. Has both of them available, ready for this next grab as well. And Atsuki lagging behind a little bit on towards the sound barrier. I don't even know that Space Station want to go too early here. They're happy to burn the timer down.
Yeah, 100%. They don't want to press the issue here. They know Sakura have been going early so often. They want to be able to respond. Speaking of which, there's the rush. Golden use, spear spin, everything basically thrown in by Zeb. But now CJ can return with the rush. Grab on search for Hawk, but still has to be careful of Zeb. Although saying that, just running through him should be a little bit too easy. 100 charge on the Zarya perma. OT here, Natsuki with the solo beat, and that is where the payload is going to end. A silver bullet between Natsuki's eyes, and Space Station Gaming gonna hold that payload just around that first corner on third.
Hawk didn't even get his grab baited out by Zeb at all. Happy to just completely beam down the Zarya. This is one of the problems with the Zarya into the Orisa matchup is the Orisa, I mean, yeah, you got the gold, you got the fortify, but the spare spin not going to nullify anything out from Zarya's beams. And once Hawk has that 100 energy, which we've noted, he is very up in there in terms of the damage, very up in there in terms of where that energy charge was. Didn't even need to grab until Zeb went down. No more util available from Zeb. Loses his life, free grab, and that's enough for the defense to complete that defense for Sakura to just not have enough in the tank to push on forward. A lot of this comes through from spending too much time on B, couldn't quite find the timing to get that push in with the Kitsune rush, and using that Terror Surge advantage as well, having to come through in the OT push and only giving themselves 1 minute and 30 to try and finish C. It's just not enough time.
Maybe you even peep the stats there between the rounds, right? Hawk highest damage in the lobby. We'll call it 10k, but it's like 9.88. That's 2k damage over Zeb on the Orisa. Like you said, there's no like, okay, there's no shield or anything. Zarya's not like shooting shield the whole time. You're just shooting Zeb, basically. Like, okay, use spear spin, great. Use gold, great. Like, I'm 100 energy because of the spears, because of the spam. It's very easy for Hawk to navigate this matchup.
Yeah.
Double sniper here to start off with, but it's just going to be a quick peek here from Hawk, I'd imagine. Or Chronic, sorry, I can imagine.
That's why I didn't want to see Zeb come through on the Orisa. I think this should stay a Zarya mirror. I think Sakura should understand that they have enough of a win percentage on the Zarya mirror that they can win against SSG just by playing it. They already did so on Legion Tower. They nearly did so on Rialto. This is a strange time for Zeb and Sakura to abandon that when that really should be, pun intended, the horse that gets them to the finish line.
Yeah, just taking so much damage from the Cassidy too. Not like a hard counter by any stretch of the imagination, but very easy to get damage down onto the Orisa as the cast. Yep. Just like headshot, 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 headshot. You're not missing, bro. Like, that head's the size of a skyscraper.
I mean, we've seen Orisa metas where Cass has been one of the soft counters against Orisa. That's certainly been the case. Even this yet.
Ooh.
Extend been put on 1 HP, by the way.
Oh my god. Yeah, Chronic hitting a double heady. Oh, there's the Orisa. Already paying out space spin, so Hawk can just kind of walk forward now. Yeah, that's 3 CDs out from Zeb. You have to back up. Hawk just takes that high ground with impunity. And everybody's so low trying to get through here. A very early Suzu usage and 2 Avril. I mean, that's 3 ticks for SSG. That's the car.
This is a mistake from Sakura. I think Zeb giving him that he's on 59%, won't go for the swap here. Very little done by Sakura. I mean, yeah, that's the smart thing to do. I was concerned because a lot of tanks, a lot of players in general thinking, I saw a Volt charge, just play another fight, but You gotta know when the writing's on the wall, this comp isn't working. Orisa doesn't play well into this area. Go back to what has worked previously. You gotta be a bit behind, quite a bit behind in this case, in terms of the grab. However, at least Z and CJ still keeping up in terms of getting both Kitsunes on.
Yeah, Kitsune rushes. Both CJ and Z kind of keeping up with each other, of course. And they're going to pop them down at the same time. Zomba in the backlines right now. Lane Agent 47 does manage to get the backstab on of Blair. Chronic falls too. Okay, Sugar Free with one at the very least, but Zomba complete what invisibility cloak bro cannot be seen.
Or falling there as well. No grab available. No grab spent. Zomba will get the final blow onto Sugar Free, and instantly, I mean, just look at this. Swap over to a comparable composition that's already been working for you. Instant success for Sakura, despite being behind in pivotal ultimates. It's just a Kitsune trader for both sides. I mean, maybe if Lip had that extra sound barrier, it could have been a game changer. One more push to come through now. A little bit more progress. Still 4 minutes for Space Station. Plenty of time to get through B.
Oh, what a grab. Really nice stuff there. Zomba tried to get a nice little flank angle with the pulse bomb, but it's not going to happen. That high noon from Chronic is absolutely wonderful as well. Graviton surge from Hawk. They see, I think they only saw Zeb, so a quick grab on the corner as the rest of Sakura kind of like cascaded off of that high ground, but we were just too late, Avril.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you can really do too much to win against that. Sound barrier is going to do something to begin with, but all the damage being thrown to Zeb. Does find himself at 81%. Can there be a touch coming in? It's going to have to, because you can see the golden box of victory already. I fear if Sakura lose this cap, the map is done.
They got grab in 10 though, that's the important thing. Zomba's going to stall, high new on the corner, a couple of skulls there. Hawk takes a lot of damage but absorbs all those bullets with the shield, so free 100 energy, thank you very much, and a quick retreat in the subway.
That's still going to be the threat. Space Station have no defense against it. A Suzu may not be enough. There's the opportunity for Sakura to get some meaningful reset onto Space Station. You can see that CJ desperately alongside Z working on that Kitsune rush. Both of these players, they can get it in time, could make a difference in this upcoming fight. Waiting to see what Zeb does though.
Graviton surge on the point, catches two. Hawk ends up coming up big with one bubble, but Sugar Free connects the pulse ball onto Zeb. The whole time, Sugar Free still in the backline. Trading tank for tank, so a bit more honest Overwatch here as Zomba. Oh, he's eating them for breakfast right now on the Tracer. Has already killed CJ. He's going to keep the tempo going. Finally, Lep is able to escort the Tracer away. Sugar Free and Lep end up escaping with their lives, but that is a Graviton surge. Now off kilter. Sakura is Hawk's got 55%.
And look how much trust being given over as well. Z not burning the Kitsune rush in that fight, understanding, look, if we burn the Kitsune, I'm going to be behind CJ's charge. That's going to give Space Station advantage here. So now both teams still matching parity there. But as time fades away, Hawk will eventually find this advantage once more, unless he dies.
Okay. Hawk just instantly died. The entire time there, Avril, Zomba was just in the backline, like just peppering down CJ. CJ was 180ing every other frame, like trying to make sure there's a kunai sent towards Zomba. Huge distraction play there by the Tracer.
Kill. Speaking of Tracers, Zomba with the late kill on the Sugar Free, slowing things down a little bit more. Zeb needs this time to build up a grab to try and match Hawk, and we've seen what that grab from Hawk can do. Even with the counter from Natsuki, Zeb was still caught and was still killed, and that is enough for Space to cap. So there has to be Sakura. Well, that will do it.
Okay, quick reset now. That was a really nice flank. Both X10 and Zomba were on the sidelines. X10 was on that little high ground, so a flashbang, a shot there onto Lep, and then Zomba just does the rest. They can't afford to lose any members here, at least not late, and then, well, Sakura knows they're going to try and take every single kill they can get.
By the way, payload is slowly moving backwards, so even if Space Station eventually get this grand fight, if the payload's too far away, Sakura on the reset might be able to get one more pivotal fight to defend B. And I say this once more, if B is capped, Space Station extremely likely to finish the entire map and win it, because the golden box is not that far off. Very pivotal. It's must win for the big defense here.
A flank again. They split up the team. A bubble for X10. A little speed boost as well. Spots the Lucio coming out from the high ground, but Chronic still takes one with him. Natsuki down. That's the sound barrier gone from Sakura. X10 trying to find targets to actually shoot out, but Zeb ends up going down. Zeb right-clicks the fort, eliminates himself. End up killing Lep, sure, but is it enough? Hawks up here, 50 energy, just chilling like a villain right now. As Space Station win the fight, they're going to get the cap in OT. Oh no! That was bad. That was okay.
No, don't do that. You can't do that.
Was
even though you've only got 2 supports alive. You know that unfortunately you lose B. This is going to have to go to C. Your win percentage, the defense C, not great, but it's going to be far lower if you just go for the AJ like that. It cannot happen. Cannot go like that for Sakura.
You had a chance to use Sound Barrier here, and now Space Station have a grab. They got Sound Barrier. They're just going to go early. As soon as the bubble gets used, that's it. It's game over for Zeb. Graviton Surge hits 3. There's the pedal, lifts them up, but the Sound Barrier connects. And so does Sugar Free to the back line. Chronic kills 2 with the high noon. Grab comes out late, but it doesn't matter. Space Station Gaming take King's Row and find match point.
Wow, what a finish there. I mean, you had an opportunity for Sakura, and I'm not even just talking about the last final double support play, Natsuki dropping that beat into the nether realm. I'm talking about the fact that you had a number of fights there, Zomba in particular, just finding these picks out of nowhere, slowing down Space Station, dropping that timer down pivotally, allowing a bit more opportunity for Zeb to maybe build up the counter grab, maybe some other players to build up ultimates as well. But the inevitable fight comes where Hawk is going to get what he's looking for, and it's a very split situation where a lot of players on the Sakura side are just in the middle of nowhere. XN finding herself kind of solo as well. Hawk ever threatening that grab, and then as players are cleaned up and Zeb blows himself up again, I just can't imagine Natsuki. Why go for that play? Reset. Allow the cap to come in. Just reset with your team and play for an aggressive sound barrier and just hope for the best in that last 1 minute 30 defending the corner. That's your best shot to play through. There is no reason to go for this final weird solo beat play on the payload.
A payload takes a little bit of time to get going. The little barrier thing has to come down as well. Like, you had the time. Natsuki kind of throwing it away there at the final moment. That was a very close, again, to the wire. Like, this is 3 maps now that we've had have been unbelievably close. Z is keeping up with CJ. Zeb, even on the Zarya mirror, keeping up with Hawk. They're making plays like this. Zomba getting the 1 clip on CJ there was gross. I mean, like you said, I think it's a great point. Zomba was just slowing SSG down. These rotations for SSG, they're trying to push up to try and find these stagger kills. They're trying to push up to try and get a nice, like, touch on the payload and stuff like that. Like, it's been slowed down by Zomba over and over again. Disaster hitting the backline of Sakura, but we're going into another map. Space Station on match point here. 1 more victory will book them a ticket to Stockholm.
And you said it was close. And it could have been even closer. Maybe it could have been a win for Sakura if the Orisa wasn't there. I just still do not agree with the Orisa. I don't care if Zeb is the best Orisa in the entire world right now. Bernard couldn't make the Orisa work in this particular matchup because it's all about the Zaryas in this game. Okay? And that Orisa just didn't do anything for Zeb. So you have an extremely close King's Row that had a bunch of Orisa that honestly, in my opinion, was a detriment and a liability to the team. Had they not played that, how much closer could it have been? Would it have been a win for Sakura? It's a lot of regretful moments, unfortunately, for this King's Row. And maybe in the series as well, where, yeah, they won the Lee Jung, but the Rialto, oh, that one got so close. And then the King's Row, it's like, oh, what if you just didn't play the Orisa? What if you didn't have that weird Ajax throw at the end there from Natsuki as well? But just so many moments that you're going to have to play back where if there was a world for Sakura to upset SSG and get a spot to Stockholm, instead of SSG denying SSG the 2nd time in a row, 2 internationals in a row, that might have been the map. King's Row might have been the pivotal map. I'm going to be real with you.
2 more maps potentially here in this series. SSG with a back-to-back. Will it be the control curse where, you know, on paper, the weaker team takes control, then the stronger team takes the next 3? I have to wait and see. It doesn't feel that way. Rialto close, King's Row the same. 2 small mistakes. And that's what really kind of separates yourself from the very best. And to be fair, the mentals on the backline of Sakura have been very good. Z holding on to rushes. Even like Natsuki sometimes holding on to sound barriers, understanding this kind of flow, this tempo that SSG want to play out as well. Were we going to see the Zarya ban come through eventually? Like, we're going over to Esperanza now as our push.
I mean, at this rate, Sakura, ban away your own Orisa and then just force Zarya the entire way through. Diva's maybe not even going to be relevant here just because Diva doesn't play well into the Zarya either. I still genuinely believe SSG are far more likely to ban away the Zarya in this matchup if it really comes down to it. But they're in the lead now. even if Sakura win this one, SSG have priority for the final map. They will have map choice. They will have first ban. And there is a possibility that Zarya ends up being that first ban. I mean, what do we have left? Have we played an Escort? We have, right? We played Rialto, so there's still... Okay. I mean, somebody had to ban the Arista. Get rid of that. That's actually going to help out Sakura a little bit, not going to lie. Yeah, what do we have left? Flashpoint at the end of it all. So that's a reasonable Zarya map. That's one where Sakura would want to finish on the Zarya. And if SSG say, you know what? Let's go to map 5. Suravasa or Atlas, doesn't matter. Ban away the Zarya, put it over towards Diva, or maybe the Rissa comes through again. I'm not confident Sakura's going to have enough there. But the Sim ban's going to come through as the first ban. I think Sakura are comfortable knowing that they don't need to protect the Zarya. Although they could, but they don't need to protect the Zarya because Hawk also wants to play it. And the Arista ban, like I said, I think this actually helps Sakura. Yeah, don't even allow that Arista to come back in.
Banning the Sim here, stopping this kind of Bastion comp that SSG have played on this map before. Esperanza, match point for SSG. One more map away, and you brought it up, but look, Space Station internationals have eluded them. And with this one map here, they could end up booking their ticket to the finals. They'll be joining both GK and Team Liquid in international competition. And it's going to be good to see Hawk back on an international stage as well, I must say. Facing some of his old teammates as well, by the way, which will be really fun. Old Atlanta Reign teammates, of course.
Fun fact, last international in Overwatch for Hawk on M80 at Dallas last year, I'm pretty sure, was his last appearance.
Yeah, okay.
Which was not a very good one, sadly. That was already M80, that team on his way out. Kind of already falling apart, knowing that they were just going to be there for the funsies. Even had, I believe it was Pelican and Happy on the team at the time as well, so certainly not a
classic
slow team or a team that was lacking in veterancy or talent. But no surprises here. We're once again going to repeat the exact same 5-man comp. Both sides full mirror. This is the comp of Sakura. If they can pilot it the whole way through, this is where the magic is. Z really playing well today, getting that first blood.
Yeah. I think X10 and Z both kind of getting the assist on that one. X10 with a lot of ult charge already. Wow, Space Station straight off the rip. They got no O2 in the tanks. They're going to have to hit the reset button real quick.
This is what I'm telling you. Sakura actually genuinely have the capability. In fact, they've already won the mirror. They've literally already won the mirror, and they have the capability to continue winning the mirror. Zeb just can't blow himself up. No weird plays from the team to anyone else of the team, and no Aristas. You can't play Arista here because Space Station's done you a favor. Christopher's actually helping Sakura, by the way. Write that one down.
I'm writing it down. All right, X10's almost got a high noon. Look at this damage diff, by the way. Yeah, damage diff's crazy. 76% on the cast high noon already. Bruh. Sure, Space Station surely know that too. Hold tab real quick.
Chronic's only like 100 damage done. X10's on 1500 damage done. So
yeah,
that's where the gap is.
Dirty. And this is crazy too because Sakura flipped the map at this point. Oh, but they stole the bot. Ugh. Okay, a little awkward. If you hold the bot there, you have high noon. You have to force Space Station to spit. Like that ceiling of the bot is disastrous. In all honesty, they end up trading their Cassidy's too. This is Space Station. Yeah, this is Grand Bot Auto there, or Grand Theft Bot.
Grand Theft Bot.
Not that way. Yeah, Grand Theft Bot. That's it.
Looks like they'll get away with it too. If it weren't for those meddling kids, then well, Space Station will take another fight for them to get that flip in. Xen really being the one that has the advantage here, but it's CJ and Z first.
What's my Tracer doing? Hawk running at you, the Tracer with like 10 energy. It's like, okay, you do nothing. All right, there's the rush. There's a return one, but Chronic's already dead. Couldn't even 180 there to try and actually deal some damage in the fight. Once again, picked off first. They trade rushes. They have a player advantage as well. They're going to try and at least push it a little bit further, but yeah, they're not going to let them. Sakura happily kind of taking this fight here, especially with these Graviton Surges coming up online as well.
Yep. Hawk's with the pulse bombs ready to go. Hawk's barely got the advantage here. By the way, no sound barriers. If Hawk does so, and he's got it in, where's the pulse?
Pulse on top, and the bigger bang is successful. Easy collab. Sugar Free connects that one. Nice stuff there. Zeb saving the Graviton Surge, of course, but yeah, Sakura kind of baited in by Hawk. Let's get a quick Sakura listen. They've got 4 ults almost, but this checkpoint closing in for SSG.
Should I touch while you guys go high?
Yeah.
We can do it instantly. We can do it instantly. They're carrying fine. Take the whole map. Take the whole map. Take the map. Walk. Come noon. Just pop in. Walk. Okay.
Ready dead. Where is?
Come here. I grab Zarya out. Push.
I have no Suzu.
I'm dead.
Help me. Anika. I don't have.
Slam Zarya in 5 seconds. We need beat. Zarya. Kill Lou inside. Listen. Dead. Help that now.
Generate.
Bobby Zomba. Yeah. Bowling. We're back to him. They're gonna be back to this, I think. Yeah, there's Kiri and Zarya on me.
Kiri cast there. I'm here, Alex. We're 3v3.
I'm walking here. I'm going high. We have rush really soon. Play for rush, Melee. I'm not there.
Guys, play for rush. We have 10.
They're gonna watch me.
Hey, Boa. 3, 2, 1.
Hello. They're all here. Wait for us.
They use them.
I can rush out the advantage.
Tracer's back. Come here on the left. We should push.
Cast main. They're walking left. I cast one.
Kill one. No Suzu.
I'm rushing this.
Kill one.
I know Suzu.
Play no rush. I'm playing no rush.
I have to play. Zala.
Throw one.
Fair. These pulse. Pulse rush.
Well, listen, a couple of fights there, but my word, Space Station Avril, they're winning a 3v5. They're bringing it like into a scrappy domain. Like Hawk is still coming up big, high energy, picking off kills, and Sakura had no control of the previous 2 fights.
Now the first cap likely to come on through. It's been 5 minutes and only just barely now seeing that first cap. Space Station confirming it. Grab online, no response from Sakura on the opposite end. It's not fallen out of favor for Sakura just yet, but this is where the momentum, where the real snowball for push can find itself, especially if Zeb. Oh, there's the grab. Totally worth.
Yeah, totally worth there. Zeb was trying to backpedal, got Suzu. The Suzu initially there, stopping you getting sucked in from the grab, but yeah, it doesn't last long, unfortunately. Natsuki in the front line, dead, and checkpoint and more for SSG.
Man, imagine if the Suzu got Zeb out of the grab. It ends up being a NA grab. That would be a legendary one. Well, we'll have a couple of different whiffed ults this series to talk about. Unfortunately for Sakura, not the case, and this Deadeye as well being respected. Look, we might even see 100 meters in this fight line. We're about to. It's going to happen now.
Nice headshot as well onto Zomba. Yeah, unfortunately, Natsuki's Tootsies there was sticking out on the staircase. Sugar Free dead. All good, though. Team kill, 100+ meters. And what do they have in their bank? Well, they've got double support ults for this next fight. They're going to keep up this tempo.
Good news is I can't call Theorem in this push because, well, it's not physically possible anymore. In fact, if Space Station were to get a 100-meter gap, they'd actually have to finish the entire map and they win the series and book their ticket to Stockholm. Sakura still within a comebackable territory, but it's going to be tough. It's going to be extremely hard now.
They're going to rush out of this one too. X10 trying to get a nice little flank there, but unfortunately they're trapped in the room again. Sound barrier available for Lap, and yeah, they're actually on the bot, and well, they managed to kill Hawk. Yeah, trading rush for rush, but in this situation, you want to be up ultimates at the very least.
I mean, Space Station just snuck in like another 15 meters there. You can't allow that. Every single one of these meters, once you have tailored that deep in spawn, actually counts. This is exponential. Every further meter you gain is more difficult to gain than the previous meter before that. So for Sakura, this is going to require them to go for an OT push. Extend dying here is certainly not going to help their campaign efforts. But in that OT push, every meter counts. So just allowing Spaces to squeeze in a couple of bonus meters cannot be allowed here. 3 minutes of playthrough. And Sakura, are they going to play these ults to snowball? Because they still got a cap as well, by the way.
Zomba on the bot, dueling Sugar Free, has to back up. The rest of SSG come in with the backup. Okay, there's a grab, there's a beat, there's a pulse bomb, bigger bang available for Sakura. But they've got to try and find an opening. Trades here are good for SSG with 2.5 minutes. Natsuki looking a little concerned here on the high ground. Doesn't want to get grabbed off of this corner, but X10 going down. It's a good start for SSG. Now it's a 4v5. They're going to try and go in. Barbel the Tracer, send him into the back line, but unfortunately, Zomba not getting too much stuff done, and Natsuki as well. More of a fly on the wall than anything there. That Lucio dead means, well, no support ults available for Sakura in that fight, and they don't use anything. The 2 minutes to go, Avril, and Space Station is still on the control of the bot.
Space Station at this stage is just going to put Sakura in the spin cycle of constant bot resets. get a little bit of distance, instantly get reset back to spawn. In fact, might even just sneak a meter in here. Why not? Sakura, they're gonna have to burn ultimates on the recovery. Oh,
good grab. Really nice grab. Yeah, and the postbomb could be landed on top as well. Sound barrier, it's good, and that Suzu's even better. Z ends up saving everybody from that postbomb, and Zomba kills 2 in the backline off camera. X10 with another, but still, you need to find fight wins if you're Sakura, but using a grab and a beat isn't the best way to do it. You need to save ults. They got double support ultimate to Space Station with 1 minute and 30.
And that's the thing, right? Because these trades on the ults are positive for Space Station. Even if it's a 2-2 trade, even if Space Station actually spent 1 more ult than Sakura, just because Sakura being forced to use ult on the recovery phase of the bot, they're not getting distance. This is just a reset bot to the mid. Where Sakura need ults is when they're gaining meters to actually cap the point, use an ult to win that fight. Suddenly getting meters, that's where you're gaining value and impact.
High noon, Sakura used the rush. Chronic, yep, has to cancel, ends up backing off. X10, oh, Chronic just runs to X10. Time's up for the Cassidy. Space Station Gaming, burning down the clock. And it looks too easy for them. A team kill on top of that, both support ultimates used, but Sakura do the same thing. No fear running into X10, popping that high noon.
We're just repeating Groundhog Day here. Push the bot back to neutral, spamming ults and spawn to win the recovery, and then instantly get reset with the bot back into your own spawn. Sakura, the only real win condition here to clear this amount of gap is they have to have capped already, and they have to start with the
this flank is nasty. This flank is nasty.
This is over. This is done.
Oh, it's so over. Chronic on the flank with Leb, speed boost to Cassidy, and with shots like that, you're gonna die if you don't look at that cast. Unfortunately, there, Zomba ends up dying last with 10 seconds to go. Sakura, they get team killed. Luckily, though, there's a wave respawn coming in, but it's OT. OT push here for your final attempt. You need to lock in this map to get to a map 5 to even be with a chance to get to Stockholm, but for Space Station, it looks too easy.
And by the way, it's not even about winning fights for Sakura, it's about winning them perfectly. You cannot even allow a single member to die because your respawn distance only increases with time.
X10 with a flank. Avril, they're just going to run it down here. Oh, Lenny with a 2k pulse. Oh, it's all over, Avril. Sakura have taken the ball, but Sugar Free, he's done it. An astronomically close game at that as well. X10 Natsuki die on the flank. It is Zomba versus the world. Taken down by the silver bullet, put 10 feet under as Space Station Gaming. They board the rocket to Stockholm as they take the win on Esperanza. A 3-1 for the series overall, and an extremely close game. Sakura, who've been punching up throughout the series, couldn't get it over the line. Space Station Gaming, they will not miss out on a LAN this time.
Absolutely not. They will not be denied twice in a row. They've made themselves over to Hangzhou for Champions Clash, missed out due to Losers Nightmare in Stage 2, didn't get to go to Mid-Season Champs. The Space Station on their 3rd try will once again find themselves secured in the North America top 3, where they've always belonged, where they barely missed out on last time, and honestly, with a couple of things going differently, could have maybe missed out on again. I'll be real with you, this one was within the capability for Sakura to win. Sometimes we talk about it and it is all talk, but I'm being completely serious here. Some regrettable moments across the series, a winning Lijiang Tower, and then very close maps for the subsequent 2 following that. Esperanza had some good moments in there, but once we actually got the cap coming through from Space Station and they pushed past 80 and got that initial 100, I think at that point, the game was most likely over. Sakura needed to keep the lid on the Space Station, and once the momentum and the snowball starts, exactly as I mentioned, very difficult to stop on a map like this, on a game mode like this. They needed that map 5, and had Sakura won that King's Row, we'd be going there.
And that fight you just saw as well was a gut punch to Sakura. X10 with a double high noon kill. 3v5, and they cannot clean it up. And I mean, that's what gets the snowball going. Like you said, like, they need clean fights. They need to be able to win these fights with maybe losing one at the very most. But Hawk just kind of runs them around a little bit. They stall out for time, and then Hawk finds picks. They kind of counter-rotate on people, and then, I mean, Chronic with shots here looks so good.
I mean, by this time, I think it was basically done. Even if Front does nothing, even if Space Station fully team wiped, the fact that Sakura started on the wrong side of the map of the OT just means it's too much effort. I think ultimately, it's the veterancy coming through from Space Station. It's the fact that Hawk has got so many years under his belt. It's the fact that Space Station overall as a team just have more time in these high-pressure scenarios, even as the retooled roster after Stage 2 coming on in Sakura, a much younger team in the sense of their players' experience. But despite Sakura ending their journey here, this is the next team to look out for. They locked in top 4 for North America. They pushed SSG to the limit. If it wasn't for a couple of mistakes, they may have even beaten SSG. And honestly, a more experienced Sakura might have really done that. Seriously done that. So for Sakura, watch out for these players. Watch out for these 5 next year. 2026 is going to be an exciting year for Sakura. Mark my words.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, +1, +2 even for that one. I think with Space Station qualifying for Worlds here, it felt almost inevitable. Like, they can't surely miss out on a LAN again, right? Like, surely, I didn't want to be clueless about it, but a much closer game than a lot of people anticipated. Like you said, small mistakes there from Sakura, but these are players that haven't played up to the same level as players like Hawk have. Like, look at Hawk's career. Look at his Wikipedia. Go to his Wikipedia page right now. Look how many teams he's been on, and also look at the caliber of teams he's been on. He's been playing with some of the very best. Look at the Atlanta Reign squad when it was him, Gator, and then it was like Liv, like Chio, like just so many veteran, like top tier DPS support and other tank players surrounding him. Like, living up to that caliber is tough, but Sakura kind of proved it that they can do that. This new generation of players has really got a fight in them. But unfortunately today, that is not the fight that they were going to win. Space Station qualifying a 3-1. I mean, they're definitely elated with themselves. The top 3 now locked in for Stockholm.
Yeah, that series, honestly, I bet once you when the devs talk to Space Station, I'm sure they'll be very surprised at how close that one was. I'm sure they would have expected a much more comfortable series going into it. Eventually, Esperanza got there for Space Station, but the rest of it was just absolutely wild for me. I mean, again, as a reminder to everyone, we started round 1 of Lijiang with no kills of Sakura, 0 deaths on all of Space Station, and then Space Station lost that map. Remember that one.
Remember it. We will. But there's some purpose to the desk. They can break down that series, talk about Space Station's victory and Sakura's unfortunate loss there as we set up for the next one.
Thank you, gentlemen, so much, and welcome back to our desk. Jake and Johnny joining me here to break it all down. Our first match in NA, Sakura going down, but not without a fight. It's actually really upsetting to see them go after they were able to push SSG to such an extent, which... Listen, I mean, obviously we need to hype up every match if we possibly can. So you always want to like give teams like a chance here and there. But like, I don't think any of us really expected this level of pushback from Sakura.
I mean, I frankly didn't give him a chance, right? Like, I got to eat my words from the pregame where I thought this would be a really dominant showing for SSG, just like putting the screws to their opponents, locking in a very solid qualification. And as Admiral said, like, we kind of got there on Esperanza, and it felt like, you know, at that point in the series, SSG was firmly in control. But man, those first couple of maps, heck, even most of King's Row, it is down to the absolute wire. It is down to like a 1-fight scenario on a couple maps in a row. And I mean, to take one off of SSG, to be that close to taking more, to be potentially like, that was not a series where I couldn't have imagined Sakura winning. Like, it felt like it did come down to those moments where that's not the margin SSG would have wanted to have, but it's a major mark of success for Sakura, for the development of those players over the course of this season, for their future and their potential. I think there's a lot of excited Sakura fans right now. Like, as much as it is tough to take this L, you know, the caliber of the opponent they're up against means that for me, this is in many ways like a victory in the long run for some of these Sakura players' careers.
Couldn't agree more. We actually do have Sugarfree standing by for a quick chat after this victory, so let's pick Sugarfree's brain and hear what he has to say about this series. Sugarfree, thank you so much for joining us. It's been a hot minute since we got to chat with you. First of all, of course, congratulations on the dub, but let's talk about how close that was, because you guys dropped the first map. What were the comms like? What adjustments were made? And also, was it a surprise for you to, I don't know, experience so much resistance from Sakura?
Honestly, I blame Hawk for the first map. This guy is like trembling with fear, like trying to take the mirror. He's like, bro, we need to play sim against these guys. I'm like, bro, if we mirror them, we'll win every map. And then right after Lijiang, we won every map mirroring. This guy's just, I don't know what he's talking about.
I I just want to ask, you guys, you're not through the NA playoffs just yet. You guys have, potentially a rematch against GK or against Team Liquid, depending on who drops down. And I do think, given how close that was, I'm sure you guys are eagerly awaiting your next opponent. Who do you think is going to be your next challenger? Who do you think is going to win between Liquid and GK? And do you think you can take them and maybe even go all the way for a #1 seed finish in MA?
Yeah, I think it's probably going to be GK is who are going to be playing the next match. I think Liquid have been pretty strong this stage, and they're probably going to be the team in the grand finals. And I'm not really too worried about the next two matches between GK and Liquid, honestly, because I think that match, honestly, there was more like pressure and nerves on the line for the Stockholm than like winning NA for us. So I think for the next matches, it will be like way easier, to be honest.
So you officially qualified to Stockholm with this win. Talk to me just about like the emotions of qualifying again. Is that like a big relief to you? And what do you have to do when it comes to preparations heading into the World Finals when you get to take on the other regions?
My God, it's a relief, bro. I did an EWC watch party, and I'm just getting rage baited for like 8 hours a day about how I'm not making LAN. I was like, there's no way I can miss another one. So I'm glad that's out of the way. And for preparation, I think we're going to do a little boot camp, 2-3 blocks a day and see what happens from there.
Well, we're all very excited to see Sugarbron in action, alive and in the flesh. So thank you so much for joining us. Best of luck in your upcoming matches.
All right. Thank you very much.
Great to hear from Sugarfree as he and the squad are officially qualified for the World Finals in Stockholm. So we have yet to find out whether or not they're going to climb the top of this very region. It's stacked, man. The top 3, it's stacked.
Yeah, there's a lot of serious contenders when you get to Stockholm, right? But we're still in the smaller pond here in North America, trying to see who gets that top spot, who qualifies, and who kind of sets the mark as the #1 squad to represent North America. I mean, I think it's fair what Sugarfree said, like probably everyone realistically has to expect Team Liquid to be that #1 seed, but honestly, these 3 teams are so evenly matched. I feel like it really does come down to an any given day performance, and I'm just really excited for these next couple of matches in North America. I think there's a lot riding on them, both in terms of prize money and seeding, but also in terms of pride for teams like GK who've been on top in NA and kind of want to reclaim that slot.
Yeah, I think when you look at SSG, like at their best, like they have some incredible players on this lineup, and so you kind of just want SSG to lock in ahead of Stockholm and hope they can put on like a really good performance, because like Sugarfree is like a star player tracer, and like he said, like missing out on the midseason, it was a bit of a shame there, because like Kevster is missing Stockholm now, it would have been even crazier if Sugarfree did too, right? So SSG, when they play at their best, they're an excellent team, and I'm looking forward to see how they do at Stockholm.
Yeah, I think we would all agree for now. They're waiting in the lower finals. Their match will be played out tomorrow, but they will find out who they will be facing in that lower final today, as we will be heading back into the upper bracket now. And Team Liquid and GK are going to be our next teams. Also, can we finally agree on a way of saying the team? Is it GK or GK? The players literally are all over the place. And I feel like the team...
It's a great suggestion, Zoe, but talk with management, it's been denied. Yep, we're going to keep saying it differently every time.
Just like every time. But we have to mix it up, like proportionally even, so just to confuse the people.
I don't remember what the last way I said it was, frankly, and I
don't think about this stuff, Zoe.
Am I thinking too much about it? Am I overthinking?
Yes.
Is that what's happening? All right, I take a breather. I take a step back. We're going to into a quick break, and then we're back with that team going up against Team Liquid. I don't want to miss it.
Told me nothing in the world is as yielding as water, but in its ebb and flow, I honestly forget the rest, so I'll just go with the flow. Booyah, making a splash. Always good to hydrate. Much better. Easy! Oh, check me out! Bye! Ultimate's ready. You're protected. Go make a splash. Hope you brought a change of clothes. Guess
guess my training's paying off. Let's keep it going. Lee Wan Honglan! Wouldn't want to be ya! You just witnessed my most famous party trick.
Welcome back, everyone. So we're here joined by Jake and Johnny, and we're about to set the stage for our last match of the day. It's the upper bracket match between Team Liquid and GK. This is also the Stage 3 Week 5 rematch from the two of them, which Team Liquid took. It was a 5-map banger. So let's revisit that match mentally, maybe even visually. I'm not sure we have highlight-wise, but let's revisit it and talk about what went right for Team Liquid and why they got it. I think, if I remember it correctly, a lot of it had to do with the compositions. Infected Sigma played a big role in there. And then obviously Tree had just like an insane game, which he usually does, but that one stood out. What else is there? Like, walk me through it.
I don't think we can look at these two teams and sort of get too technical with the prediction as far as like what they're going to play, what their approach to the game is, because the hallmark, I mean, especially of Team Liquid, but I think it's fair to say GK also has this feather in their cap, is that they're just very hard to predict. They can play pretty much any style they want. Maybe GK is a little bit more likely to go towards like a Winston and a ball look, and Infected really is just amorphous. I mean, it's hard to know what he's going to play, but if it comes down to a ball mirror, if Infected's Ram and the Rush comes out, if it's that really powerful Sig style that they've been showcasing, kind of the only team that we've really seen play that, especially in North America. So I would give Liquid a little bit of a strategic edge, but I think if you find yourself in a dive mirror, if GK kind of push the match in that direction, I think on raw skill level, this can really go either way.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a really interesting matchup because we talked a lot about D.Va and Zarya, and neither team like really wants to play those heroes. It is a lot of Ram. It's, you know, Hazard. Kaffa loves playing the Hazard, but then we know Infected can't bring out the ball. Kaffa score out the ball. So there's a lot of weird hero picks we can see here from either of these teams. I will say that, you know, a little secret special sauce from Maimon has always been the Sombra to bring out in some moments, and it recently started introducing the Symmetra there as well. So I think both teams are going to play a pretty adaptable series overall. Don't think that we're going to see a lot of the Sigma we once saw from Infected, but at this point, who knows? I think these two teams, they're so deep when it comes to like Overwatch is a hero swap game. I think both teams would love to play that game of just like, let's get the superior hero swap pick, rather than some teams just prefer to play comfort, right? And so this series, we could just find ourselves in some pretty weird moments when it comes to the compositions.
Yeah, one thing I'm interested to see is if we see like this style we have right here with, you know, Lethal on the Sombra, Maimon on the Tracer. This style is, I think, maybe a little bit more comfortable for Liquid, right? When they go to the double flex DPS, since Tree is just, I mean, he is like technically in the hit scan role, but I feel like never has there been a hit scan that is more ready to play flex DPS. I mean, truly, the man just plays everything, and I think that gives Team Liquid the edge if they can push things in that direction. Like, I think that's part of why the SIG was so good, and it's the question that GK are going to have to find themselves an answer to in this series, because if you're really committed to playing hit scan is pretty understandable with a player like Lethal. I mean, one of the best pure hit scans, I would say, in North America, and with a lot of flexibility to boot. But if you're caught forced on that hit scan against Sigma, you could find yourself in a really tough game, just getting shielded out and Sigma just walking on you 24/7. So I'm curious to see what GK have been working on, what have they been developing in the lab to deal with infected Sigma and force Team Liquid deeper into their strat book.
Yeah, let's talk strat books then. Looking at the map pool that we have, what hero bans are the must-wins for must-win maps? Is that a real sentence? I think it is. You know what I mean? Like,
it is indeed, yes.
Yeah, that sentence, that made sense. What bans do need to happen in order to like get that victory for both teams, really?
I don't know about you, Jake. I don't think there's necessarily like any must ban maps, unlike with some of the previous teams, that necessarily give one of the other teams an advantage. Obviously, some of these players have comfort picks. When I think about Lethal, for example, I know that Lethal has unbelievable pop-off potential when it comes to Sojourn. So, like, are there cases where maybe you can get Lethal onto a hero like Sojourn? Are there moments you can get Kaffa onto something like a Hazard? But I don't think you can necessarily design a map hero pick ban kind of situation around those scenarios in a matchup like this. I don't know, what do you think, Jake?
Yeah, I would say I think GK probably want to take us to something like a Gibraltar on an Escort, but I don't know that that's the only map I see in the pool that really calls to me as like, okay, GK likes some crazy like Winston Lifeweaver shenanigans on this map that not many of the teams play. And I think Team Liquid honestly aren't going to be surprised by anything. So I think this is a match that the hero bans aren't, these are both teams that have really adapted to the hero ban meta really well, which is to say that you can't just ban them out. Like, the fact that some teams have maps where, you know, we have a ban that gives us a huge advantage kind of means that those teams have failed to really rise to the occasion of hero bans. The best teams in the world, there's no hero ban that gives you an edge. The hero ban puts you on a level playing field with the best teams in the world. And I think Team Liquid and GK are really the North American examples of that, where they just play whatever they need to. They play the right comp for the situation. They'll match you when they want to match you. And when they think they can get an edge, they're going to absolutely take it. So I think this is one of the most exciting matchups to watch in NA Overwatch because of that next level flexibility on display.
I would say there are a couple of target bans you could throw out, like Admiral Lucio, maybe like Zero Tracer. But I think those are like a couple you could throw out throughout the series.
Well, we'll find out very soon. First, though, I want to find out who we're going for prediction-wise. So obviously, if you go with just like how the playoffs been going for the two teams thus far, Team Liquid had a very, very smooth victory, but it was also against a Nightmare that didn't quite look like themselves either. Like, there wasn't quite as much fight back that we hoped to see. Whereas, GK had to fight a little harder to get into that upper bracket semifinals. I still give the edge to Team Liquid, just because they seem pretty unfazed by anything thrown their way. They've been really quick to adapt. They do have such a deep roster, deeper even, in my opinion, than their GK. So I give them the edge, but I hope for a repeat of Week 5. I want another 5-map banger.
Yeah, I mean, Team Liquid, I think, has just been running rampant in North America this whole stage. And I mean, I think we saw the beginnings of this trend last stage where they were really starting to build, but they've continued that momentum. And I think they've kind of built this team the right way. You got to give a lot of credit to the staff on Team Liquid, the players, for developing together and building not just a team of superstars that can like put up a huge performance, but a team that has really grown and has achieved this through the hard work and connection that it takes to compete at the highest level. And I think, honestly, they're not only going to win here, but I think they're going to end up as our first seed in NA and put on a good showing in Stockholm.
All right, getting a little bit ahead of yourself there, Jake, but you know, that's confidence speaking.
That's my special.
Liquid right there. Yeah, I got Liquid here as well. I think towards the end of the stage, GK, they lost their identity a little bit because we saw less and less in Wu Yang. And I think GK, they have been a standout team so far this year when they really found a composition that works for them, whether it's something like a Lifeweaver Bat, whether it's something like Ultraviolet Ana, and now as well like the Wu Yang in stage 3. But it started to fade out a little bit, the Wu Yang play, and so now the question is, what are GK going to pull out here in the playoffs as the meta has settled a little bit in this patch?
They did have a whole week to figure something out for this particular match against Team Liquid, a team that they are very familiar with as well, of course. Now 33% backing GK. Do you guys feel that's fair?
Yeah, I think this is about right, actually, in terms of the odds split here. You know, 2 out of 3 for Liquid. I think GK have more than a puncher's chance in this batch, and I'm excited to see what they do as well. Remember, like, these are all teams now qualified to Stockholm, so this is fighting for seeding, which is going to be super impactful in terms of how far you can go in Stockholm, but it's also fighting to kind of set the tone for who's going to represent that North American region and who's going to be the standard bearer. And Liquid, I think, see themselves that way, and GK are a little bit on the outside looking in.
That's right. And the first map in our upper bracket final between those two teams is Ilios, Team Liquid's map pick. Now, where we're heading with the bats?
No surprise. Actually, last time they did pick Samoa against GK, but I feel like Team Liquid in general, they love Ilios. Castawars has loved Ilios since like OWCS started. Toronto Defiant and now here Team Liquid as well. They're just really designed for like a great kind of dive composition, right? And GK throwing out the Wrecking Ball will make things a little bit more difficult for Infected here, perhaps.
Yeah, I think both teams like the Wrecking Ball, so I'm interested to see. But I think Kuffa prefers probably the Winston and maybe wants to bring that toward the Winston mirror direction. That being said, I do think Infected Sigma strat on Ruins is kind of devious. Like, that looks really hard to play against me, and I don't know what the answer is going to be. Maybe the Winston comp can kind of run through it, but I think Tree's flexibility, you know, the ability to like go to a Genji Tracer style on this map could potentially just give a little bit of an edge to Team Liquid.
Well, let's find out if that is going to be the case. It's going to be magical, I'm sure, especially because we got Avril and Jaws on the mic.
Hey, magic was a good way to put it. I like that. Thank you, Story. Yes, GK and Team Liquid, a potential bit of revenge here for GK. Look, they lost against SSG in the regular season. They ended up going from first place to third as they entered playoffs. Can their revenge tour continue? We'll have to wait and find out. Of course, we're going to Ilios, and like Jake said, we've seen some strange things from Team Liquid. Picks that we didn't really expect to see ever, to be honest, in this meta. Infected picking up Sigma in that game the other day. There's going to be a Wrecking Ball ban and a Lucio ban as we start off our series.
Before I get into the bans here, which are important for this opening map, let's also talk about the history between these two teams. Looking at the head-to-head so far this year, it is 4-3 in favor of GK, and that includes stage 1 when GK were playing under Nightmare as well. But the most recent win was when Team Liquid beat them in the regular season 3-2 that we saw in what was, I think, the final week or maybe the week before that, was that very, very tight 3-2 victory that allowed Team Liquid to claim that first seed and claim a flawless win through the regular stage of the regular season. And as we head into Ilios here as well, chosen by Team Liquid, amazing ball map. And while Kuffa can play his own ball, but he's going to shy away from it for now. Let's talk about the Lucio ban. That is going to be one of the most impactful bans you can have against GK. Really, this is still, in my opinion, one of the larger weaknesses on the team. I would have preferred for Team Liquid to save the Lucio ban for a map that's going to force Admiral to play something more akin to the Lifeweaver. For this map, because Winston is viable, Ana is good right now, it's going to be Ana and Brig together. That's bailing Admiral out. You want to abuse Admiral's hero pool gap. And the fact that the Lucio ban comes in this early means that, well, even without Lucio, could still be a good look for GK.
Yeah, that was a lot of talk about the patch. Some players saying it doesn't change much, but RuPaul was the one that was like, actually, it changes a ton. That Ana headshot perk going from 1.5x headshot multiplier to 2x, pretty crazy. Not only is that good for RuPaul, whose best hero is definitely the Ana, but it's really good for Team Liquid. Playing this dive with the Ana is going to be crispy clean. Kuffa already kind of forced out as the point unlocks.
Well, that's going to give a lot of healing over to Ultraviolet, though, so that's one good piece of news, but it's going to be Team Liquid likely taking first cap. No contest from GK. You have to note as well, this important map is also going to decide whether Ultraviolet and GK are going to play more Ana in the series and whether they're going to abandon it and maybe look to ban it out against RuPaul later on.
Yeah, of course, the headshot perk's not going to come online, not just yet. It's going to take a little bit of time. It's the thing with these Anacomps as well on this map, like, because you're playing with a brick, you're like opening, looking for nades, and it's all about the nades and the Freyas trying to find picks. The Tracers and the Winstons are there to follow up. They're not likely to start fights on their own without some additional help to begin with. Yeah, speaking of which, yeah, UV, 90% on the Nano Boost. RuPaul lagging behind, 60%. Zero forced to recall. And Nate does end up hitting, striking Cuffer there, but it's an anti-nade from Ultraviolet. Free Nano Boost there into the front line as Vega tries to retreat, but WMI Moan with the flank kill. And there goes the backline for Team Liquid. And 9 depths under the sea now.
As a reminder, despite the fact that this opening fight looks good for GK, note that they get to give up the opening cap for it, so they are behind 51% in the hole. So how much is this really going to give them now? RuPaul is going to catch up eventually, and this Nano coming in through, it's going to need to be buffeted away by GK. A lot of work to be done by the Briggs here. Admiral certainly has the work cut out for him. Big pulse, it's going to slow things down, but that is going to charge the Nano now.
Yeah, free ult charge. In fact, Cuffer, sorry, looks like he wants to go a little bit early. Zero in the 1v1 versus my Moan, but Admiral packing the Tracer Perma is going to be a tough fight. There for Zera. Here's the Nano Boost though. His Nano fight coming in. RuPaul kind of hesitant though. Knows the Tracer on the side. Health pack stolen away. Nice little body shot there. It's going to force my Moan away for a brief period of time. Bowler shot from downtown, but lethal pretty low. Nano Boost available here for RuPaul. Trey actually chucks onto Tree, and Tree's been doing dirty work with these Nano Boosts recently, and he continues to do so. A 3 kill for the Freya as Cuffer used the Primal Rage to kind of delay the push from Team Liquid, but Tree had already ended the fight.
I mean, massive respect there. We've had situations before as well. We've seen for Team Liquid, they will open a map, playing Infected on Ball. Ball, not an amazing Nano target. So it's Tree on the Frey that receives the Nano. Once again, even despite there being a Winston on board, which is a clear Nano target, RuPaul trusts that Tree will deliver, and certainly he does. And again, because of the early 50% lead, Liquid now will push it even further. Vegas survives, despite being purple.
Double support ultimate though for GK, and look at Team Liquid's ult bank here. This Primal Rage, normally not a lot that can be done against the Rally and the Nano Boost, but we'll see if Infected can do anything here. Straight to the backline, Sleep's already been used. Anti onto Team Liquid, although Infected still got the Primal. Can kind of rip and roar it now. That sleep dart's going to come up in about 2 seconds or so, and Infected knows it. Has to back up slightly. RuPaul down to lethal, back to the point for Infected. Goes in for another leap, tries to get the trade, and he does so successfully. But unfortunately for Team Liquid, their supports are cut to smithereens, but a 99% will suffice as GK now try and clean up the fight.
Yeah, another situation where GK looked like they'll probably be able to win, but at what cost? It's more progress gain for Team Liquid. So while the fight, this particular one goes away GK, and not without some trades as well, by the way. Infected, a late kill into Ultraviolet will slow down GK's ability to push forward. GK have a lot of catch up to do. Team Liquid, if they just find an opening with Tree, who is going to outrange Lethal, swapping over towards the cast, and did die in that last fight, is somewhat susceptible to being dove by the Winston. Maybe a little early to bring up the cast right now. GK must win fight.
I'll play too far up here. Cast pretty dive vulnerable. You were talking about it before, about how Casty, while still good, the HP can be a bit lacking against the dive comps.
And there's no Suzu to help you here either, so have to be concerned.
Nano Boost onto Trey again, see if he can get the same thing done. Already the backline's in a little bit of duress. Bowler goes straight over the top of Lethal. Just kind of ducks out the way and can't stand up to it. Infected trying to push that, but they are unable to get anything done. Cuffer, on the other hand, though, is going to fall, and Tree eventually gets a kill. Normally the presence of a Nano Boost is enough to make people cower in fear. And it looks like it's worked, at least for Team Liquid. A high noon kill is going to be good, but unfortunately, Infected and Vega take down the backline of GK as Team Liquid take first round.
Cuffer never got Primal there, died on about 95% as well. So while we were watching Tree, sadly missing quite a few shots, and even a prediction Bowler against Lethal. He was expecting Lethal to roll away into the safety of cover, which honestly would have been the normal play most casters would have gone through. Lethal kind of just moving weirdly a little bit and preventing Tree from landing the shots, but doesn't matter because Zero on the other end gets Cuffer. Not enough healing to keep Cuffer alive. Cuffer needed the Primal to stay in that fight. But it's a conversation I brought up where we start out with a 51% cap lead. GK may have gotten the earlier Nano. Why? Because Cuffer took a ton of damage, wouldn't contest the point, gives the point over, but allows, because he took a lot of damage, to give Ultraviolet that initial lead on the Nano. So, what would you rather have? 51% of the cap or an early Nano? I think Liquid would tell you you'd rather have the cap.
Double flex here, Team Liquid. Not really surprising. They're the most double flex team in North America with Vega and RuPaul. Going the Kiriko as well here, Avril. Covers like 1 HP, by the way. Okay, he's dead. He's just
now
dead.
0 HP.
RuPaul just hits her. Yeah. Easy clap. Yeah, RuPaul picking up that perk. Like I said, people were saying, like, you know, this patch doesn't really change much. RuPaul thinking the opposite. And the headshots, if you can land them on the tanks, it's a lot of damage, man.
I'm seeing that same perk being picked up in Korea right now as well, but we haven't really seen that much in terms of Anna's getting those headshot final blows. This is going to be my first one seeing it in OWCS right now. You're talking about this backline as well, the fact that Vega can go the flexible. That's one of Admiral's weaknesses. He doesn't have the capability to play a flexible. He isn't even going to be playing the Wu Yang. Sure, Wu Yang's nerfed anyway. GK, they survive this. Low HP, they're done.
Yeah. I mean, there's only so much you can do there. I mean, look, Infected dove in and Tree was basically immune, invisible in the skies, like just shooting down people, gets the triple kill. And RuPaul as well, like setting up on high ground. And then if a dive comes in, Vega can TP, can Suzu, right?
You know what?
Then RuPaul was hitting fat nades. I mean, it's tough.
This time, GK, despite losing camp, don't even have a lead on ultimates. It's RuPaul with his extra damage on the headshot he's landing. That's going to push him ahead. Nano online. Tree, after all of those kills, has Bowler as well.
Oh, Nano boosting 3%. Cupper's already in, chasing the Tracer. Nice blinks there from Zera, picks up the mini, and there's the Nano on Tree again. Straight to the backline, takes a headshot, but the bowler is good. Admiral so low, shield even lower, and there you go. The back smack there from Tree to take care of the brick. Lethal down 2, so, you know, another kill ends up coming through from my mode, so it's not over just yet, but the cleanup crew has arrived. Zera and Infected end up picking up a couple.
No further feed in from Cuffer. Understands what the moment is going to be calling for my moan. A bit of a cheeky play then, early pulse bomb kill while his team is
look at the time though.
For the push. Might just give GK the capability. And you looked at the point here as well. No flip from GK just yet. It's going to be a 99-0 start, but Nano finally online for UV.
Yeah, they need to get it popping though. And Zera's got a pulse bomb too. Oh, and he misses it. Oh, and he blinks into it. All good. Trading 1 for 1 though. Ultraviolet down. No nano boost for GK in this fight. And now Admiral all in his lonesome. And the rally 10% away, but Infected has got that brink in his sights. A quick leap there to close the gap on to Lethal. A high noon popped as RuPaul ends up getting booped around by Cuffer, who's just saved the day for GK. A really early kill there from Zera. It was beautiful. There was no nano there for GK at all, but Cuffer comes up big, comes up clutch, in fact, with a 3K with a Winston.
Honestly, the trade UV onto Zera as well. Might have been a sleep dart, could have been the blink. Either case, 1 for 1 there. Disastrous for Zera and Team Liquid. Gonna fall to the wayside of Cuffer's Primal, however. Still 99% lead. This is only the first flip. Important is that UV held on to Nano, as you sort of mentioned here. Every single extra ultimate that GK can use to snowball themselves to catch up is going to be required. Vega popping through.
Oh, they're going to rush into Cage. A good kunai headshot initially there to start off the fight, but the nano boost on Cuffer is going to just force himself into the backline. Vega with no teleport, nowhere to run as Cuffer just imps on him.
Huge fight.
Now, a nice sleep does end up connecting with Cuffer, but yeah, it's a big fight win here for GK. RuPaul dead. There's the headshot as well. Avril, Ultraviolet picking up 1.
It's a clean fight. I mean, this is about to just be a full team wipe. Zero, I believe, does get out alive, but for GK, it's a Vegas 1 for 1 all trade. Vegas 1 HP the second time, by the way. He lives 1 HP despite the ante. And GK will get away. Vega now moving away from the Kiriko, the Katsuna Rush, not enough for Team Liquid. So if there's a world for GK, they have now essentially leveled out the ultimates, minus the fact that there's still that nano. They can survive against a nano.
Oh, that nade
GK
is beautiful.
Good shot to win this one.
That nade is unbelievable. Captain nade ends up coming in, but a lobbed pulse bomb from my moan. It doesn't end up doing the damage necessary to get any kills. A nano boost onto Vega saves his life, and now they can just int in. GK overextending, thinking they can win, and I think that too as well if you hit a nade like that. RuPaul and Vega, they stand the test of time in the backline. Overtime push here for GK, but there are no supports left. Another touch here from my moan's going to be good for another couple of seconds, but they need kills. They need something. Cuffer has got a primal rage in a couple of moments too, but it might be too little too late. He's going oh so low, has to leap away, but another touch is required, and it's Admiral that's going to get fed into this grinder on the point. Admiral goes down, point secured from Team Liquid, and they start off with a win in the series, a 2-0 on Ilios.
Yeah, pretty comfortable overall as well. I mean, a little bit of back and forth that we found on towards Ruins, but didn't really see Team Liquid give away all that much on that second round of well. There was a little bit of a cheeky cap, but you'll notice just constantly behind where GK compared to Team Liquid over the course of that well. Couldn't quite find the ultimate advantage, and that final fight was it, where you had that Bionade landing, and unfortunately it's only an overextension in the hindsight. Of course, if the Bionade lands, the dive connects onto the Bionade to anti-play, you click the double backline, and you're slowing down that responsive nano boost that RuPaul will use on the tree again to win that fight. It's a different story. You can see GK push into their own 99, give a bit more time for Cuffer to find that primal again, for Effective to maybe get that primal, but surely we saw what Cuffer did with that primal, and it was damn beautiful. So yeah, a little bit of a missed opportunity there. Still though,
yeah, that's
good opening map for both teams.
Real tough one. I mean, they hit the Bionade, right? And then if you look at RuPaul there in that situation, hits the pixel perfect bio when the anti slips off. Like as soon as that purple disappears, he's hitting the nade on himself plus Vega. So not only are they getting topped up by that, the extra healing too. It's like, right, we're not going to die. Oh, the stick lands, nano boost. Like,
and the reason,
beautiful stuff from our team.
I think the reason why you didn't see the dive coming in early is because I don't think GK expected that Bionade to land the way it did. I'm pretty sure that Ultraviolet threw in the nade. He may have seen the angle, but the rest of the team were not expecting it. So yeah, just landing in slightly too late. And not only, by the way, does the Bionade hit RuPaul and Vega to heal them up and top him off, but it also lands the purple onto Cuffer, which really put him down.
And there it is, Liquid with a map win on Ilios. The 2-0 to start the series. And there's not going to be too many bans, I don't think. I think the Des talked about it a little bit, like the bans. It's going to be hard to really hinder TL. It's going to be hard to hinder GK. Maybe the Ana is something they need to kind of target here, because it is RuPaul's best hero.
This is where I disagree, because the Lucio is the target, and that Lucio did end up coming through in terms of the bans. I still think it came in slightly too early. Now, the Brig still ended up not being enough for GK. I don't think Admiral has enough time on that one compared to his Lucio. Really, Admiral just wants to lock in Lucio as much as possible. So while they lose map 1, I think to GK's favor, they got rid of what would have been one of the most consequential bans that you can deploy against them out of the way early. This is a GK squad where we just don't see Animal flex onto really anything past the Lucio. He's played the Life Weaver in scenarios where Lucio's not available, and that really tells you everything. Yes, I know that GK is a Life Weaver BAP team, but they found all that success playing that comp in Stage 2. Really haven't done anything with that comp now in Stage 3, and I don't think it would be the winning formula for them. So in a way, despite losing that and making it close, they get rid of the Lucio ban early, which I think is going to be helpful. And now you can still consider, you mentioned the Ana ban. This was the map to test out, is UV's Ana going to be good enough to keep up with RuPaul? So far on that map alone, not looking too amazing, but this also doesn't have to be a Winston Ana mirror. I do suspect it. We will be seeing some Ram gameplay at some point depending on the map, and it's going to be Kings Row.
Ram Gaming, I mean, Kings Row is a perfect spot for it, to be fair. So if they do ban it, of course, GK picking this one, and also banning first. No deferred bans here. No sorry, we're not SSG.
Well, SSG, you're not Team Falcons. See where the bans land. I think you will definitely want this one to go towards Ram, and Secret Weapon against Sigma as well. I would like to see Team Liquid pulled through the Sigma, and then have the response from GK being the potential for the Rhine. Question is, have they practiced the Rhine? Spoiler alert. Falcons brought out the Rhine earlier today and beat Max's Sigma and Zari with it. Max got subbed in for Kings Row. A deferred ban came in. Falcons had their own first ban on that map. They deferred it to Crazy Raccoon. And Crazy Raccoon like, duh, we're going to ban away the Ramatra because that's someone's pick on this map. What ended up happening was Max banned away his own Ramatra. They got baited into banning away their own Ramatra, which then left Max open to a Rhine counter, which someone used to win eventually. Now, it was close, but they won eventually. So you want to see a Sigma counter. The Rhine is available, but has Cuffer practiced it is the bigger question.
Dude, is Max like the most unlucky tank player of all time? Like, seriously. Jumbin's in, they win. When Max is in, they don't. Like, it feels so bad, man. His record not looking too healthy. I'm sorry. Love you, boy, Max. But, yeah, that's a rough time there. I'll definitely go check the VOD. That game, like you said, was pretty hype, and you've casted 700 maps today already. So, yeah, gonna need to lock in for that one a little bit later. Let's have a look at this one, though. GK banning Winston. Winton banned, and a BAP ban for TL.
This is my 25th map today, fun fact.
That's epic, bro.
Yeah, 25. This is map number 25.
No human being should cast that many maps in a day.
It's fine. I'm chilling. We're good. I'm here for the good games. I wasn't going to miss how good TL versus GK is. I'm still expecting this to deliver. What does the Winston band say to me that we want this one to go towards more of a Ram. It's not going to be a Winston mirror. As I sort of said earlier, Ana is not going to make an appearance on every single map. You really want something like the Winston to be there to pair with RuPaul. I would not expect RuPaul to just dry force an Ana every single map. I don't think it's the necessary best in slot here. The bat moving away is to address the fact that if GK wants to play through the Ram, Lucio bat is not going to be the answer. We're going to keep this one towards Lucio Kiriko, but that's fine. Lucio Kiriko, perfectly fine to play through on the Ram.
Dude, we need match chat on, by the way. Infected comes in the lobby and says glaze ban at GK. And Cover responded like, hey, Lep told us to ban it here, and then Infected's like, Lep is awesome.
Fun fact,
we need match
the setup. The setup of the lobby before the teams got ready to play for map number 1. Bit of a chit chat back and forth between Team Liquid and GK, and a certain sound barrier was brought up from the previous game, mentioning that in the conversation. I don't want to. I don't want to dig into it too much. You know, I'll let that one rest. I'm sure that one will live on in the realms of history, the archives of Overwatch for quite some time, and I hope some good gameplay on the opposite end will do the same. Tree on a signature Hanzo.
Yeah, I mean, this was bound to happen. Like, Tree on Hanzo on this map, it's Joba, bro. I'm sorry. This pick has been unbelievable for Team Liquid. They're going to try and go early as well. They actually catch Lethal off guard, kind of leaving Tree behind a little bit. Eventually rejoins the rest of the team near Hotel, but that is an aggressive push to trade one of the DPS. High ground control, though, in favor of GK for the time being, but with the Symmetra, it's so easy for Team Liquid to flip the map on GK. Respawn is coming in for Lethal, so back in just a moment as Infected pops the Nemesis form and tries to survive. He is blocking right now, but just gets toppled over. Cuffer and Ultraviolet just dishing out so much work there as, wow, Team Liquid with a good early kill on Lethal. Did not follow up for the rest.
I mean, that was a nice response from GK. They have respawn advantage anyway, so as long as they don't lose war, they can re-aggress onto Team Liquid. And one way to get Infected and Liquid down onto the low ground is, well, start capping the point. They're going to have to address you. Tree are moving over towards the Freya. Zero on the Tracer. Let's go for a listener for GK's attack now on B.
I can look slow soon.
He's out. Ping. Just right now. Lucio on your top right.
Sure, at the...
That's right. Lou right here.
I'm gonna fight Sure right. I can slow Lou right, Will. Ready? 3. No, I'm on. Okay. Can look now, I slowed Lou already. With the Ollie. I'm walking, man.
You killed.
He's shot. I should have answered. Walk 3, 2, 1. Shooting now. Walk. You're flanking right, yeah. There's so much space. You're getting caught. I'm ignoring Sure.
You're what I'm damaging, guys. We can go kill him.
Yeah. I look slow main soon, Will. Yeah, if you look slow main, I can go. 1, slow now.
He's right, slow. I go. We pop it.
Turn the bell.
Right, man.
Back shot ramp. Ram. I'm living now. Pray main. Pray half top left.
Okay.
Pray 1. Yeah.
Yellow point. Not in.
Cutting. I'm inside left.
Yeah, you're fine.
Maybe not.
I'm right. Come right.
Trying, come top. Coming. Nice.
Straight up.
I'm walking behind them in 3, 2, 1. Slow main. Press left.
Carry left.
Good.
One second. Beat.
I'm flanking left, Copper. If you look slow, I can
get a beat. Beat DPS later.
We find out later with down strike. Maybe not.
I'll get that. Shoot them. I can help you, Dennis.
Yeah. I've run.
Yep, that's it.
I'm close. I'm on Freya 3, 2, 1. Press load. Freya 1. Trailer behind. Hello. I'm used CDs. Trailer left. Ram point. I can look Ram
low.
Yeah. Go for it. I'm walking. Walk on Lou.
Dennis. He's down.
I'm on Freya. Yeah, I'm walking. Ram 3. Okay.
High up, Dennis.
Kill trip hand. Trainer. Yeah. Quick kill trade. I'm walking main. Ram out. Lou 1. Come on. Come.
He's low. Slow.
Coming.
Finish. I'm on well.
Look for plates.
Lou 1.
Fair one. Let's go. He lived.
Get out.
Man, that fight lasted quite a considerable amount of time and no kills there. Ultraviolet just is your Lord's work right now on this Kiriko. Insane stuff, and we talked about how RuPaul Avril was getting the better of him on the Ana head-to-head. Ultraviolet here is getting the better of RuPaul, especially with these ult timings.
And despite the loss for GK there, they still push the payload towards the end of B, so a lot of work done there in terms of distance. Lethal now thinking about finishing this map on the Cassidy. Tree has been pretty deadly in these engagements as well. Certainly the one to start making the dominoes fall on the side of GK. Here comes the first Kitsune.
Nice. Really nice Kitsune rush, but it's a 4v5 now. Tree's already down. Nice flashbang from Lethal. Stops Zera getting away with murder. Suzu used to stop that pulse bomb from connecting. Detaches it from cover as he walks up with Nemesis 4. Mymone in the back line finds almost a one clip there onto Zera, but he escapes with his life. But a pulse bomb, and maybe this Lucio caught out of position there as Vega is trying to just run for his life. Nowhere to help RuPaul there as cover just walks on. Nemesis form clocks 2 with his fists, and that'll be 3.5 minutes going into third.
Perfectly fought 5v4 scenario, Tree down early, and then GK just play the numbers. Affected on super low HP. Team Liquid not really in a position to get anything in response, and Lethal, I mean, you just saw how fast he was firing. He wasn't even really hitting anything, but Team Liquid still falling by the wayside there with Infected just not being able to stay alive, and GK 3 minutes plus time back. This is enough to work with. Should be looking for a decent completion here. One reset could be costly for time. Waiting for Lethal to dead-eye this one.
Yeah, Mymone looking for an entry here, an entry point required. I mean, he's getting checked currently. 3 people actually going to check him there. My word. Lethal. Tree, sorry, is going to use that updraft, so a little bit more vulnerable. However, a free stick. Nice Suzu. Forced it, and now Infected is just dead. Yeah, there's just no help there at all. As soon as that shield comes up from cover too, that just blocks all the healing coming through from RuPaul, and now they can push on. Again, Ultraviolet has Kitsune Rush over RuPaul right now. 25% behind. GK have got Annihilation, they've got Kitsune. Vega's got the sound barrier, and they need to just pop ults here. Vega with the beat. Hits 5 as they walk on 4, but cover's going to wait until the danger mode as they just Annihilation on the point, and then it's like, you can't win. Sound barriers are coming in from Admiral, and well, the dominoes are going to fall, and Annihilation's good there for Infected to keep him alive on the point, but it's just too much damage, too much disdain from GK. The backline lapping Team Liquid as the final hurrah from RuPaul as that rush came about 15-25% too late.
Foundations looked good in terms of the earlier fight setups. You looked at what happened there on B. You have a fight lost, but with a basically full push towards the end, then just a successful final engagement required 5v4. Then you talk about the Ultraviolet lead on the Kitsune Rush at the end as well, but there's further player advantages. Infected caught out in no man's land. Suzu will save him from the pulse bomb, but nothing will save Infected from Cuffer just running him down, understanding there's nowhere for Infected to run, stuck in a corner blocking. And so time and time again, Liquid constantly down on numbers. What a beautiful momentum push from from GK that just snowballs them to a 2:09 respectable time back.
GK took us here as well to King's Row. The last series that did go to 5 between the two teams, it was Liquid choosing the hybrid, and they go to Hollywood, a very different map. Now, Rush can be played, but it's mainly like Winston dive, like divey type beat, and well, Liquid ended up winning that, and you can see GK kind of working them in the neutral. Ultraviolet getting ahead of RuPaul, Admiral 2 on the Lucio getting ahead of Vega a little bit. We'll see if Infected sticks on this Orisa to start, but obviously GK, they're going to be running this on defense. No real shock. I want to see if Tree's actually going to come out on Hanzo again. Didn't really get too much done with it on first.
It's very it's more viable, I think, on the attacking side. It's much more rare to see Hanzo defensively. But he's just considering the fact that, okay, long range, wants to be able to play into lethal. Maybe some long range bolts, giving Zero the opportunity to dive in for a follow through as well. Infected is going to continue playing through on the Orisa. Now, he's not going up against Azari on the other side, so he doesn't have to worry about that matchup. It's going to be Orisa into Ram. Bit of a classic one from earlier stages.
Wow, UV's so low. They've kind of wrapped around him here. Lethal in a lot of trouble though, yeah, just too far up, out of the way of the healing. Nice spear spin from Infected to isolate Lethal even further. And now GK are going to have to go for a reset. Lethal now switching over to Cassidy, but there's 5 players on the point right now for Team Liquid.
Seeing if there's a chance to maybe get a bit of a retake coming on in. They are close enough, just biding the time a little bit. Cuffit still waiting in the wings. Now would have to be the time to go. They're just going to give it up. Play for the archway. Not quite having any ultimates just yet. Let's see what Liquid can do on their B push with a listening.
2, 1, I'm walking. I'm on cast. Looking out.
Tree low.
Tree low. I need help.
I can carry you. You're good. Yeah, run one. I need point.
That's the roll. I'm so sorry, I didn't try to get out.
I'm
holding corner. Look out.
No.
Arterial better.
Place one.
I think they're flanking top.
I'll see Cat. No, they're main. All main. No shield. Yeah, 3, 2, 1. Pass low. Pass line. Look us.
Try one.
Gas. Okay, push main with all 3, 2, 1. Push. Big ult.
Carry behind. Half.
Secure.
Tier 1.
Good point.
Good job. These carry. They still have pulse. Yeah.
Shooting strong.
I got plus one. I think just pulse and beat Ram a little soon.
Okay. Just make walk up hard. When we have advantage, we can push.
Yeah.
Keep shooting.
Can you try to free ult first?
You can say, just so ace on the walk. Shoot. Ram one. Sure cast. I'm living.
Hello.
We're just gonna pursue Trey.
Trey left. I walk in main. Trey left. Cast one.
Find Trey left.
I'll talk you on.
Probably over Trey.
No shield. Can swing after.
Turn right left. Maybe top right.
Oh, okay. Yeah, come in.
No, he's main.
Just come main. I'm just coming main.
I'll go top. You can let push. I can go.
Yeah, Trey left. Alright, get off CDs first. Yeah, get to the left. Push main. Top to left. Push main.
Train right.
And backline flank left. Turn right. Come left.
Hey, one.
They're pushing.
Okay. Walking through it.
They're rocking. Ram in.
Cast here. Kill cast. On me. We're killing cast. They have Remmel.
That was really good. Kill cast. Lethal instantly kills 2 of them with a headshot. Well, Infected's going to get slightly staggered here. No, I mean, not even slightly. That's actually quite a big stagger. Now, GK are going to be able to hold up real close because of that now.
GK, I mean, that is the classic example, bending but not breaking, multiple fights where things start to get a little bit tricky. A good early Team Liquid lead in the opening fight with Infected dropping in the Terror Surge, but you'll note that the payload was just nowhere to be found. So far away that despite winning the fight, Liquid just have to spend all this time pushing payload up and allowing GK space to recover. GK absolutely have made that recovery happen. Continue rush.
Dude, Lethal with no fear there, just standing up to Infected. Infected ends going down. You see Kuffer was putting himself in between Liquid and Infected. Infected's doing a fairly good job on the Arista 2, that Terror Surge fight from a couple of fights ago. It was really clean. Oh, wait, no way he gets away with that. That was a nice kill on my moan, though.
Yeah, like I said, that Terror Surge fight, unfortunately, payload distance wasn't there, and Lethal, no kill on the
They got Terror Surge again. Infected so low, though, but it should be good. They're on a rush. Nice Suzu hits 4 people from RuPaul. Terror Surge, rush, used from Team Liquid. 3 people on the payload, or they should be. And this might be a cap here. Still, though, that payload was regressing there, so they're going to have to buy a little bit more time for them to actually sink this one in. A quick reset for GK, and they've got a couple ults.
And my moan already recalled, by the way, so him touching is going to be quite difficult. Kuffer not there to touch. They might just give this one up. Oh, he might die for it.
And Lethal gets a kill. Infected's already gone golden as well. He's just so low. There's no sound barrier here from Vega to extend this fight either. Liquid have to back out. Zera dying to Lethal's Peacekeeper. That's going to be an insane pick, which is going to result in last fight. There's 1 minute and 15 left on the bank.
I mean, Lethal has just put Team Liquid to the sword again, time and time again. My moan, I thought he died in the kill feed, was actually Zera. GK barely holding on to that fight. Notice that they had to still wait for someone to respawn as that cap, or rather, a flank coming on through with the pulse one as mentioned.
Moan's trying to get in there. Zera with the check. Bowler connects with something. No kill, though. That's what's important here for the defense. There's Annihilation, there's Sound Barrier, but all cover so low! What an Annihilation! Ends up surviving with a sliver of HP. A better beat from Admiral as well. They use his a little bit too early. Lethal does end up getting speared. Nice little flash in there. It's going to stop Zera in his tracks for the time being, but the casting safe alive, and that is what's important for GK. They're going to try and push on now, but fighting into this rush is going to be rather dire. Vega end up going down to Mimo once more. The DPS and GK are holding their ground in this fight. A Terror Surge is going to splatter GK for the time being, but Kuffer might have to go for another touch again, but Zera is putting his mark on this one. A double kill for the Tracer as Kuffer makes his last breath, or takes his last breath on this point. As Zera comes up with 3. Infected finishes the rest, but an OT finish results in a 1 minute and 30 time bank to push to 3rd.
Yeah, no more Lethal clutch up in terms of the damage on the cast to be able to slow down Team Liquid. But but perhaps Liquid have been slowed down enough. It will not be ending on B, but they still don't have a lot of time to play through it. Also note, if Liquid do not finish with time finishing the map here, they're going to be in a draw-only scenario for the time bank. So Team Liquid absolutely need to get some time here.
It's a bowler from Tree on the high ground. He's looking for Lethal here. Landing a couple of take aim shots, but is scared to peek for too long. Lethal could just double dink him out of the skies and it'll be all over for the Freya. But they're playing for OT. That being GK on the defense right now. Oh, there's the bowler. And Tree's already down. Doesn't end up killing Lethal, though. Little martyrdom there. Ends up getting him with the take aim shot from downtown. It's 45 seconds to go, and a pulse one from Zera goes wide. Not even a lick of damage, as Infected is trying to stand his ground on the point, but it's going to be a rather tough one. Zera has still got that recall available to him as well. RuPaul's Rush might be the final thing that they need, and they're going to need to pull something out of the bag quickly. 30 seconds to go now as Ultraviolet begging his team to take damage to heal up. And Ultraviolet ultimate here might be what they need, but in fact, Avral's going to buy him enough time using that sound barrier on the point. And it does look like Team Liquid have managed to disengage, but unfortunately for Vega, chase down from My Moan makes it a staggered last fight here without their Lucio.
And now I wonder, is the double support ultimate overlaid ult more for GK than they should have actually spent? Liquid can still go for a touch. They can still be a final fight.
Zera? Oh, nice kunai headshot though. Big kill. Again, the Lucio's going to come back in just a moment, but they need to continue touching here. Infected on the point. Just use Terror Surge, grabs a couple in, but that Suzu is going to save both Avril and Cuppa. A high noon from Lethal off onto the side. Does a lot of damage to Infected. No gold left. Easy headshots there for the Cassidy, but still, Liquid are standing up to this test. Vega comes in with a 3-man sound barriers. Cuppa is taking all the damage they could possibly take. 4 players looking at it, but the heals from UV is going to be good to keep them alive for the time being, helping the reinforcements arrive. However, an OT push here, the best they can hope for is a draw. As GK, they're standing up, but unfortunately Tree is going to knock them down. But an OT finish is going to leave GK smiling. 2 minutes and 9 seconds in that time bank for 33% on that first.
Overwatch land, Tree knocks you down instead, and well, the time got knocked down to 0. And Liquid got nothing to play through on this time bank. Now GK only 1 tick required on that A push to find themselves 1-1 in the series. Now I did say, was it too much to overlay the double support ultimates between Ultraviolet and Admiral in that final engagement, well, the second to last engagement, because with just enough time, despite Zera dying, still the touch engage, still Team Liquid able to get that cap in, and GK, despite all the efforts, unable to stop this one. So even though GK extremely likely to still win this map, 2 minutes 09 to get 1/3, Team Liquid, they draw this one, and GK not going to be pleased about the result.
Could go to extra maps is all I'm saying. We've seen a 6-map series recently in mid-season. That was a Alcad and TM. It's possible, very possible. We'll see what a GK can get done in their offense with 2 minutes as well. Like, that's enough for like a good ult fight, a really good ult fight for GK. It's not like a minute where you're kind of struggling to maybe get ults, basically looking for picks. This is going to be GK with a decent ult push. Lethal starting on Widow. If he claps heads here, I'm gonna scream.
Should just be an opening shot. Okay.
Yeah.
He'll be back in the spawn. But of course, we remember in regulation time, GK essentially got this cap in 1 fight.
Right.
Just pressuring the point here. 1/3 is not a lot. Just pressuring point here is going to force Team Liquid to address them.
Oh,
like that might just be it.
Well, that might be it. Yeah. Zera ends up blinking towards Lethal again. I mean, Lethal is just farming, and that's it. Like, he's just done. In a blink of an eye, Liquid evaporate as GK just run them over. That was a disgusting headshot from Lethal. That was the most anticlimactic push of all time. GK with 33%. They barely needed 30 seconds on that one, mate. That is
like I'm saying,
tying the series up 1-1.
Like I'm saying, that regulation push from GK was already lightning quick on A. They didn't need too much effort there, and they won't need much effort on this time bank push as well. Only 1/3 required, a single kill to force the 5v4, putting massive pressure on. The reason why Tree dives in that aggressively to try and trade Lethal is just to allow Team Liquid at least a 4v4 to contend through, but yeah, not going to happen there. I believe My Moan dies, but Tree dying in response. Just too many members. Your respawn's too far away. A well-played map, despite not holding C. Still got the job done because they forced the time bank to 0, meaning a draw-only scenario. Very rare for the defending team in that scenario to be able to win. And of course, in this series between GK and Liquid, yeah, it's tied up. Yeah, it's 1-1.
Curious is Zera's POV there. Of course, we were on board with Lethal. It hits the flashbang, you can hear it, and you see the hit marker, but then Zera like blinks back to then look at Lethal. Like, I'm curious if there was something he was kind of next to Hotel, because you're still expecting Lethal to look at that angle. Maybe you're like, oh, maybe he 180'd and took the door out and then just wrapped around. But yeah, really curious at what Zera kind of saw there. Maybe got spooked a little bit hiding in main, but that shot from Lethal was nice. All right, 1-1 now as we go on to the next. Of course, we've got Escort, Push, and I was going to say Suravasa, but we've got Atlas back in the pool now for Flashpoint. Yeah, it's not just Suravasa anymore. And I'll just remind you, everybody at home, what the last series went to. It was an Escort that was picked next, but it was picked by GK. And we went to a Junkertown, and Esperanza and a Suravasa was also played in that series to bring us to 5. So we'll see where Team Liquid want to bring us for the next one.
By the way, Samoa, Junkertown, and Suravasa were all 3 maps that Infected played in that series on Sigma. So far we've seen 0 Sigma, which might be a good call, but it's on the back pocket there. GK need to be aware of it, need to be careful about that one. And as I sort of mentioned a little bit earlier, maybe just a sneaky Ryan choice coming through from GK could be deployed to play against. It's still a close enough map, but a time difference just meaning that for Team Liquid, yeah, they had to have gotten a brilliant snowball push onto C, which is exactly what GK had. I mean, GK had over 3 minutes going into C, and then they just snowballed their way through without even dropping that fight in general. A strong response after what was a little bit more of a concerning looking Ilios. I mean, still competitive, but concerning given that they didn't take a round. Seems like the Winston Ana battle going the way of Liquid. And GK wanting to avoid that. It may end up being that this series is defined by GK wanting to force the ground tank battle with the Rams, whereas Team Liquid wanting to force the dive tanks, wanting to force the Winston nerf.
I mean, Junkertown's not off the cards. When we went to Junkertown 2, Liquid ended up banning Ball, and there was an Alari ban from GK. I mean, fair enough. I mean, very playable, by the way, to be fair, on that map. So also kind of protecting the supports in that regard. Not sure we're going to go to Junkertown, but because, you know, Team Liquid ended up losing that one. I'm really curious where we're going to go. Is it going to be... It is going to be an Escort. It's Watch Point Gibraltar pick for TL.
Like I said...
Dive.
This is TL wanting to force the Winston dive.
Ana, Winston... You got to ban Ana here, right?
So I definitely... Well, I think TL, first of all, have to protect the Ana. That's number one. You don't have to be concerned about the Winston ban. So prioritize the Ana protect, and then move on from there. You can't ban Lucio anymore. It may be worthwhile banning Kiriko. I mean, if you're playing Ana, it's likely you may end up playing the Brig Ana unless Vega wants to bring in the Kiriko, in which case, okay, allow the Kiriko to go through. Wu Young unlikely to be picked here. Ultraviolet seems to be shying away. I'll say this though, Korea is still playing a little bit of Wu Young, so not completely out of the meta. Maybe Ultraviolet needs to give that hero another look, but I am suspecting that this should be a Team Liquid support ban just to make sure that they get the Ana locked in. And yeah, I definitely think that this series will now be defined by the identity of TL wanting to play as much dive as possible, GK wanting to play as much Ram Brawl as possible.
Yeah, I mean, man, this is such a nice map to play on as well. Oh, wow. Team Liquid banned DPS. They let the Ana ban go through. Cassidy ban from TL. No protect ban on the support. And obviously, the Ana ban was going to come in. So, yeah, slightly shocked on that, actually.
Well, but at the same time, this is a huge respect ban for Lethal, who was putting up numbers in that previous match.
Sure.
Given what Lethal was capable of performing on, now look, is Cass amazing on Gibraltar? I actually don't think so, given the high ground, low ground of points A and B. But you are still in a position where they're concerned that the Cass may be a game changer in this particular map, or just in the series right now. They don't even want to deal with it. The fact that they're willing to allow the Ana ban to go through just to get rid of the Cass says how much priority they're putting on shutting down Lethal to make sure that if this goes to a Freya, Tree can win that battle.
A Freya. I mean, Tree, if you think about how Team Liquid as well kind of operate there with the Freyas, it's like Tree is getting the nanos a lot of the time too, which has been quite pivotal to their success. I mean, that's how they won in their previous series in the upper bracket. So we'll have to see how that ends up unfolding. But I mean, realistically, Okay, so the Ana's banned. Hear me out here. We could still see the Sigma, is all I'm saying. Very possible here.
Not the map, unfortunately.
Is it too much of a stretch to ask for the Sig? Really?
You need the
you could play the
you
ball,
need the major
Winston.
perk to float.
The levitate one? Yeah, I suppose. It takes too long to get online, I guess.
I think if you're in Pine Bank, where you just start with all perks, then you actually might see it. Because you just start with the float, and that's workable for Infected. But I think right now, as I've sort of talked about, this really is, to my eyes, TL wanting to play the dive and wanting to take this into a dive mirror. This is not a brawl map. You're not going to see Ramatra here. Maybe when you get the C point and GK is like, okay, we're pushing C, we're defending C, this might be the time to bring it out. But for the majority of this map, it's going to have to be Winston. Could still be the Hazard. I know Cuff has been wanting to play a lot of the Hazard as well. Watch for that.
Well, I can hope. We'll see. Team Liquid, GK, currently 1 apiece. We knew this game was going to go the distance. We'll see what Team Liquid go with here on the defense. Of course, GK banning the Ana away, which is going to, I mean, still double flex, to be fair. If you're Team Liquid, Vega, Wu Yang, RuPaul on Kiri, like, that doesn't look like a bad backline at all. Admiral, of course, like you even mentioned, is going to be majority of the time on Lucio. If not, going to be on the Brig. And then Infected on the classic Wrecking Ball. So yeah, it's going to be the Kiri Wu Yang setup for TL.
I think because there's no Ana, Infected's thinking, okay, well, I don't have the Nano Boost support, I don't have the Ana healing support. Might be more worthwhile to play through on the ball instead. Ball was banned out, I believe, map number 1. I also talked about Wu Yang, in my eyes, still viable. Okay, not as dominant as he used to be, but Vegas feeling like his chances are good here. GK could read early on, might have just spotted it out. Of course, he can just see through the windows, but Lethal's on the right choice here. He understands. Likely going to be minimum tree on Freya, which is already good for the Sombra, but with Infected on the ball as well, the double dipping.
A twofer. Yeah, I don't mind even with the Wu Yang nerfs, like you said, Korea's still playing a little bit of it. At the end of the day, with the Wu Yang, you're still having to cover a lot of space if you're a team that wants to jump on the Wu Yang. Admiral is just going to die, no? I mean, okay, hack mega health back, maybe not. Okay, Infected's out of there. So, like, covering that space is still difficult. You're still burning CDs to try and do that. So, especially on first, Wu Yang can be a little bit deadly. Bro, Infected wants to kill Admiral so bad.
Now, what? Lucio can be pretty tough to chase down. Payload has stalled out somewhat here, as you can start to see that Zero is just keeping that one busy while Infected goes on some missions. GK has completely given up high ground control of the stage. They're basically 5 manning down in Car Wash, but eventually Team Liquid, Slam is going to have to come on in, especially now, 5v4.
Yeah, 1v1 there by RuPaul. Cuppa goes the same way as the dinosaurs. Yeah, all right. GK with a reset. I will say, with the Sombra, obviously the manual hacks are great though, Avril, but building up towards an EMP is going to be tough in this comp. Like, if you're not hard engaging like this, the ult charge is going to be... It's not like old Sombra where you could get ult charge from health packs. Thank God we're not on that old patch anymore, but... And that's the thing. I mean, it might be tough for Lethal here.
GK are not making plays right now. They're just prioritizing payload, and what they're going to have to prioritize the reset. No Suzu, unfortunately. They're losing too many here. Half the time is nearly gone.
Yeah, and like, what, 60% for Lethal here? They're just going to go in early. Like, catching this on the cross is perfect, right? It's worse when you let the Sombra set up in the backline, get a hack, monkey jump in, etc.
There it is.
But if you're catching them on the cross, it's just super tough. Well, Lethal's going to get slammed there and disengage from a Team Liquid away from that rush. You can see everybody playing by the forklift. It's going to leave GK a little bit of time at the very least to get some distance on the payload, but still an ultimate down. Now a return rush for RuPaul on the payload as Cuffer is going to receive that sound barrier. As that tidal blast onto Tree. Oh, it looks good. Bowler does end up connecting with Cuffer, and this push is disastrous for GK. It is not looking pretty. Team Liquid have all the answers they need.
At least the payload's in the right spot. GK have got that going for them. Next fight, EMP is finally in. After 3.5 minutes, GK are finally in position to drop some bigger ultimates after supports on both sides have expended theirs. GK have spent most of this push so far prioritizing payload, and recently have been starting to look for fights. Even just a solo EMP on the right target that ideally doesn't get Suzu might be worthwhile for a kill. We're starting to see these solo EMPs on traces. I was just going to say, Korea's been doing solo EMPs on traces just for a player advantage.
Well, there you go. Copying the very best. Vega ends up going down too to cover this defense kind of crumbling. Now, yeah, look at the positioning too from Tree. He's just out of the fight completely. RuPaul gets chased by my Moan, gets some revenge, infected, virus, hack, everything thrown at the wrecking ball. And there you go. Solo EMP on the Tracers. They work if you can hit them.
And that's the thing as well, the Tracer's got such little HP. You don't have the capability to go for that save unless RuPaul's right there. No Suzu to be found. Some late deaths here as well. GK. Now they're getting a roll on Lethal, making the swap over towards the Reaper. Let's see how this B push goes with the listening.
Reaper. Oh, that's fine.
Hey, walk out. They just talk.
Yeah, I can help. 3, 2, 1. Slammed.
Walk out. Yeah, shoot okay.
I'm going point 0.
Primal. Force Primal. Slowly.
Live in.
Okay. He's trying to hunt me. Okay, low. I need help.
Yeah, I'm looking. 3, 2. They're all out. Hit Sam point. 3, 2, 1. Curie main. Curie no TP. Live.
Reaper.
I'm on in point. 3, 2.
I'm gonna die. I need a point. Help point. Reaper. Push left. Monkey one in left.
Take care.
Monkey one in left.
Fight left together. Come.
3, 2, 1. I'm in. Some monkey one.
Monkey one.
Push.
We got a break.
No more.
The one.
Help's here. There's a tray here.
Hey, bottom right.
He's carry primal.
Yeah,
These 3-2-1 engagements from Infected are sick right now. Easy follow-up for Zera. It's the freest follow-up of your life as the Tracer. Infected doing a really good job of corralling the gang. All right, there's a minute and 30 left on the clock now.
Not a lot. Halo distance is okay, but you'd like to see more on the GK side. Tempo beat might have to get engaged. Vegas will caught lacking in that department slightly. Let's see if Lethal can get more done as Reaper as well. She's got a lot of high and low ground. Okay, there's the tempo beat.
We're good. Woo! Admiral got slammed up in the skies, and my heart skipped a beat there for a second. I'm sure Admirals did as well. Vega just needs to survive, and the rest of the team needs to do as well. He's got to beat like 1%. They got to get up this. On the point, it's going to be the best place to use it. There it is. It's the 4-man sound barrier. Admiral dead. Later beats, and despite the 4v5, the health advantage is just enormous. Sound barrier, pulse bomb even now for Zera. Can be thrown on in, but it looks like Kafka just wants to exit this fight. Go again. Final fight coming up.
Honestly, kind of lucky that my Mount even got 1 kill in there.
Oh, UV.
GK, they tempo beat it and didn't really get too much done there. In fact, Infected, despite GK's just stayed around and Infected's
oh, my
Moan! My goodness, wow!
He's the go, the Welsh go. Okay, it's to do with the pulse bomb, but actually, does it even matter? UV ended up dying super early on in that fight. A TP at Suzu forced just by Infected alone. 20 seconds to go, and despite that double kill, the spawn advantage is too good for Liquid. Tree on the Bastion too is a scary sight.
I mean, in these final point sort of situations, you can just play back against the wall and just beam players down. Final Primal, waiting for Kitsune Rush from UV.
Rush on the point. Bastion goes turret mode, and my Moan so scared. At 50 caliber gun, good luck. Tree's already killed 2, and it's the backline as well. That's going to be where the payload will end. The Primal Rage. But unfortunately, with Cuppa, he's the only one left on this point, and Tree can just look at him in the eyes and just bid him adieu. And there it is. Easy kill onto the Winston, and, well, it's a tough map to finish, Avril, but what an awkward spot for the payload to be held in. Second point just before it, too. The spawn advantage coming in clutch for Team Liquid, and Infected as well, forcing so many cooldowns. The wrecking ball play from Infected we knew was going to be good, and even coming into this stage, this patch was built for Team Liquid.
Yeah, absolutely. And to be honest, Liquid is more built just for any patch because of their flexibility, because their ability to play just about anything. Infected
have 1 death.
That much more flexible than Cuffer. And you called it, Infected only 1 death, which on a tank is very rare and just not enough spent to shut him down. Lethal had to be the key player shutting down Infected, or at least setting him up to die. But he swaps away from the Sombra, goes towards the Reaper. I'm not too sure the Reaper really added that much at the end of the day. Might just be a better map for him to just remain on that Sombra, put the pressure onto Infected, keep him locked down. Still though, the ending point of B, it's barely acceptable. I mean, this is still defendable for GK, but this matchup is not looking good for them currently.
Defendable, winnable. Again, another crazy map that we see a lot of full holds as well. They thought the Soj though this time. They know Team Liquid are going to run out of ball, like it's kind of a given. especially with the bans that have occurred. Like you mentioned before, no Winston here for Team Liquid. Don't want to run the Winston without an Ana. Makes sense. GK, on the other hand, kind of happy to do that. Covers Winston definitely better than his Wrecking Ball, and especially in that head-to-head. Infected does have him beat.
I think what Lethal really wants here is just a good hero that he knows he can perform on. He's going to have some range issues into Trees Freya, and Trees Freya has been deadly so far this series. But this does mean Infected gets to walk away really without any pressure. Maimon, the only thing that can chase him down, Ana's banned out, so you can't even play that into the ball. So Ana ban actually helping Infected's ball a little bit here as well. Team Liquid's comp looking mighty fine here. The goal is set, end of beat, win the map.
God, he's just so annoying, man. The Infected's just hounding down these players. Nice little slam too. Gets the mega health pack, runs away. Like, he's just so chill, man. He's just vibing. Lethal trying to peek his head over. There's 3 players down there, though. You've got to be a little bit careful. A take aim shot does end up connecting with the Sojourn, but look who's in the backline again. It's Infected. And he's just disrupting this high ground. He's basically denying Lethal any sort of sightline here, and they end up killing Kappa.
No response. RuPaul got low, Zero got low, but it doesn't matter. My Moan falls as well. GK's 8-point defense is falling apart, and you called it. Infected just rolling on the high ground instantly forces GK away. GK can't even hold their own positioning, let alone this point, which they're going to need to do now. One last engage. First ultimate should be coming along between RuPaul and UV, but RuPaul slightly in the lead.
Look at his position as well. GK gonna have to claim so much space, and Infected slamming the points. It was maybe a small hit marker there, if anything. Just going to be able to get healed up again and cover once more, getting bullied. Good thing about the ball as well, like, don't really need to chuck him a bunch of heals. Every now and then he's kind of like a heal orb. You can just get a lot of free ult charge, but realistically, RuPaul can pay attention to other people. Rush available now for Ultraviolet. Needs to use it soon. As Suzu being used is going to prompt him to actually use it, and the heals are going to come in thick and fast for Lethal, but Zera ends up chasing him down, just cut his kneecaps out from underneath him. A rush from server room too means Kappa can't stay around for too much longer either. And it's been quite unlucky in this game too. I mean, the ult charge is just not there for the Winston. The staying power here from GK just cut short. I mean, Infected's even got the mines too. I mean, this is just domination from Team Liquid here. GK cannot stand on their own 2 feet.
This is why ball was banned out map 1. Despite Kappa's own ability to play the ball, he hasn't had as much recent experience on it. He's picked it up again for this stage, but Infected's been playing it for a lot longer over the course of OWCS. Waiting for the mine engagement right now. Could be a deadly one. Yep, wants that back line.
There's the sound barrier ends up coming in. Did force Suzu in the end. Overclock. Just shooting the Wrecking Ball though. A couple of shots sent towards Vega, but no kills for Lethal. Has been really struggling. A couple of take aim shots thrown his way again, and Ultraviolet goes down. It is, honestly, it is just all falling apart for GK currently. There's not much they can do. Lethal, Team Liquid have just pure control. There's the Primal Rage from cover again, kind of buying time, and an emergency swap to the Sombra. Now to the Reaper. Lethal is just trying to find something that may be able to help them stick to this point, but it's just not happening. Cover chase down, turns his head away so he doesn't get headshot, but it doesn't matter. Infected's got more than enough bullets in his mag to dump into the back of him.
Final push, no Cuffer. GK. Cuffer's going to go to ball just to be able to initiate this touch. Lethal's gone over to the Reaper. This one. Are we going to get any kills though?
Yeah, I mean, Polar's available too. Just sends it into the small room. There's going to have to be something. This tree just solo kills Ultraviolets. And Avril can't even deliver any AoE healing to the rest of his team. He's just stuck behind that door. Everybody's just so low. I mean, it's all over. This wasn't close in the very stretch of the imagination. Like, Team Liquid dominate GK on Watchpoint Gibraltar. That is 2-1 in the series. This upper finals is delivering in a big way. Maybe a map number 5 on the horizon, but if you see another performance like that, it might just be a 3-1. Team Liquid look unfazed.
Looks like it's delivering a little bit more for Liquid than it is for GK currently, based on how that last one went. But you also have to look back as well. Ilios, dive mirror, going the way, especially on that well round, quite comfortably for Team Liquid. It doesn't seem like GK have the capability to play a mirror today, whether that's the Winston mirror or the ball mirror, and certainly the Winston into the ball as well. Lethal hasn't been that keen to stay on the Sombra. It took him a while, but part of that was also the case that GK just wanted to play for payload for like 2 whole minutes, and no real engage there, no opportunity for Lethal to play with the team. And Lethal maybe struggling to get his own damage done, couldn't find an EMP for the longest time, and just didn't even want to look towards that Sombra when they were on the defensive side of things, wanted to try and get the Surge to work through, but the pressure from Infected constantly diving on in, dives in general, the outrange advantage from Tree on that Freya. Lethal just wasn't having a good game on this particular map. But I'll tell you what, map choice coming back in, ground tank available, Cass available. Lethal wants to play the Cass, Couple wants to play the Ram.
Yeah, we got Push and Flashpoint as well, right? So like 2 very good modes for that. If you're looking at the map pool too, both kind of like Escort, Hybrid, like it's pretty chill for dive tanks. Like Team Liquid are very happy taking GK here. They're on match point currently, undefeated still, 8-0 in the regular season. I mean, they might just make it a clean sweep. A golden stage perhaps too, if they make it all the way to the finals and then win there. I mean, the meta really is built for them and very hard to ban them out too. Something we've kind of harped on a ton. We'll see where we end up going, but stats in their favor once again. Look at that disgusting KD, bro.
Nice. That is so one-sided. I mean, I don't even know if there are good bans that are remaining. GK have already banned. This is their 3. From map 1 to 3. Wrecking Ball, Winston, Ana. I mean, that's the core of the dive gone. You can't target the tank line for TL anymore. So it's gonna end up being TL playing whatever they want despite the map. And I'll tell you what, if we go to a Flashpoint, if it's Suravasa, that's very dive favored. I actually think this needs to be an Atlas, just because Atlas is more favored, or at least is viable for the Brawl, for the Ram to coming up through. If the Suravasa comes on in, if you're GK and you're not playing the dive on that one, you're going to be in potential trouble. So I think that needs to be the priority. Push is whatever. I think push can just go either way in terms of the comps. Prioritize the Atlas because it's just better for your Brawl than it will be if you have to go to Suravasa. You don't have good bans to target the dive anymore, so this one's going to be tough for GK. There's not a lot left, and there's still a Freya ban that can initiate some point. Freya's not amazing on Atlas, and also Tree really isn't a good play to target with bans, and we've discussed this. He's too flexible. If you take away the Freya, he's still good on other heroes.
I think that was a kind of a big point coming into the stage where like everybody was like, well, it's double flex, guys. It's like Genji Tracer with Wu Yang. Like, you know, you bubble the Tracer, you bubble the Genji, bubble the dive tank or whatever. And I think at least we kind of talked about it on Plat Chat. Like, aren't they going to be able to kind of stand up? Like, are these teams with like pure hit scan players, are they going to be able to handle this double flex? But as the meta kind of adapted and evolved over the course of the stage, it's actually like, damn, hit scan's kind of crazy. Hit scan's still pretty good, guys. Like, Cassidy's still pretty good despite the HP nerf. Like, Freya, very good right now. And it is going to be the Atlas. So yeah, well called.
That's going to leave Esperanza New Queen Street left to play through, which still could go either which way. But really important here that GK take us to somewhere where Cass and Ram are good, particularly, by the way, Atlas first point. Very Brawl favored. You do absolutely want to be playing Brawl there, so wouldn't be surprised at all if this is going to end up being Team Liquid being forced to match. Looking over some of these Team Liquid bans, the Ram ban is still available, so I think if you're GK, you still need to go for a Protect on the tank. Might as well throw in a Sigma ban now. I mean, I don't think Infected would have played Sigma here anyway, but just remove his capability to play it anyway and make sure the Ram is protected. The only problem is by the time we get to map 5, Team Liquid can ban it away.
There it is.
They're not going to ban the Sigma, but they are going to still protect the Ram. Like, you know, they understand the assignment here. They need the Ram, get rid of the Orisa, force into a Ram mirror. Kiriko is gone though, which means, what do we have from UV then? UV will be Ana. It'll be Lucio Bat. No Ana here. This will be Lucio Bat.
Please. All right. Maybe no Ana. Got that frog in the background, kind of vibing. All right. Protection ban for GK. Kiriko ban for TL. Very flexible backline for Team Liquid. Easily one of the best teams to play the double flex. Atlas is the next map, hoping to go to a map number 5. Very opposite of what happened in the previous series. GK was the one that won control. Team Liquid was the one that won that hybrid. And then GK bounced back with a win on Escort, completely flipped this time around, with Liquid now find themselves on match point as we go to a map number 4. And last time they met, they banned the Ram on Suravasa, and they won the series off the back of it as well.
This is what I would like to see out of Team Liquid after first point. Move away from the Brawl, go back to a ball composition. You don't need an Ana for that. RuPaul is no, whoa, they're going to start on the ball. This is risky. I do not think this first point is really super viable for this ball dive composition. They really want to pull through on it. It will probably be a Tracer Genji here as well. They're super quadruple pentupling down on this comp.
I love it. I love the Ana, man. I think RuPaul, if there's one person in North America that's going to use Ana Perma, it is RuPaul. He's the Overwatch League champion for a reason. Yeah, but you're not wrong. I mean, the Wrecking Ball on this one can be a little bit tough, but to be fair, if you're connecting with nades, these corridors are very small. A nade could be so deadly to the backline. That lamp doesn't save you for long.
It could also just be like Liquid saying, look, this comp isn't favored on the first point, but even if we lose, we'll have built up ults and we won't be that far behind. We're not going to be swapping to a fresh comp for point 2, so Team Liquid might be comfortable just taking the L on this first point, giving a good go of this one, and maybe they can still win it even if they're disadvantaged.
Oh, Lethal's alone now. Gotta be really careful. He's gonna get chased, I think, too. Yep, RuPaul snipes Lethal from across the map. Good chase for Infected, but Infected is 1 HP. You can see in the HUDs. And Tree's now onto the back line, forces the lamp, but look how low that BAP is. This dive comp from Team Liquid, although not favored on this point specifically, more of a rush style or brawl style, like you said. It doesn't matter. If Team Liquid's piloting the dive, it's gonna work regardless of the topography.
It's just no return kill defected. That was your chance. It's going to be difficult to get some of these kills infected. I mean, you really have to be landing pulses, certainly the flashbang, Ravenous Vortex as well. And Team Liquid will get away with first cap coming in and off the back of player advantage or 5v4. Tons of damage onto Lethal. RuPaul and Vega nearly on ults.
Yeah, RuPaul's been farming as well. I might just get one clip though. Good nade. Ravenous Vortex stops my moan going in for seconds. And then nano boost actually onto Tree. I mean, you're trusting this guy with your life on every single nano boost, and you might as well just disgusting stuff on the Genji. But everybody looking at him, you've got to pay attention to Zera and Infected. They're also kind of diving in at the same time. Good deflect kill, and Tree is going to get a reset as Team Liquid. They win that fight with a single ult. And they find a good stagger too. This is the last fight stagger. This is an insane stagger. FRD looking stagger too. Comfort rips the annihilation. That was, well, kind of ugly. Can't lie. 15% to go. And Comfort staggered, and he's not going to make it in time. Goes Winston. This things.
I mean, it has to be a my moan touch, and then Comfort's going to come back on the ball, so they want to commit towards this one. They got ultimates to play through, to be fair.
Tidal Blasts. Vega is on the point. Just contesting for the time being, and Comfort has to be here too. A kill into Mimo is going to be good for one. A 4v5 now. Make it, well, it's realistically a 5v3. A sleep onto Lethal 2 as he tried to find an opening kill, but they get completely shut out. Cuffer's going to die, and that will be the first point to Team Liquid.
I'll tell you what, Team Liquid are completely deathless aside from Tree dying twice. No one else has even died once. Lethal finding damage, but just no final blows in it. It's been a rough go of it. That was a favored point for GK. You know it's rough when Cuffer has to end up going ball, and I stuck on ball for the time being as well. This is going to end up being a ball mirror, but Team Liquid's actually got a far more comprehensive dive composition. GK is kind of like playing pseudo dive, but still with the cast.
There's the sleep. Oh, sound barrier comes in. They kill Lethal as soon as the beat hits the ground. Can they actually get any return kills? What a nade from Ultraviolet. That cleanup's lovely.
GK. First cap, finally.
No, you actually let him die.
Players. Yeah, they need to clean this one up. It's getting a little bit sloppy.
Need to cap.
Zero being allowed to get that kill. GK will still be the first cap coming on in. Well, Cuffer may have been trying to avoid this ball matchup, but it's going to find him here. They've actually won a fight off the back of that one, so maybe Cuffer will discover, along with the rest of the GK, that maybe they can just play a ball mirror and succeed onto it. Let's find out where this nano goes. Nano blade, you'd imagine.
I'm waiting for it. Go on, Tree. Oh, gotta be careful though. There's the nano. Uh-oh, Lethal, ring around the rosy, over the top, flashbang already used, time to pop the blade, there's the high noon, but Lethal cuts to smithereens before he can even pull the trigger. That's one, and that's enough. Zero with a couple, that should be the points.
Lethal just can't get peeled here, realistically speaking. Admiral has to do a good job of booping away, but even then, Tree has got so much support behind him. He's got deflect, waiting for his opportunity. Lethal hoping that the Deadeye will be enough to stop him, but yeah, part of the reason Tree's on Genji, by the way, is also to try and put the pressure on the Lethal. He's doing that, and speaking of which, Why don't you just run this Tidal Blast instead? They want Lethal every fight, and it looks like they're getting him.
Yeah, Lethal's having a rough go of it. Most deaths on this team currently seeing at 2 and 6, by the way. Boostio? Okay, Admiral, get in there. Okay, get slaved eventually, but all good. Okay, Boostio works. Yeah. Get in there, my son. I mean, good at Lucio, that's to be said, but even a nano boost on top, I mean, with the help of cover, at least gets 2 kills, but Zera comes up with another. He just kills the backline solo. I'm sorry, Zera. I know you've gored like that. And Tree gets another kill on my mode. I mean, Team Liquid still control the point. Infected's got mines. I mean, you just pop them down. I mean, good luck, GK, for even attempting to get the flip. You just can't push him off, not with the healing coming through from Vega, who's made it back.
Final fight, 90%, mines on the field. Team Liquid on the warpath here, on the victory path. Nothing on GK to even use. They just have to try and play this one neutral as RuPaul finds Nano soon.
Yeah, he's going to get Nano. A little bit paranoid, though. Heals up Vega in the end, and what a good perch for the Ana to be in as well. I mean, just perma damaging the ball in the front line. High noon for Lethal. Does scatter them for the time being, but with Mimone dead, it's still a 4v5. Nade lands onto Cuffer. Shouldn't result in all too much in a boop away to help Lethal stay alive, but here comes the Nano. It's on Tree again. Lethal booped up to the skies, and that should be 2 points. Most definitely. Tree finds another, and oh my goodness, GK are falling apart at the seams.
You're starting to see why I'm saying Cassie, despite being a very strong pick when you're hitting your shots and you're well protected, up against a strong dive, if it has a ball in there, and Liquid for the longest time before Tree swapped back towards the Freya, his current most signature pick, Tracer Genji ball. I mean, really, it just doesn't get more aggro in terms of dive than that. And Lethal, you mentioned this, most deaths on his team, constantly under pressure. Cass just can't survive in this current meta, and Lethal's trying his best.
Here comes the roll through. Sound barrier does end up connecting there. They end up killing Tree, and Vega's also pretty low. Tidal Blast actually on himself. Cuffer doesn't want to step too close to him. Still gets knocked down anyway. A little bit of mistake there. Cuffer's still going to get back up, though. Get back in the mix. A pulse bomb kill for Mimo. Make that 2. Those pulse pistols are singing in his hands currently, but Team Liquid still with scrappy trades, and GK are only just now capping.
Down 0-2 on this map. They'd have the reverse sweep on Atlas alone to even give themselves a shot at map 5. And for Team Liquid, one more point required to send themselves to grand finals. Cuffer this time is the one that actually holds onto Minefield. Ultraviolet's showing off his capability to get the headshots there, by the way. Trying to catch up the UV a little bit on Nano.
Oh, just getting booped around, yet. Infected just being annoying again. Wow, Nano boost actually onto Lethal to just save his life. This isn't even an aggressive one. Ends up clicking someone's head, but needs to actually find anything here, to be honest with you, and he just gets run down. A perfect response there from the aggression. A really desperation play comes through for GK. They do end up trading Avril, but still positioning acquired for Team Liquid. Pulse bomb available for Zera. Mimone down, and look who's low. Cover on the points, got mines available, of course. Pulse bomb gets flung out by Zera, doesn't find too much, but the flip for Liquid comes in.
You can just tell by the desperation plays that GK are running out of ideas, and they're running into potential mistakes here as well. Lethal wanted to take the game into his own hands and punish for that summarily will give Team Liquid finally the flip over. GK have a good lead on this point. But all Liquid need is a bit of momentum, some snowball, and it will still be over. GK, how do they approach this one? Not a lot of great entry type of ultimates. Might just have to be the minefield. Okay, we're going to walk in with the Deadeye. Be careful of the sleep dart, though.
Oh, a little bit of damage there, but shaking that one off. Tree gets the nano boost again, trying to find some long-range shots, but unfortunately the nano boost gets little to nothing. And Nate, though, wants a lethal from downtown on from RuPaul. That's good for one. And Cuffer's really low. He's already used that shielding too. Team Liquid is going to chase this Wrecking Ball down. Ultraviolet and Admiral cannot heal him up quick enough.
One trade, but is it enough? You don't have a tank. Lethal still coming back from spawn. Admiral waiting for beat. And Team Liquid, they caught up. They're about to get 86% last fight. Team Liquid, I'm looking at the potential of a 3-0 on this map and a closure of the series.
Tidal Blast as well is available. Zera gets the Tidal Blast attached to him and straight to the backline. Oh, the knockdown is good. Ultraviolet down, and now Admiral, the only one that can save GK, has got the sound barrier. It needs to deploy. Tree slam down into the dirt, and the sound barrier should be good for them for now. Eventually, that overhealth is going to wear away as Ultraviolet goes for the spawn. A nice slam onto Lethal gets Liquid a single kill. 90+% here for GK. Mines on the point for Team Liquid, but it's more of an inconvenience to GK than anything too serious.
So what Zera can do here, respawns coming in, Tree even on Symmetra just for a little bit of speed. GK, they have ults coming online. They can hold this one and win this point, but it's going to be difficult. Watching Zera at the moment.
Oh, what a stick! It's good, but already the backline down for Team Liquid. Cuffer and Ultraviolet take their 2. Infected is just too low to stay in this fight as well. This feels like a point for Team Liquid here if everything goes to plan. But you can't count on anybody, can't count them out just yet. Tree eventually killed, but there it is. 1 on the board for GK.
How hard fought was that? Had to survive against the pulse bomb. Ultraviolet dies without even getting to use his nano boost. That will now, in hindsight, be a benefit to the team, given he'll be able to save it for the next point. But if it wasn't for the trade into RuPaul and Vega, man, that could have been really nasty. GK surviving. Well, now, with ultimate advantage, maybe they can find something in this first fight to get a cap again.
Vega, oh, what a nade onto RuPaul. That was so nice. Nano boost onto Mimone too. Shots looking crispy on the Tracer. Ends up taking a take-aim shot, but a trivial fight now for GK.
That's what they needed. Cheap as well. Nano only thing they needed to expend, nothing else used. GK stabilizing a little bit. Santa looks better in this current map, and Tree now even going to match with that cast on his side as well. He's really flexing his way through this game.
Good sleep. Doesn't last too long in a tank anymore though, but that burst damage enough to send Cuffer packing for time.
Nano coming online to RuPaul next. Okay, Deadeye first.
Oh, okay. Instantly cancelled. Was thinking maybe the slam Deadeye was enough. Oh, Tree goes down to a pulse though. Okay, a big reset here for Team Liquid. Maybe try and keep the space, look for picks, but can't afford to lose anybody.
I will tell you,
they're actually going to nano in.
Genji.
Zera's going to get nano. He's got pulse bomb as well. A nice little hint today. It's going to be good for one, and well, Lethal is just going to get run down. A slam in from Infected's good for a kill onto the Cassidy. And they're going to get 99%, or at least GK are going to try and do that. There's the kill onto the Tracer, and there's the 99.
It requires a nano onto Zera to finally have Liquid get on board for this point. No other really good ball, or rather nano targets. Ball is obviously one of the considerations, but not really amazing in terms of the output. Nice opening from the Ultraviolet. Vega result that slowed down. Team Liquid give GK the opportunity now to progress.
Sound barrier for Admiral. Oh, it was close to a Ajax there. Infected goes for a slam. It was anti throughout that as well. And those mines, they mean absolutely nothing. Mimone with a cleanup. That'll be another point. GK looking for a reverse sweep on Atlas. That's 2 points on the board. The final will decide this. Team Liquid 1 point away from going to the finals.
And I'm telling you right now, I think Team Liquid moving away from the heavy dive is a mistake. Tree now giving up the Cassidy, moving back onto more comfort for the Freya. This is a better look for Team Liquid and Tree, but still not quite the super dive that we saw early, completely folding GK. Playing into what GK want to play to in terms of a mirror. Not really why I think Team Liquid want to go.
Tidal Blast and Zera, fancy footwork, dodging that sleep, but there's no initial kill onto UV. Still though, they'll take it. It's a single kill onto Mimone and a nano boost onto Lethal, throwing the flashbangs out of there, and those Peacekeeper shots are hitting like M1 Abrams rounds. Infected ends up going down, and there's the cap for GK.
Tree to follow through as well. Late kill onto a couple more members. GK looking better and better as this map moves forward. And this is what I'm saying as well in terms of Cuffer on the ball. They're discovering mid-series now, late in the day, that Cuffer should have had the confidence to consider the ball. It's going to be Infected giving up the ball mirror. Team Liquid are losing this mirror now. Team Liquid might be losing this map.
I mean, can Zera really make anything good with this pulse bomb? That is a boop into the room for Cuffer and a nade on top of UV. Like, that's a kill onto the Winston. This is a reset again. They're looking at final fight, Avril. Oh, what? Okay. Out of nowhere. Hero play from Zera. It's a big kill, but can they actually cross this distance? That is the big question. Mimone ends up getting chased away. Same with Cuffer, but here comes the transition to the point.
RuPaul Nano, where is it? There is found. Lethal gone is a big kill.
Yeah, but Infected ended up getting nanoed there. Okay, so here is the stabilizer. Still though, 88% on the bank for GK in an expensive fight for Team Liquid.
Guess what? Vega, no ult there. Admiral, nearly on the tempo beat. A good tempo beat here should be able to secure things. GK need a strong dive. They've been shying away from wanting to play dive in this mirror so far, but they might just find themselves winning. RuPaul, nasty headshot onto my moan.
Yeah, if you're headshotting anybody, it's the Trace, and that Trace is going to go down like a giant bag of bricks. All right, quick reset here. GK, no, it's only one fight.
Take too long though. Liquid be finding themselves at 80 as well. And then suddenly GK's advantage falls away. Primal. Or no, they're not Primal. But yeah, it's barely there for Infected. Still needs a little bit of time. Admiral. This is the opening. Tempo beat needs to be deployed.
Nade hit onto Admiral there, but little fear does he have right now. Mine's on the point. It's going to be tough for Team Liquid to contest, but they're doing it, so regardless. High noon for Lethal as he looks for an angle to use it. Still, the pressure on the point is immense for GK, and here comes the flip. Sound barrier, high noon pops. Team Liquid, you got a touch, buddy. There's going to be a double anti there in the backline for RuPaul, but it doesn't matter at all. Lethal now hunting for this Tracer. Admiral ends up going down. Nano boost for UV to try and save a target in his sleep. Onto Infect is going to be good. A nano boost onto Lethal as he marches on forward, but he's getting booped around. The aim is just getting... He's kind of chalked with the aim. I mean, Infect is kind of booping him. This aim's been completely thrown off. There's no kills for the Cassidy. And now Zera's got a nano of his own. A Pulse Bomb is in his hands as well. And oh dearie me, Ultraviolet also low in the backline. A reflip here from Team Liquid as Zera goes absolutely nuclear as Team Liquid shut down the revenge tour for GK and secure them a spot in the finals for that golden stage.
For the first time between our top three teams, our partner teams in North America, Liquid, GK, and SSG, this is the only series that does not go to 5. Lethal still top the server in terms of damage, barely against Zera for what it's worth. But 15 deaths, like I said, under pressure the whole game, constantly picked up, constantly dived, the sole target solo ulted numerous times as well. But I actually think when you had Liquid matching the type of compositions and playing to the wheelhouse of GK, the game got closer. I still think Liquid should have retained the Genji and played more of the super dive that was putting Lethal and the rest of his team into the bin, and this may have ended a lot sooner, but there was a real chance that GK could have taken us to 5 maps. You get towards that final point, get towards the final fight, so slow. Maybe they didn't realize they had an ult advantage on the beat. Eventually Admiral goes for the tempo beat, but that should have come in a good 5 to 10 seconds earlier. They waited so long that Liquid started to build ultimates, and more importantly, Liquid caught up on percentage points, such that if Liquid actually win the fight, which they did, they just win the map in the series.
38-6 as well from your boy Zera. Looking nasty on the Tracer. And Ultraviolet, I don't think he landed a single slate. That was that double kill we didn't see. It was off camera. The Pulse Bombs from Imo looking great too, but Zera, we know, is the king on Tracer. Hitting a Tracer with a sleep dart is hard. You're expecting UV to hit those kind of things, but he's just so fancy with it, and he's so good. It's a 4-map series, but it felt like you said could have gone to a map number 5. These nano boosts as well, not even on the tanks. It's been a fantastic day for Team Liquid as a whole. And they're going to go through to the finals and look for the completion, like the golden stage, Avril. Like, they didn't lose a single game in the regular season, and they're going to continue their streak. They're going to have to face up against a rematch eventually again, Space Station Gaming or GK. If it's GK again, by the way, it's going to be a slapper. Well, in fact, both variations will be slappers, but Team Liquid look head and shoulders right now above the rest.
Let me say this, GK have certainly learned some good lessons today. Despite losing the series and losing that final map, what they really need to take away from this is that they can play ball. They actually matched the ball. Remember, Kuffa only went to ball on that first point to speed himself back and recontest quickly, and it didn't work. And he stayed on ball, and he's saying, you know what, let's just make this work. Let's try and get this composition rolling for us. And they were losing for quite some time, and slowly they built that confidence. And Kuffa realizes, why was I scared to play the ball into Infected this whole game, to the point where GK even banned the ball on map number 1. Go through this lower bracket now, GK, and if you get this rematch again, understand that you can play this dive mirror, maybe not on the Winston, but certainly on the ball, because you know that could have been the opportunity. They don't have to just be the Ram merchants anymore. Team Liquid, though, far too flexible for GK today, and Suravasa, well, it was a close affair, but I think even when we go to the map 5, it would have been Team Liquid's choice. It would have been their first ban. Still a very tough journey for GK.
The revenge tour kind of halted there as GK now go down to the lower bracket. It's Space Station that awaits them. Well, they did end up getting that ticket to Stockholm. We'll see if GK can beat them to secure themselves a slot in the finals. Regardless, tomorrow is going to be a heck of a day. But to finish up this one and send us off, let's jump over to the desk.
Thank you so much, guys. Hope Avril is getting, 2 hours of sleep before he's back on duty.
Hard worker.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's always on the grind, always on the grind. Send him some love and some Z's as well. Now, we are not quite done here because we have a match to wrap up, and holy, Team Liquid. They were literally firing on all cylinders, and on the other side, just seemed like a little bit of an off day for a lot of individuals on GK. Like they got bullied a little bit.
Yeah, this was Team Liquid, I think, kind of setting the pace throughout the series. Like, you know, being the team to get aggressive. And honestly, I think, you know, the staff on Team Liquid has to feel so good about this team because, man, when we go to the comms, that is very clean communication out of Team Liquid. Like, there's very little strategic discussion, which is actually usually the mark of a team at this level that is just no longer needs to speak about those things. And so they're fully discussing tempo and, you know, micro calls. So the way they're playing the game, very, very intuitive, but also very, very coordinated. And, you know, I'm just really impressed by that communication. Like, that's about the gold standard in Overwatch at the highest level. And it's very difficult to get to that point where you can just be talking about details and the bigger picture, everyone's already on the same page. There's no need to discuss those things. And that kind of detail, everyone speaking up at the right time, listening at the right time, really immaculate team performance. And it's what Team Liquid need to compete at the international level, but that's where they're going. And it's looking like they're going to be the #1 seed with a convincing win over GK like this.
Yeah, they gotta feel good about this result. Let's bring in Infected for a quick word before we're wrapping up our day. Infected, it's always great to see you and even better talking to you. Congratulations on a convincing victory. You just met this team just, what was it, like 2 weeks ago or something, in week 5? It was a much closer series then. What made it so convincing this time around?
Well, I think the big thing is our team has gotten really good at dive. I honestly think we're so close to competing against the Korean teams on dives, like definitely like Anna Winston. So I think all the maps that we won, we just beat them in the dive mirror.
Yeah, so I'm curious, you know, your guys' team, you know, to qualify now to Stockholm, to think about some of those Korean teams. Do you think about those matchups now as far as your preparation goes to take on the Korean teams on dive? Or do you think about, you know, even EMEA, like people playing some of these like sim comps with Cassidy? How much do you think about international preparation right now? Or is that something you're kind of waiting until after the NA playoffs are done to focus on?
Well, I think we're definitely waiting because we want to get first to stage for sure. But I do think, at least like for me, and I know Tree, like we were thinking a little bit about like the EMEA teams because we scrim them from time to time, and we're like, we need to figure out how to beat the sim stuff because the EMEA teams I think are really good right now. But for now, we're just focused on NA and wanting to get first to stage.
Chatting more about the flexibility, I think we often praise Team Liquid for being a very flexible team, not only when it comes to Vague on the main support, but of course you can play so many different heroes, right? And today we saw a lot of the great Wrecking Ball, but the last series is a lot of Sigma. So I wanted to ask you, how do you feel about your hero pool? What are some of the tank heroes that you're working to improve upon and maybe want to add to your hero roster that you don't typically play?
Well, I guess like for starters, it's like D.Va and Zarya because like Hawk and Painkiller and Zeb, like I think they're all really good Zarya players, and Zarya I think is really strong, and Zarya is one of my weakest, but I think we're able to play around that pretty well, like playing like Winston and ball stuff. So
do you have someone you model your game after? When it comes to the Zarya, sorry. When it comes to the Zarya, there's someone like you're looking at and you're like, I want to model my game after them.
Oh, Hawk, just Hawk. That guy's a monster on Zarya for sure.
Yeah. Sorry, I interrupted you, but.
Nah, you're good.
Well, now we just stand in awkward silence. In that case, I'll take over. Infected, thank you so much for joining us. And of course, best of luck to you and the team to trying to take that NA crown tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you.
I knew he was going to do it. Infected, always a pleasure chatting with him. What a great guy, what a great player. What great DHL daily highlights.
Yeah.
You what?
All right.
I tried one time to just like, can I throw in a question during the interview? And it just, I'm sorry, it just ruined the entire vibe. I just
Well, I wasn't sure if he's gonna like pick back up from where you interrupted him, so I wanted to give him a beat, but then I just made it awkward. So pointing out that it's awkward made it even more awkward. So I think this was a teamwork.
It was about as bad as it could get, guys. Great job.
It's the online delay. You gotta throw, you gotta take a chance sometimes. I took a chance. I interrupted Infected right before he was about to give us all the potent insight, and instead I just heard him say the Hog was good. I'm sorry. I genuinely love
Right, we almost got
tons of insight, but I'm sorry.
Jake did great. Turn that into Jake.
Thanks. Sorry. I mean, I do think Infected. I mean, Zarya maybe like one of the only heroes we really don't see him play. I guess the Diva not much either. But it is, it's interesting to be looking at things from that perspective regarding Infected. It's like, what's the one or two heroes you don't play versus first? A lot of players, it's like they kind of want to play one or two heroes, and that's their focal point. So I do think, it's insane to be at the point where we're talking about Infected successfully being able to play every single tank hero at the highest level, right? He's like one or two heroes away from that goal, which is absurd, like completely crazy. Honestly, it's hard for me to think back, like, has anyone ever really had that, like really had every single tank hero on the highest level, especially considering, each tank can play so differently with so many different styles. So super excited to see Infected compete in Stockholm. I do want to see if they hang against the best Korean teams in the world on Dive. I am a little scared about EMEA though. I think a lot of teams may be underestimating the Symmetra. I think Sim Cassidy, it's for real, man. It's for real. I've been saying this for a long time, but like
it never went away.
Are gonna have to be aware, like coming into that Stockholm, because EMEA, they're coming for their hometown crown. I mean, that would be truly a big moment, right, for any of these EMEA teams to pick up a win in Stockholm.
And I mean, most teams are familiar at least with the composition, right? So it's not going to hit them out of the left field, since we've pretty much played the Symmetra comps all through stage 2. Some teams with more success than others. But now looking back at NA one last time before we wrap our day, SSG or GK, which of the two will be facing off against Team Liquid in the finals?
Oh my God, it's so close to call. I kind of like SSG. I agree. I felt like there's some, like GK, like at the end of Atlas, GK have like 4 ults and they just don't go. They're like touching point with mines, and I'm like, can't you just go kill them? Like you have time. You don't have to force the cap. And like, I really think they miscalled the tempo. They think Team Liquid has ults. If the way they're playing, there's no way in my mind they actually realized the advantage they were in, which is, I would say, an uncharacteristic mistake from a team as experienced as GK, right? To be in a crucial moment and to have a bad read and to kind of play way slower than you would want to. I think if they watched that game back, they would exactly agree with what I'm saying too. So, I think maybe for them, a bit of soul searching, need to find that fire coming into Stockholm that has allowed them to compete on a high level in the past in international competition.
Yeah, got to come in with confidence in order to get it done. Now let's take one more final look at our schedule for the last day of our Stage 3 playoffs. And here it is. This is where we get to decide which team from each respective region will be hoisting an imaginary crown.
This is the big one, Jake. Twisted Minds, Peps.
Yeah, is that a big one, Johnny? I'm not sure about that one. That one's a little... I mean, Team Peps have been playing incredibly well, and I don't want to take that away from them. They have been really peaking, but TM, Twisted, I mean, they're so damn good. Like, they just played Kazuya to map 5, and it made it look very, very scary to the absolute limit. But I've been doubting Peps thus far, and honestly, it hasn't stopped them one little bit. So I hope the fans come out in a big way for Team Peps. That'll be, I hope they make it close, because that'll be such an exciting one to watch if it ends up being a really tight series.
Yeah, look, I'm not, throwing any shade at Peps here. Like, it's an amazing underdog story, and I think we're all recognize that. Like, this is one of the craziest kind of qualifications for a major event. Going into this weekend, we talked offline about how, like, upsets doesn't, or well, might have been last week, upsets doesn't really happen because people are so consistent in esports, in Overwatch especially. So you don't really see this. So the fact that Peps, they overcame the odds this time and qualified for Stockholm, That's an amazing achievement for a dark horse that we least expected it to make it in the end. So, you know, huge congratulations to them.
I mean, this playoffs in general was just like a story of upsets and unlikely storylines that were unfolding in front of our very eyes, which I'm super grateful for. And even looking at that schedule for the final day, you can't really call any of the games with 100% certainty, and that's exactly how we love it. So for now, we're gonna rest up and get ready for the big day tomorrow. Thank you all so much for watching. We hope to see you again, same time, same place tomorrow.